Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe. Only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The first rule of parenting is that you're never really in control. The second rule is that the monsters under the bed are just metaphors. We were wrong about both. It started with a giggle from the playroom at 3 in the morning. I'm just a regular guy, my name is David, and that night I was just a thirsty dad stumbling to the kitchen. But that sound, that tiny laugh in the deep dark, stopped me cold. My heart started doing that stupid thumpy dance against my ribs. I crept to the playroom door, my brain already trying to explain it away. Maybe she left a cartoon on. Maybe it was a dream. The door was open a crack, spilling out the soft, pinkish glow from the nightlight shaped like a star we'd plugged in by her toy box. I peeked in. There she was, my 5-year-old, sitting cross-legged on the floor in her footy pajamas. She wasn't looking at her stuffed animals or her dollhouse. Her back was to me. She was staring straight into the empty corner where the two walls meet, her head tilted, smiling like someone had just told her the best joke in the world. "Sweetheart?" I said, my voice all raspy from sleep. She didn't jump. She just slowly turned her head, her smile getting even bigger. "Hi, Daddy. What are you doing up, bug? It's super late." She pointed a chubby finger at the corner. "I was talking to Molly. She's funny." I felt a cold little drip down my spine, but I shoved it away. This was classic kid stuff. Imaginary friends. I'd had one when I was little. A dinosaur named Grumbles. This was fine. Perfectly normal. I walked in and scooped her up. She felt warm and solid and real in my arms. "Oh yeah, what's Molly like?" I asked, carrying her back toward her bedroom. "She's my friend. She lives in the walls." I almost stumbled. I didn't, but my grip on her tightened just a bit. "In the walls, huh? That's a neat trick." "She says it's cozy," she whispered into my shoulder, her breath warm through my t-shirt. I tucked her back into bed, smoothed her hair, and told her Molly probably needed to sleep too. She nodded seriously, her eyes already closing. "Okay. Night, Daddy. Tell Mommy I said hi to Molly." I stood there in the dark of her room for a minute, watching her chest rise and fall. My wife was sound asleep, dead to the world. I didn't wake her. What would I say? "Honey, our daughter has an imaginary friend who is a squatter in our drywall." It sounded ridiculous even in my own head. I went back to the playroom. I stood in the doorway and looked at that corner. Just two plain, beige walls meeting. A baseboard. Nothing else. The nightlight made weird, long shadows, but that was it. I shook my head, got my water, and went back to bed. The next morning, over pancakes, it seemed even sillier. The sun was shining. The coffee was strong. My daughter was chattering about preschool. My wife, her mom, was laughing at something. It was a perfect, normal scene. Then our little girl put her syrup-covered fork down and said, very matter-of-fact, "Molly says it's always dark where she is." My wife paused, her coffee mug halfway to her lips. She shot me a look, a little smile playing on her lips. "Imaginary friend," her look said. I gave a tiny shrug back. "See? Told you." But then our daughter continued. "And the dirt tastes like old pennies." My wife's smile froze. The mug didn't move. Her eyes, which had been on me, slid slowly to my face. I saw the amusement drain out of them, replaced by something else. A flicker of something cold. Because I knew, and she knew, exactly what our daughter was describing. A month before, a pipe under the house had sprung a leak. I had to crawl under there to fix it. It's a space maybe 2 feet high, just a dark, cramped cavity between the floor of our house and the earth. And it is always, always dark down there. Pitch black. And the smell, it's damp, mineral, like wet concrete and metal. Like old pennies. I had come out covered in gray, gritty dirt, spitting the taste of it out of my mouth. Our daughter had never been under the house. She'd been at her grandma's the weekend I did the repair. We never talked about it, because who talks about the taste of crawl space dirt? "That's quite an imagination, sweetie," my wife said, her voice a little too high. She put her mug down carefully. Our daughter just beamed, proud of herself, and went back to stabbing her pancakes. That was the first crack. The rest of the day, we did the parent dance. We rationalized. We quoted articles we'd half remembered about creative development and healthy social exploration. We decided, over a hushed conversation while loading the dishwasher, to play along. To indulge it. Treat it like a game. So at dinner, we asked about Molly. What does Molly like to play? My wife asked, passing the peas. Our daughter thought about it. She likes quiet games, and she says we can't put toys in the corner. That's her spot. We agreed. Of course. We didn't want to upset her. We moved the little toy bin a foot away from the corner. Just like that, we physically cordoned off a part of our home for an entity. We gave it territory. It felt stupid, but also strangely necessary. Like following a rule we didn't understand. After we put her to bed that second night, I felt a low, persistent itch between my shoulder blades. A protective instinct, I told myself. Just my dad radar pinging. I went out to the garage, to the far wall where the metal hatch to the crawl space was set into the concrete foundation. It was a heavy, square thing like a submarine door, with a big brass padlock securing it shut. I'd locked it myself after my repair job, wanting to keep out animals or moisture or whatever. The lock was cold in my hand. It was still fastened, secure. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. See, everything was fine. The house was sealed up. As I turned to go back inside, my shoulder brushed against the metal of the hatch. And from the other side, through the thick metal, I heard it. A faint, dry scrape. The sound was brief, but clear. It wasn't a pop or a creak from the house settling. It was a deliberate, dragging sound, like something with long, hard fingernails had slowly, gently, drawn a single line across the inside of the hatch. I stood there, my blood turning to ice water. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I listened so hard my ears hurt. Nothing. Only the hum of the garage freezer. My mind scrambled. A tree root. A rat? But rats don't have fingernails that scrape. And roots don't move once. I forced myself to walk back into the house, to lock the door from the garage behind me. I didn't tell my wife. What was I going to say? I heard a creepy noise. She'd tell me it was the house, the pipes, the wind. And she'd be right. She had to be right. The next few days, Molly became a third member of the family. Our daughter talked about her constantly. Molly didn't like loud noises. Molly thought her green dress was pretty. Molly said the vacuum cleaner was too loud. We nodded and smiled, but the air in the house started to feel different. It felt watched. I found myself avoiding that corner in the playroom, giving it a wide berth like it was a wasp's nest. My wife started glancing at the walls, her eyes tracing the lines where they met the ceiling, a little frown on her face. She mentioned a damp patch on the playroom wall, the one that shared a side with the crawl space, that we could never seem to paint over properly. It was just a faint shadow, but she kept looking at it now. I couldn't shake that scraping sound. I needed to do something practical. So I went to the store and bought a baby monitor. Not a video one, just a simple audio model. A little white speaker for her room, a parent unit for ours. I told my wife it was for peace of mind, in case she had a bad dream. She agreed too quickly. I think we both knew it wasn't for dreams. I set it up that afternoon. The act of placing the little unit on her dresser, of hearing the hiss of empty air come through the parent unit, made me feel better. I was taking action. I was using technology. I was being a competent father securing his home. I had no idea I was just installing a direct line to the thing in the walls. That night, we went through our routine. Bath, stories, snuggles. Our daughter seemed extra sleepy. As I kissed her forehead, she mumbled, "Molly's singing." "That's nice," I whispered back, my stomach clenching. I closed her door most of the way, leaving it open just a crack, just like always. In our room, the parent unit sat on my nightstand, a little green light glowing to show it was connected. We went to sleep. Or we tried to. I drifted in and out, my sleep shallow and restless. At some point deep in the night, a sound pulled me up from the dark. It wasn't my daughter's voice. It was a soft, rhythmic noise coming from the little speaker on my nightstand. Thump, thump, thump. I lay there, blinking in the dark, listening. It was slow, steady. It was the unmistakable sound of a small fist, beating slowly against a metal door. My hand shot out and fumbled for the parent unit, my fingers finding the volume knob. I turned it down, then up, as if that would change what I was hearing. Thump, thump, thump. It was faint, but clear. It was coming from her room. But her room didn't have a metal door. The only metal door in the house was in the garage. I sat bolt upright. My wife was still asleep beside me. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet hitting the cool floor. I had to check. I had to see. I crept out of our room and down the short hall. Her door was still ajar. The thump, thump, thump was slightly louder here, not coming from the monitor now, but seeping out from her room. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would crack a rib. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was bathed in the soft blue light of her moon and stars nightlight. She was in bed, asleep. Her covers were pulled up to her chin, one hand tucked under her cheek. She looked peaceful. Perfect. The thumping had stopped. The room was quiet. I stood there, confused, the adrenaline making me shake. Had I dreamed it? Had it been something else? A noise from outside? I took a step toward her bed, wanting to see her, to confirm she was really here. As I did, my foot brushed against something on the floor. I looked down. There, on the carpet next to her bed, were her favorite stuffies, a rabbit and a bear. They were laid out neatly, side by side, and they were facing the wall. Not the wall with the window. The interior wall. The one that had the damp patch on the other side. The one that led to the playroom corner, and to the crawl space beyond. They were positioned like two little sentinels, staring at the blank drywall as if waiting for a show to start. I didn't touch them. I just backed out of the room, pulling the door closed until the latch clicked with a finality that echoed in the hall. I went back to my bedroom, my legs feeling like wood. The parent unit was quiet now, just emitting a soft, empty hiss. I got back into bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to that hiss and the sound of my own breathing. I didn't wake my wife. I just lay there, knowing in my bones that the rules had changed. The game wasn't a game anymore, and we had already given away the first move. The house was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that feels full like the pause before a thunderclap. Everything was in its place. My family was safe in their beds, and I had never been more certain that we were not alone. We started calling it sleepwalking because being summoned wasn't in any of the parenting books. The night after I found the stuffed animals on guard duty, I woke up to an empty space next to me. My wife was gone too. A bolt of pure panic shot through me, but then I heard her voice, hushed and tense, from the hallway. "Honey, in here." I scrambled out of bed. She was standing in the doorway of our daughter's room, her hand over her mouth. The bed was empty, the covers thrown back. "She's not here," my wife whispered, her voice cracking. We moved together, a two-person search party in the dark, our hearts pounding a frantic rhythm. We checked the playroom, the bathroom, the living room. Nothing. Then I heard it. A soft, repetitive tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the garage. I pushed the door open, fumbling for the light switch. The fluorescent bulbs flickered to life with a sickly buzz. And there she was, our little girl, standing in front of the big metal hatch to the crawl space. She was still in her pajamas, her eyes closed, fast asleep. Her tiny fists were raised, and she was gently, persistently, pounding them against the cold metal. Tap, tap, tap. Her knuckles were raw and pink, and they were smudged with dark, gritty dirt. I knew that dirt. It was the same gray, ashy soil from under the house. But the garage floor was clean concrete. There was no dirt out here. "Baby," my wife breathed, rushing forward. She scooped her up, cradling her. Our daughter didn't wake up. She just went limp in her arms, her head lolling. As my wife turned away from the hatch, our daughter mumbled, her voice slurred with sleep, "She's lonely." "It's so dark." We took her back to bed, washed her hands clean, and sat on the edge of the bed watching her. We didn't speak. What was there to say? The next night, we tried to be smarter. We barricaded ourselves in. We put a kitchen chair under the doorknob of our bedroom door, a janky alarm system. It didn't matter. At some point in the dead hours, the chair just wasn't there anymore. It was back in the kitchen, pushed neatly under the table. And our daughter's bed was empty again. This time, we found her in the hallway closet, the one under the stairs, her face pressed against the inside of the door, her palms flat on the wood. She was whispering, a fast, eager chatter we couldn't understand. It was like she was on a play date in there. The night after that, she made it to the basement door, her fingers curled around the knob, trying to turn it. She was a sleepwalking compass needle, and true north was always a locked door, a closed-off space, a threshold to somewhere we didn't want her to go. We were fraying, coming apart at the seams. My wife made an appointment with the pediatrician. We sat in the cheerful, sticker-covered exam room and laid it out. The imaginary friend, the sleepwalking, the things she said. The doctor, a nice woman with a kind smile, listened carefully. She checked our daughter's eyes, her ears, her reflexes. She asked her about Molly. Our daughter, swinging her legs, happily described her friend in the walls. The doctor nodded, made a note. Then she turned to us, her expression professional and calm. "Nothing physically wrong," she said. "This is very common. Vivid imagination, maybe some anxiety manifesting. Could be something at preschool. A change in routine. She suggested a child therapist if it continued, offered pamphlets on healthy sleep habits. We left with a prescription for reassurance, but it felt like ash in our mouths. Our terror had been diagnosed as an overreaction. Science had no box to check for thing in the crawl space. The divide between us started that afternoon. My wife wanted action. Direct, physical action. "We need to open that hatch," she said, her voice low and fierce in the kitchen. "We need to go down there with flashlights and see what's really there. Rip it out." I argued for reason, or what was left of it. And if we find nothing? Or worse, if we find something and make it angry? Maybe we call someone. A priest. Or that therapist. "A therapist can't fix this," she snapped, and it was our first real fight about Molly. A crack in our united front, and the cold air of fear blew right through it. After that, I went to the hardware store. I bought the biggest, meanest-looking padlock I could find. It was hardened steel, advertised as weatherproof and tamper-resistant. It felt solid and cold in my hand, a symbol of control. I installed it on the crawl space hatch that evening, right over the old brass one. I made a show of it, snapping the shackle into place with a loud, satisfying click that echoed in the garage. I jangled the keys. "There," I told my wife. "Nothing is getting through that." She looked at the new lock, then at me, her eyes hollow. She didn't say anything. She just walked back inside. That night, we huddled around the baby monitor like it was a campfire telling us our fate. We listened to the rustle of our daughter's sheets, her soft snores. Then, around 2 in the morning, we heard her voice, sleepy and small. "Can I come live with you?" My wife's hand clamped onto my wrist, her nails digging in. We waited, our breaths held. The monitor hissed. Then a new sound came through. It was low, wet, wrong. A gurgling, sticky sound, like someone trying to talk with a mouth full of mud and leaves. It bubbled and popped, and then it formed 2 mangled syllables that curled into our ears. "Soon, child." My wife made a choked sound and dropped the parent unit. It clattered on the floor, the plastic casing cracking. The sound stopped. We stared at each other in the dark, and in that moment, every rational explanation, every doctor's reassurance, evaporated. Something had answered her. Something was in there with her. My wife, moving like an automaton, picked up the broken monitor. She fumbled with her phone, her hands shaking. She played back the last 30 seconds, the recording fuzzy but clear enough. Our daughter's question. The static. Then that wet, gurgling reply. She played it again. And again. Then she looked at me, her face pale in the phone's glow. "Listen," she whispered. She slowed the audio down, dragging a finger across the screen. The gurgle became a deep, distorted groan. But underneath it, buried in the electronic mud, was something else. A shape to the sound. It was a twisted mimicry of a human voice, trying to form words. I heard it. It was trying to say, "I'm here." It didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like it was trying to sound like her. Like my wife. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, a baseball bat leaning against the cushions. I couldn't face our bedroom, the broken monitor, the look in my wife's eyes. Exhaustion finally pulled me under just as the first gray light of dawn touched the windows. I woke up to a small weight on the couch beside me. I opened my eyes. Our daughter was there, curled up against my side, wide awake. She was just watching me, her big eyes calm. Her hand came up and patted my cheek. Her skin was cold, like she'd been outside. "Don't be sad, Daddy," she said, her voice clear and bright. "Molly says she can be my mother when you're too tired." Then she snuggled closer, tucking her head under my chin, as if she'd just offered the most comforting thought in the world. I lay there frozen, staring at the ceiling as the sun rose, bathing the room in a light that no longer felt warm, just exposing. The new lock was on the hatch, the doors were all closed, but the real barrier had been breached. It wasn't in the walls anymore. It was in her head, and it was learning how to use her voice to tear ours out. There are 3 types of locks. Ones that keep people out, ones that keep things in, and ones that are just polite suggestions to whatever lives in the dark. After my daughter's chilling announcement on the couch, a kind of grim numbness set in. We moved through the next day like ghosts in our own home. We didn't talk about what she'd said. We didn't talk about the gurgling voice on the monitor. We just did the motions. Breakfast, getting dressed, playing with blocks on the living room floor, always steering her away from the playroom corner. The massive new padlock on the crawl space hatch became a weird touchstone for me. I'd go out to the garage just to look at it, to see its cold, steel face staring back, telling me I had secured something. It was my totem of denial. The day after the dawn couch conversation, I needed to fix a leaking sink trap. I headed to the garage to get my toolbox. My eyes went straight to the hatch, as they always did now. And my heart just stopped. The padlock wasn't locked. The big, hardened steel shackle was pulled out, hanging loose on the hasp. The lock itself was just sitting there open. I knew, with a certainty that turned my bones to ice, that I had locked it. I had made a point of it every single night, checking it like a ritual. I stood there, my tool forgotten in my hand. I walked over slowly, my knees feeling weak. I reached out and touched the lock. It was cold. I lifted it. It wasn't broken. There were no scratches, no marks of a tool. It was just opened. I fumbled in my pocket for the key, a special small key on its own ring. It was still there. I shoved the shackle back into the body of the lock and turned the key. It clicked, locking again. But the act felt meaningless. It had already been undone. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the hatch. Nothing moved. No sound came from behind it. But the message was clear. Your rules don't apply here. I didn't tell my wife about the lock. I couldn't. She was hanging on by a thread. Instead, I forced myself to go back inside and fix the sink, my hands trembling the whole time. Later that afternoon, I found my daughter in the playroom. She wasn't looking at the corner. She was on the rug, carefully drawing with her crayons. But she wasn't drawing on paper. She was drawing on a long, gray, twisted stick she held in her other hand. I knelt down beside her. "What you got there, Bug?" She held it up proudly. "Molly gave me a present. It's for drawing." I took it from her gently. It wasn't a stick. It was too straight in some places, too jointed in others. It was brittle and dry like old bone. It was segmented like a giant insect's leg, and one end was stained a rusty, flaky brown. It smelled, a damp, earthy smell, like the worst part of a forest floor, and underneath it, a sharp, coppery tang I recognized but didn't want to name. My stomach rolled. "Where did you get this?" I asked, keeping my voice level. "Molly put it in my toy box," she said, going back to her coloring. "She finds neat stuff." I walked to the kitchen trash can, my skin crawling. I threw the thing in, pushing it down under coffee grounds and eggshells. I washed my hands 3 times, scrubbing under my nails. As I turned off the water, a sound started. It was a sharp, furious scratching from inside the wall. Not a random settling noise. This was fast, angry, deliberate. It came from directly behind the kitchen trash can, right where I had just thrown her present away. It went on and on, a relentless scraping of something hard against the inside of the drywall, for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute or 2. Then it stopped, abrupt and complete. My wife came into the kitchen, her face white. "What was that?" All I could do was shake my head. That night, my wife broke. We were cleaning up after a quiet, tense dinner. Our daughter was playing with her dolls. My wife just sank to her knees in front of her, right there on the living room floor. She took our little girl's hands in hers. Her voice was desperate, pleading. "Sweetie, please. What does Molly want? Just tell Mommy. What does she want?" Our daughter stopped moving her doll. She looked down at her mother with an expression that was too calm, too patient for a 5-year-old. She said it plainly, like she was explaining why the sky is blue. She wants a family. She's been alone since the old people went away. The words hung in the air. My wife rocked back on her heels as if she'd been pushed. The old people. We bought the house from a family estate. The realtor said the previous owner, an elderly woman, had moved to a specialized care facility out of state. We'd never thought twice about it, until now. After our daughter was in bed, I went to the town's public records website. It took some digging, past the basic sale information. I found a local news digest, a small paragraph from a few years back. It wasn't about a move. It was an obituary. The elderly woman had died in the house, of natural causes, and she hadn't been found for nearly 2 weeks. 2 weeks, alone in this house. A cold wave washed over me. She hadn't gone away. She had stayed. And something else had stayed with her, or maybe had been waiting for her. And now it was lonely. Rationality was a distant memory. I wasn't trying to prove anything to a doctor or a priest anymore. I needed to prove it to myself. I needed to see. I found my old smartphone in a drawer, one with a decent camera and a lot of storage. I charged it up. I downloaded a motion-activated security app. That night, after everyone was asleep, I did a crazy thing. I set the phone on a bookshelf in the hallway, pointed so it could see my daughter's bedroom door and the door to our room at one end, and the entrance to the living room and the garage door at the other. It was a perfect crossroads. I turned off all the lights, and let the phone's night vision take over. Its little green power light glowed in the dark like a cynical eye. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the house. It was a quiet night. No sleepwalking. No tapping. Just the normal creaks and groans of a house at rest. Or pretending to rest. In the morning, I waited until my wife took our daughter outside to play in the backyard. I grabbed the phone from the shelf. My hands were slick. I opened the app. It had recorded 3 motion events. The first was just me, walking down the hall to bed, looking like a ghost in the green-tinted night vision. The second was my wife, getting up to use the bathroom around 1 a.m. The third was at 3:07 a.m. The timestamp glowed in the corner. The hallway was empty, a tunnel of green and black. Then, from the bottom of the frame, a shadow moved. It didn't walk into view. It unfolded. It seeped out from the darkness under the small hall table we kept by the garage door. It was long and thin, a stain of deeper black against the dark floor. It didn't have a shape I could understand. No legs, no arms, just a flowing liquid darkness. It moved across the wooden floorboards, not like an animal, but like spilled oil, smooth and purposeful. It flowed directly toward my daughter's bedroom door. And as it reached the door itself, which had been shut, silently swung inward, opening just wide enough. The dark shape pooled at the threshold for a moment, and then it was gone, inside her room. The door remained open a crack. The video kept recording for another 30 seconds of nothing. Then it stopped. I stood there in the hallway, the phone hot in my hand. I felt the world tilt. I had proof. Undeniable, digital proof. It wasn't sleepwalking. It wasn't imagination. Something was coming out of the bones of the house and going into my daughter's room at night. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt gutted. The last of the safe, explainable world drained away through a hole in the floor, and I was left standing in the cold, real truth. I had to show my wife. This would end the arguing. This would make us unified again in our terror. We would have to leave. We would have to run. As I turned to go find her, a small, dry sound made me jump. It came from the wall to my left, the one that separated the hallway from my daughter's room. It was a faint, papery whisper, so close it sounded like it was right beside my ear, speaking through the plaster. It was 3 words, clear and cold. I see you. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the floor, the screen going black. I didn't pick it up. I just backed down the hall, my eyes locked on the innocent-seeming wall, until my back hit the front door. The house was still. The sun shone through the windows. From the backyard, I could hear my daughter laughing. But inside, the hallway felt like a tunnel that led somewhere else entirely, and I had just looked down its length and seen the destination. We bought the camera to prove nothing was there. The video proved we were already sharing our home. I stood there by the front door for a long time, my back pressed against the wood, just breathing. The whisper in the wall had faded, but its meaning was stuck in my head, a cold splinter in my brain. I see you. It knew I was watching. It didn't care. Maybe it even wanted to be seen. I finally forced myself to move. I picked up the phone from the floor. The screen was cracked, a spiderweb of lines over the frozen image of the empty green hallway. But it still worked. I tucked it into my pocket like it was a live grenade and went to the backyard. My wife was pushing our daughter on the swing. She saw my face and her smile vanished. She knew. "Honey, can you go collect some pretty rocks for Molly?" she said to our daughter, her voice too bright. Our little girl hopped off the swing and skipped toward the flower bed. My wife walked to me, her eyes searching mine. "What happened?" I pulled out the phone. "We need to watch this." Inside. We went to the kitchen, the heart of the house, where the lights were bright. I felt like a fool for thinking brightness mattered anymore. I set the phone on the table, found the right video, and handed it to her. I watched her face as she watched it. I saw the confusion at first, the squint at the greenish gloom. Then I saw the exact moment she saw the shadow detach from under the table. Her lips parted. Her hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes went wide, glued to the screen as the thing flowed across the floor. When the door swung open by itself and the darkness slipped inside, a small, wounded sound escaped her throat. She put the phone down, pushing it away like it was on fire. She looked at me, and in her eyes, the last flicker of doubt, the last hope for a normal explanation, went out. It was like watching a light being switched off in a faraway window. "It's real," she said. It wasn't a question. "It's in her room." "It was," I said, and it talked to me, through the wall. After. She just nodded, as if that was the only logical next step. The crisis was no longer about our daughter's imagination. It was about a literal, physical infestation. The thing in the walls was real, and it was interacting with our child. The parental switch flipped from fear to a frantic, electric need for action. "We have to leave," my wife said, her voice low and urgent. "Right now. We pack a bag and we go. To my mom's. To a hotel. Anywhere." "Yes," I said. It was the first thing we'd agreed on completely in days. We moved fast, a coordinated team of pure panic. We didn't discuss it. We just started. She ran upstairs and began throwing clothes into suitcases. I went to the hall closet and pulled out our big duffel bags. Our daughter came in from outside, her hands full of dirty pebbles. "Look what I found for Molly's collection." "That's great, sweetie," my wife called down, her voice strained. "Why don't you go watch a cartoon? Mommy and Daddy are doing a project." She seemed happy with that and plopped down in front of the TV. We worked around her, a whirlwind of zippers and folded fabric. We were escaping. The plan was simple, beautiful in its clarity. Get in the car and drive. As I rushed past our bedroom, something made me stop. My wife's jewelry box sat on her dresser, a little wooden thing her grandmother gave her. I had a crazy thought. Should we take it? Were we ever coming back? I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in the velvet beside her pearl necklace and her wedding ring, was a small, perfect circle of dark, damp soil. It was packed tight, like a mud pie made by a careful child, and pressed into the very center of it was a tiny white baby tooth. My breath caught. I knew that tooth. It was from our daughter's first lost tooth, over a year ago. My wife had put it in a special little porcelain box shaped like a fairy, which she kept on a high shelf in her closet, a shelf our daughter couldn't reach. I picked up the circle of dirt. It was cold and left a smudge on my fingers. The tooth, pristine white against the black earth, seemed to gleam. This wasn't a gift. This was a token, a claim. I shoved the whole thing, jewelry box and all, into the duffel bag and zipped it shut. We finished packing in a frenzy. 3 suitcases and 2 duffel bags sat by the front door like hopeful refugees. The car was in the driveway, ready. All we had to do was get our daughter and go. "I'll get her," I said. My wife nodded, double-checking that she had her purse, her phone, the car keys clenched in her fist. I walked into the living room. The TV was still on, cartoons dancing across the screen, but the couch was empty. "Bug," I called. No answer. A little thread of cold fear pulled tight in my chest. "Sweetheart?" I checked the playroom. Empty. The kitchen. Empty. The downstairs bathroom. Empty. "Honey," I called to my wife, trying to keep my voice calm. "Where is she?" My wife came into the living room, her eyes scanning. She was just here. We moved through the first floor again, faster this time, opening every door. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from upstairs. It was a tiny muffled crying. It was her cry, but it sounded wrong. Strained. Like she was trying to cry quietly. It was coming from the playroom. We took the stairs 2 at a time. The playroom door was closed. I turned the knob and pushed it open. She was standing in Molly's corner, not facing out, but facing the walls, her forehead almost touching the place where they met. Her shoulders were shaking. Tears streaked her cheeks. "Baby, what's wrong?" My wife gasped, rushing toward her. Our daughter turned her head. Her face was a mask of childish betrayal and anger. "She says you're trying to take me away," she said, her voice trembling. "She says you're mean." She pointed a tiny, accusing finger at us. "Molly says this is my home. You're the ones who don't belong." The words hit us like a physical blow. The thing wasn't just influencing her. It was turning her against us. It was speaking through her. My wife fell to her knees, her arms outstretched. "No, sweetie, no. We love you. We want you to be safe. We're a family." "Molly is my family too," our daughter shouted, a full-blown tantrum rising in her voice. "And she's angry at you." She turned back to the corner, pressing her palms flat against the walls, as if comforting them. "It's okay, Molly. I won't go." We were losing her. Right in front of our eyes, we were losing our little girl to the corner of a room. We had to get her out of the house. "Now, we're going on a fun trip," I said, forcing a cheerful tone that sounded insane even to me. "To Grandma's. You like Grandma's." I stepped forward to pick her up. She didn't fight me, but she went stiff as a board in my arms, her body rigid with refusal. I carried her like a log down the stairs, my wife following, grabbing the suitcases. We were a pathetic parade of panic. We got to the front door. My wife flung it open, daylight pouring in. I carried our stiff, silent daughter over the threshold. For one glorious second, I thought we'd made it. We were out. Then she started to scream. Not a cry of fear or a tantrum. This was a raw, shrieking, primal sound of pain, as if I were carrying her over burning coals. She thrashed in my arms with a strength that wasn't hers, her back arching, her hands clawing at my face. "It hurts. It hurts. Put me back," she wailed. Her eyes were squeezed shut, tears streaming. My wife dropped the suitcase handle. "What's wrong? What hurts?" "The light. The air. It burns," our daughter screeched, her voice tearing at her throat. "Molly, it hurts." I stood there on the front porch, the sun warm on my skin, the breeze gentle. It was a beautiful day, and my daughter was screaming that it was torturing her. I looked at my wife. Her face was a landscape of pure horror. We couldn't take her into this pain. What if it was real to her? What if carrying her away actually hurt her? My arms, my father's arms that were supposed to protect her, felt like they were causing her agony. With a gut-deep groan of defeat, I turned around and carried my screaming, thrashing child back across the threshold into the house. The second the door closed behind us, the screaming stopped. She went limp in my arms, gasping for breath, her face buried in my neck. She was shuddering, whimpering. "Inside," she mumbled. "Safe inside." My wife closed the door, plunging us back into the hallway's shadow. She slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor, her face in her hands. The suitcases by the door looked stupid now. Monumentally stupid. We weren't going anywhere. The house wouldn't let her leave. We brought our exhausted, hiccuping daughter upstairs to our bedroom. We put her in the middle of our big bed. We lay down on either side of her, a human barricade. We didn't speak. We just listened to her breathing even out as she fell into a deep, sudden sleep. The escape was over. We had tried to run, and the house had fought back using the only weapon we couldn't fight against: our own child's suffering. We were trapped. As the afternoon light faded into evening, we made a new, desperate plan. We would never sleep at the same time. One of us would always be awake, on watch, while the other slept right here beside her. We would outlast it. We would watch over her every minute until we didn't know until what. But we would not let it have her in the night again. We ordered the first watch with a silent rock, paper, scissors. I lost. So as my wife curled around our daughter and eventually fell into a fitful doze, I sat propped against the headboard, my eyes on the door, my ears straining for any sound beyond our 3 breaths. The baby monitor was broken, but the house had other ways of speaking. At exactly 4 in the morning, a sound made me jump. It came from the nightstand on my wife's side. A soft, electronic fizz, then a clear, crisp playback of a voice. It was my voice. I recognized the tired, loving tone from 1,000 late-night comfortings. It said, "Go back to sleep, sweetheart." It played once, clear as a bell, into the room. And in the bed between us, my sleeping daughter smiled, nestled deeper into her pillow, and obeyed. There's a moment when you realize your home isn't a shelter. It's a digestive system, and you're living in its stomach. That moment came after the failed escape, after the horrible playback of my own voice lulling my daughter deeper into whatever dream Molly was feeding her. The 3 of us stayed huddled in our bed like survivors on a life raft, taking turns with the watch. It was my wife's turn to sleep. I was propped up, my eyes gritty, staring at the slice of dark hallway visible through our half-open door. My daughter was a small, warm lump between us, breathing steadily. And then I felt it, a slow, cold draft. It seeped up from the crack between our mattress and the headboard, a stream of air so chilly it raised goosebumps on my back through my t-shirt. The headboard was pressed flat against the wall. There was no window back there, no vent, just drywall and studs. That cold air was coming from inside the wall itself, as if something had opened a passage and was breathing out into our bed. I shifted, trying to block it with my body, but the cold spot persisted. It was a tiny violation, a reminder that the barriers were not just failing, they were becoming permeable. The house was breathing on us. Morning came, gray and tired. We were shells of people, moving on automatic. We made breakfast. We watched our daughter, who seemed perfectly normal, even cheerful. She didn't mention our attempted flight. It was like it had been erased from her memory. Or maybe she'd forgiven us. That was worse. The tension was a live wire strung between my wife and me, humming with unsaid things. We needed a new plan, a permanent solution. We whispered about it in the kitchen, while our daughter played in the next room. My wife wanted to call someone, not a doctor, something else. "There are people who handle this," she murmured, her eyes darting toward the living room. "Priests, paranormal investigators, someone." I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about the video, the shadow flowing under the door. I was thinking about direct action. If it was physical, it could be fought. Maybe. The division was still there, a crack we couldn't seal. The day dragged on. In the afternoon, my wife went upstairs to take a shower, a moment of normalcy that felt brave. I was on the couch, pretending to read a magazine, my senses tuned to my daughter building a block tower nearby. Then I heard a sound from upstairs. A thump. Not loud, but definite. Then the shower was still running, but I couldn't hear the water hitting the tub anymore. A different sound. A panicked, muffled cry. I was on my feet in an instant. "Stay here." I barked at my daughter, and I took the stairs 2 at a time. Our bedroom door was closed. I threw it open. The room was empty. The bathroom door was open, the shower still spraying into an empty stall. "Honey," I called, my voice cracking. No answer. A cold dread, sharper than any before, pierced me. I ran to my daughter's room. Empty. The playroom. Empty. I was shouting now my wife's name, a raw, scared sound. I ran back to our room, my brain firing in a million directions. Then I saw it. The closet door. Our walk-in closet. It was wide open, and the inside was wrong. The clothes, usually hanging neat, were shoved roughly to the sides, and in the back wall of the closet, the drywall was torn away. A ragged, jagged hole had been ripped open, about the size of a laundry basket. It wasn't a clean break. It looked clawed out. Bits of white plaster and pink insulation lay scattered on the carpet like confetti, and the hole led into blackness, into the space inside the walls. I didn't think. There was no plan. My wife was gone. The house had taken her. I dropped to my knees and crawled into the hole. The space was tight, dusty, and dark. My shoulders brushed against wooden studs. Cobwebs stuck to my face, thick and old. The only light came from the closet behind me, fading quickly. I could see the ghostly pink tufts of insulation between the studs. The air was stale and cold and tasted of dust and mold. I crawled forward, my heart hammering against the floorboards just above my head. "Can you hear me?" I yelled, my voice muffled and flat in the cramped space. No answer. I kept going, turning my head to try and see. Then my hand landed on something that wasn't wood or insulation. I fumbled, picked it up. It was a strip of flannel, light blue with little clouds on it. It was from my wife's favorite pajama pants. It was snagged on a protruding nail, torn clean off. A few inches beyond it, in the thick layer of dust on a horizontal beam, was a handprint. I stared at it. It was a fresh mark, fingers splayed. But it wasn't right. The fingers were too long, too thin, and there were too many knuckles. Each finger seemed to bend in 2 extra places. It wasn't a human hand. Something had crawled through here, dragging my wife, and it had paused to press its long, twisted hand down right beside her torn clothing. A wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't go further. The tunnel narrowed, branching off into absolute blackness. I was in the guts of the house, and I was lost. I backed out, scrambling, desperate for the light of the closet. I tumbled out onto the carpet, gasping, covered in grime and webs. I had to find my wife. The house had taken her into its walls. I ran, stumbling down the stairs. "Mommy's gone," my daughter said, looking up from her blocks. She didn't seem worried. "I have to find her." I shouted, not at her, at the house, at everything. I ran to the garage. The crawl space hatch. It was the heart of this. It had to be. I flung the door open. The garage was gloomy, and the heavy metal hatch to the crawl space was wide open. Not just unlocked, swinging wide on its hinges, revealing a rectangle of pure, perfect black. My wife was standing 5 feet from it, her back to me, perfectly still, staring into that blackness. "Thank God," I breathed, rushing toward her. "Are you okay? What happened?" She didn't turn. She didn't move. Then she spoke, and her voice was a monotone, empty of all the fear and life I knew. "She is safe with me." It wasn't her voice. It was using her mouth, her vocal cords, but the inflection was all wrong. Flat. Cold. "You are the ones who are lost." Then my wife's body crumpled to the concrete floor like a marionette with its strings cut. I lunged for her, grabbing her shoulders. She was limp, her eyes closed, but she was breathing. A wet, rattling breath that wasn't quite her own. From the open hatch in front of me, the blackness seemed to pulse. And from deep within it, the real voice came. The gurgling, muddy voice from the monitor. It wasn't loud. It was conversational, almost intimate. It said the same words, but now they came from the earth itself. "She is safe with me. You are the ones who are lost." I dragged my wife's unconscious form away from that hungry opening, my muscles screaming. I got us both through the door into the kitchen and slammed it shut, leaning against it, sobbing for breath. I pulled her into my lap, patting her cheeks. "Wake up. Please wake up." Her eyelids fluttered. She looked at me, confusion swimming in her eyes. What happened?" "I was in the shower. Then I was here." She didn't remember. The house had taken her for a walk and then given her back, empty. We stumbled back into the living room together, clinging to each other. Our daughter was gone from her block pile. We found her at the top of the stairs, sitting calmly on the top step, swinging her feet. Her feet were bare and caked with fresh, black dirt. She looked at us, at our filthy, terrified faces, and she smiled a little smile. "I told her you were scared," she said, as if sharing a secret. "She says you can stay too. There's room in the walls for everyone." The offer hung in the air, grotesque and final. We were being invited to join the infestation, to become part of the house's ecosystem. We didn't answer her. We just walked past her, back into our bedroom. We didn't speak. We got into bed, all three of us again. We pulled the covers up. We were a trembling fortress of flesh under cotton. The escape was impossible. Confrontation was impossible. All that was left was vigilance. A permanent, exhausting watch. We would never sleep at the same time. We would outlast it. We would guard her every second of every night until we collapsed, or until it grew bored, or until we grew old and died right here in this bed. It was the only plan we had left. As we lay there in the fading light, the baby monitor's parent unit, its casing still cracked from where my wife had dropped it, sat dark on the nightstand. Hours passed. My wife finally fell into a twitchy sleep. My daughter was already out. My watch began. I stared at the ceiling, listening to their breaths, listening to the house. The monitor remained dark, a dead piece of plastic. Then, at some point deep in the night, a little green light flickered on. The unit was live again. A soft, static hiss emerged from the speaker. I watched it, wary. Then the hiss changed. It formed into a sound. A clear, crisp, digital recording. It was my voice again, but not from the night before. This was older. From years ago, when my daughter was a baby. The voice was young, tired, overflowing with love. It was a phrase I'd said 1,000 times in the dark of her nursery. It played once, softly, into our dark bedroom. "Daddy's got you," the recording whispered. And in the bed beside me, my sleeping daughter sighed, a sound of pure contentment, and murmured back, "I know, Molly." The worst part wasn't the monster in the dark. It was the monster learning to sound like the people in the light. After my daughter's sleepy reply to the recorded ghost of my voice, something broke in me. Not a breakdown, but a shift. The fear was still there, a constant buzz in my teeth, but it was joined by a cold, clear understanding. We weren't being haunted. We were being studied, and the exam was nearly over. The mimicry started small, a psychological poison seeping into our daily life. A few days after the "Daddy's Got You" incident, my wife was in the kitchen getting a glass of water. From the playroom, clear as a bell, came our daughter's voice. "Mommy!" It was her exact tone, the one she used when she'd scraped a knee or wanted a cuddle, a bright, needful whine. My wife put her glass down and walked to the playroom doorway. "What is it, sweetie?" The room was empty. The call had come from the corner. Not from a child hiding there. From the corner itself, the walls speaking with our daughter's stolen voice. My wife backed out slowly, her face pale. She didn't mention it until later, and when she did, her eyes searched mine, looking for doubt. "Are you sure it wasn't just the TV? Or an echo?" I asked, and I saw the flicker of hurt, the fear that I thought she was losing it. The seed of distrust, tiny and ugly, was planted. It grew faster than anything in our garden ever had. For me, it happened in the basement. The furnace was acting up, making a clunking noise. I went down to look at it, the bare bulb throwing long shadows behind the water heater and the old storage boxes. As I bent over the furnace, I heard my own voice, calm and warm, right beside my left ear. "It's okay to let go." I jerked upright, banging my head on a copper pipe. The voice continued, a loving whisper that seemed to come from the cold air return vent itself. "We'll be happier here. Just let us in." It was me. My cadence, my tone when I was soothing her after a nightmare. But the words were all wrong. They were an invitation to surrender. I ran upstairs, my skin crawling, and found my wife folding laundry. "Did you say something to me just now?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked up, confused. "No, I've been here." I nodded, but I didn't believe her. Or a part of me didn't. That was the poison. It was turning our love, our familiarity, into a weapon. We started watching each other when the other wasn't looking for signs that the person across the breakfast table wasn't really them. The most horrifying moment came for my wife. She was in the bathroom, washing her face after another sleepless night. She leaned over the sink, splashed water on her skin, and looked up into the mirror. Her reflection looked back, tired, eyes shadowed. But for a fraction of a second, maybe less than a heartbeat, her reflection didn't move when she did. It stayed still, staring. Then its mouth stretched. Not a smile. A grin that pulled too wide, showing a glimpse of too many teeth, thin and sharp like needles. Then it snapped back to normal, mirroring her gasp of terror perfectly. She screamed. I found her on the bathroom floor, shaking, pointing at the mirror, which now showed only her terrified, real face. It smiled at me, she kept saying. It had her smile, but it wasn't her. She meant our daughter. The thing was learning our faces, our expressions, and twisting them. Our daughter was changing too. She became a messenger, a little ambassador for the thing in the walls. She didn't just talk about Molly anymore, she delivered decrees. Molly says you're too loud at night, she'd tell us, her small face serious. Molly is hungry. She likes it when we're quiet. She started refusing my wife's touch sometimes, flinching away from a hug as if burned. She would set 2 places at her little tea table. One for her, one for Molly, always with the second chair facing the forbidden corner. We were being conditioned. Our behavior was being modified by a third party we couldn't see, using the one person we couldn't ignore. One afternoon, I found myself alone in the garage, staring at the closed crawl space hatch. The padlock was still there, still open, a monument to my uselessness. A wave of despair, black and total, washed over me. I was so tired, so desperately, bone-deep tired of being afraid in my own home. I took a step toward the hatch. I didn't open it. I just knelt in front of it, close enough to feel the cool metal radiating. In a low voice, a voice of defeat, I spoke to the black seam around the door. What do you want? I whispered. Just tell me. Make me understand. I waited. There was no gurgle, no whisper. But after a moment, I heard a sound. A soft, rhythmic sigh. It was the sound of breathing, but slow, slower than any human could manage. In, out. In, out. And with each exhale, the fine dust on the concrete floor in front of the hatch stirred. It puffed up, little clouds of gray, and as the dust settled, it wasn't random. It seemed to form letters, shapes. I stared, my eyes aching. One word, formed from the disturbed filth. It was faint, maybe my mind making patterns from chaos, but I saw it as clear as if it had been written. Belong. That was the answer. It didn't want to scare us away. It wanted us to stay, to become part of it. The division between us, husband and wife, was now a canyon. She wanted to fight, to find someone who knew how to fight this. An exorcist, a shaman, someone with holy water and chants. I was sinking into a terrifying resignation. One night, after another tense, wordless dinner, I snapped. Maybe we should just listen to it. The words burst out of me, harsh and loud. My wife stared at me, as if I'd grown a second head. What are you saying? It knows her. I cried, gesturing toward our daughter's room. It knows her better than we do now. It talks to her all night long. Maybe we need to try to communicate. To negotiate. The word felt foul in my mouth. My wife's face went from shock to revulsion. Negotiate? With the thing that's stealing our daughter? Have you lost your mind? It was our worst fight yet, not shouts but hisses, full of tears and terrible, whispered accusations. We were splintering, and the thing in the walls was the wedge. The mimicry got bolder. A few days later, my wife was putting away laundry. She opened my sock drawer and let out a small, choked sound. Every single pair of my socks, every one, was tied together. Not just knotted. Tied in intricate, impossibly tight little bows, the kind that take patience and small, clever fingers to execute. They were knotted so tightly she had to cut them apart with scissors. Our daughter couldn't tie bows that well yet, but something with nimble, patient hands could. The message was clear. It could touch our things. It could get that close, anytime it wanted. Our vigilance was a joke to it. The final straw for our sense of reality came on a Thursday night. It was my wife's watch. I was in a deep, dead sleep, the kind that comes from utter exhaustion. I was dreaming of nothing, a blank, black peace. Then a sound pulled me up. It was singing. A soft, sweet, gentle singing coming from the baby monitor. It was my wife's voice, singing our daughter's favorite lullaby. The one she'd sung every night for years. Hush now, my baby, don't make a peep. The love in the recorded voice was so real, so palpable, it ached. I smiled in my sleep, soothed by it. Then my brain caught up. The monitor. The singing. I forced my eyes open. The room was dark. The monitor on my nightstand glowed with its little green eye, the lullaby threading softly through the room. I turned my head on the pillow. My wife was lying beside me, fast asleep. Her lips were together, sealed. Her chest rose and fell with the slow, deep rhythm of unconsciousness. The singing was not coming from her. It was coming from the walls, from the vents, from the very air, using a perfect recording of her most tender sound to serenade us in the dark. I reached out and shook her shoulder hard. She woke with a start. "Wah! Listen," I whispered, my voice raw. The lullaby continued for another line, then faded into static, and the green light on the monitor went out. "Was that you?" I asked, though I knew the answer. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. "I was asleep," she breathed. "You know I was asleep." We lay there, not touching, staring at the ceiling. The trust was gone. Completely. We could no longer trust our own ears, our own eyes, our own memories. The monster wasn't just in the walls. It was in our heads, wearing our voices, replaying our love back to us as a weapon. It had won without ever showing us its face. The only thing left was the terrible, unspoken question that hung between us in the dark. If it could sound like us, could it look like us too? And if it could, how would we ever know the difference? Infestations end one of two ways. You exterminate, or you learn to coexist. It was no longer trying to drive us out. It was setting a place for us at the table. The morning after the lullaby, we were ghosts. We moved around each other in the kitchen without speaking, without touching. The trust was shattered. Every glance was a suspicion. Was that really my wife pouring the coffee, or something that had learned her movements? Was that really my husband scratching his head, or a clever copy? The poison of the mimicry had done its work. We were isolated in our own home, prisoners in separate cells of fear. Our daughter, however, seemed to blossom. She was cheerful, helpful even. She skipped instead of walked. That afternoon, she came into the living room where we sat in our separate chairs, 1,000 miles apart on the same rug. She carried 3 items, holding them carefully in her small hands like sacred offerings. She laid them out on the coffee table between us, one by one. First, a dead rat. It was gray, its body stiff, its tail curled. Its eyes were milky film. Second, a tarnished silver locket, old-fashioned, the kind with a tiny clasp. It was smeared with dirt. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't ours. I thought of the previous owner, the woman who died alone here. Third, a framed photograph. It was one of our favorites, from a beach trip the year before. The 3 of us, smiling, squinting in the sun, my arms around them both. But in this version, my face was gone. Not torn out, scratched out, carefully, meticulously gouged away with something sharp, leaving only a ragged hole where my smiling face had been. Our daughter looked at us, her head tilted. "Molly says you can choose one," she explained, her tone polite, like a hostess explaining the dessert options. We stared at the grotesque menu. The dead thing, the stolen memory, the erased father. This was the offer, the formal invitation. We didn't choose. We just sat there, frozen. She seemed disappointed, but shrugged and left the items there. We finally moved when the smell of the rat became too much. My wife, with a tissue, picked it up by the tail and threw it in the outside trash. I took the photo and the locket and put them in a kitchen drawer, out of sight. The house did not like that. That night, we woke to the sound of doors. Not slamming, opening. One after another, a slow, deliberate procession of clicks and creaks. We got out of bed, clutching each other for the first time in days, drawn together by a new, shared terror. We walked through the house. Every single interior door was wide open. The closet under the stairs. The linen closet. The basement door. The pantry. Every cupboard in the kitchen. All of them gaping open, pointing inward, like dark mouths waiting to be fed. And at the end of this parade of openings, in the garage, the crawl space hatch stood wide open, a black rectangle that seemed to swallow the light from the bare bulb. The house was showing us all the ways in. It was pulling back its own skin, revealing its arteries, and inviting us to step inside. We closed them all, every one, our hands shaking. But the message was received. The next evening, our daughter insisted on a fancy dinner. She wanted to use the formal dining room, a room with a big, polished table we almost never used. She dragged chairs that were too big for her. She set 4 places with our good china, which she somehow got down from the high cabinet without breaking. At the head of the table, she placed a bowl. Not a soup bowl, a mixing bowl filled to the brim with fresh, dark, damp soil. She patted it smooth. "Molly is joining us for dinner," she announced. We didn't eat. We couldn't. We sat at the table, the empty chairs like tombstones, the bowl of earth a centerpiece from a nightmare. Our daughter ate her macaroni and cheese happily, chatting to the empty chair beside her as if someone were there. Then, as we sat in that terrible tableau, the doorbell rang. A clear, chiming ding-dong that made us all jump. No one ever came to our door anymore. We had pushed everyone away. My wife and I looked at each other. I got up, my legs weak, and went to the front door. I peered through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was still. I opened the door. No one. Just the cool evening air. I closed it, locked it, and walked back to the dining room. As I entered, I stopped cold. The fourth chair at the table, the one opposite our daughter, the one that had been pushed in tight to the table, was now pulled out. Just a few inches, but enough for someone to have sat down, or gotten up. No one had been in the room, but my wife and our child. Our daughter looked at the empty place and smiled. She had to go, she said, but she liked the company. That was it for my wife. "We are calling someone tomorrow," she said that night in bed, her voice flat, final. "A priest. A medium. I don't care. We're getting this thing out of our house." I didn't argue. I just stared at the wall. But a different idea, a dark, crazy idea born of exhaustion and despair, was rooting in my mind. What if you couldn't get it out? What if this was just the ecosystem of this house, like mold in the bathroom, and we were the irritants? What if the only way to end the fear was to accept the offer? I didn't say this. I just nodded. The next day, we caught our daughter doing something that broke the last of my wife's heart. She was kneeling by the heating vent in the living room, carefully pushing little pieces of her turkey sandwich through the metal grill, into the dark duct below. "What are you doing?" my wife asked, her voice trembling. "Molly is hungry," our daughter said, not looking up. "You aren't feeding her right." My wife reached for her. "Stop that! We don't feed things in the vents." Our daughter yanked her arm away, a shocking gesture of rejection. Then she did something she hadn't done since she was 2. She threw a full, screaming tantrum. She threw herself on the floor, kicking and wailing. "You're starving her. You're mean. I want my other mother. Molly is my real mother now." The words were like physical blows. My wife staggered back, her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She ran from the room. I was left with my screaming child, who was now not just influenced by the thing in the walls, but had fully, emotionally transferred her allegiance. That was my breaking point. A red, roaring rage filled me, burning away the fear, the despair, the crazy thoughts of negotiation. This thing was taking my child. It had taken my wife's sanity, my peace, my home. It was time to fight, not with whispers or priests, but with my hands. I waited until they were both in their rooms, my wife sobbing, my daughter finally cried out. I went to the garage. I got my claw hammer. I walked into the playroom. I stood in front of Molly's corner, the forbidden spot. I looked at the 2 plain beige walls, and I swung. The hammer punched through the drywall with a crash. I swung again and again, tearing out huge, ragged chunks. White dust filled the air. I smashed the studs behind it, splintering the wood. I didn't stop. I was screaming wordless roars of fury, tearing at the wall with the claw end, ripping out great hunks of insulation, throwing it all over the room. I was going to find its nest. I was going to drag it out into the light and beat it to pulp with my hammer. I created a hole big enough to climb into, a wrecked, gaping wound in our house. Inside was just empty space. Cobwebs. A few wires. Dust. No monster. No nest. Just the dark, empty cavity of the interior wall. I stood there, chest heaving, hammer hanging from my hand, covered in white dust and sweat. From deep within the house, from everywhere and nowhere at once, a new sound answered my violence. It was a skittering. A fast, frantic, scraping, scratching, skittering sound. It wasn't from one place. It was from inside all the walls at once, a rushing, scrabbling tide of movement that flowed through the house's hidden veins, a furious, echoing response to my attack. I had torn open its skin, and now the whole house was alive with its anger. I dropped the hammer. I walked out of the playroom. My wife was in the hallway, her eyes huge, staring at the destruction. Our daughter stood behind her. She looked past her mother, past me, at the huge hole in her wall. Then she looked at me, her little face calm, too calm. "Now she's angry," she said, her voice quiet and certain. "And she doesn't have to stay in her corner anymore." That night, We did not try to sleep in our bed. We brought our daughter into our room, as usual, but the air was different. Charged. The skittering had stopped, but the house felt awake, alert, wounded. We took our watches. My wife went first. I lay beside my sleeping daughter, my eyes on the closet door. The closet I had nailed shut after my wife was taken through it. I had used long, thick nails, hammering them in at angles so it couldn't be pushed open from the inside. I stared at those nails in the dim light, and as I stared, I heard a new sound from behind that door. It wasn't skittering. It was breathing, not the slow, dusty sigh from the crawl space. This was loud, wet, close. The sound of something large with congested lungs, breathing slowly, rhythmically, right on the other side of the thin wooden door. It was so close I could almost feel the warmth of the breath, smell the damp, earthy rot of it. The breathing was right there. And this time, when our daughter began to sleepwalk, she didn't sit up and wander toward the bedroom door. She simply rolled over in her sleep, her eyes still closed, and reached out her small hand. Her fingers curled around the knob of the closet door, the door I had nailed shut, and she began to turn it. We thought the crawl space was its home. We were wrong. The crawl space was just the throat. The whole house is the body. I lay there, paralyzed, watching my daughter's small hand turn the closet doorknob I had nailed shut. The wet, ragged breathing from the other side of the door seemed to sync with her movements. She didn't strain. The knob turned smoothly, easily, as if the nails I'd driven were just suggestions, silly bits of metal that had politely dissolved. With a soft click, the latch released. The door didn't swing open. It was pulled. It drifted inward, away from her hand, revealing not the dark cavity of our closet filled with hanging clothes and shoeboxes, but a tunnel. A yawning, pitch-black opening that smelled of wet stone, rotten wood, and the cold, iron-rich scent of deep soil. The clothes were gone. The back wall of the closet was gone. There was only a hole leading into the endless, secret insides of our house. My daughter, her eyes still glazed with sleep, sat up. She turned to me. I had pretended to be asleep, but she knew. She always knew. Her face in the gloom was peaceful, but her eyes held a knowledge that no 5-year-old should possess. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice clear and awake. "Molly says we have to go now. The house is hungry." She paused, then offered a child's version of a consolation prize. "But if you come live with us in the deep down dark, we can be a family forever." Another pause, a tilt of her head as if listening to a voice only she could hear. "She can look like Mommy if you want." As the words left her lips, a shape began to form in the blackness of the closet tunnel. It coalesced from the shadows, pulling itself into the opening. It wasn't the gray, segmented finger. It was larger, more defined. A spindly, multi-limbed shadow that shifted and folded in on itself. Then, as I watched, unable to breathe, unable to move, the shadows seemed to solidify, to take on a familiar outline. The height, the curve of the shoulders, the fall of hair. It pulled itself fully into the frame of the closet doorway, standing beside my sleeping daughter, and it was the silhouette of my wife. A perfect, dark cutout of her. It didn't move. It just stood there, its head tilted with a horrible, predatory curiosity, as if waiting to see what I would do. My real wife stirred then, woke from her exhausted sleep, and saw it. She saw the thing wearing her shadow standing next to our child. A choked, guttural scream was torn from her throat, a sound of pure, unfiltered terror. The thing that looked like her turned its head toward the sound, and it smiled. A crack split the lower part of its dark face, a jagged line that stretched far too wide. No light came from within, just a deeper blackness. That smile was an abyss. My wife's scream cut off, strangled by fear. All sound in the house ceased. The faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen stopped. The ticking of the hall clock vanished. The gentle rustle of night wind outside the window disappeared. The world narrowed to the three of us in the bed and the two figures in the closet doorway. The only sounds were the wet, eager breathing of the thing and a new one. A slow, steady drip, drip, drip of something cold and liquid falling from the ceiling vent above our bed, striking the covers with soft, precise taps. This was the event horizon, the point of no return. The offer was on the table, not with dead rats or scratched photos, but in flesh and shadow. Assimilation or oblivion. Follow my daughter into the dark and become part of the house's permanent collection, or try to grab her and run, triggering a finale I knew would be swift and violent. I locked eyes with my real wife across the expanse of the bed. A silent, desperate conversation passed between us in a fraction of a second. Her eyes were wide pools of terror, but in them, I saw a fierce mother's love that outshone the fear. I saw a shake of her head so slight. "Don't let her go." I gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. "I won't." Our daughter reached out. With her left hand, she took one of the thing's long, gray hands. Its fingers, too many joints, curled around her small ones with a terrible gentleness. Then she stretched her right hand out toward me in the bed. Her face was a heartbreaking mix of a child's loving expectation and something utterly, chillingly alien. "Come on," she whispered, her voice so normal, so sweet. "It's time to come home." The thing in the doorway, still wearing my wife's stolen shadow, began to hum. It was a low, buzzing, organic sound at first, like insects in a wall. Then it shifted, tuned itself, and formed the melody. It was our lullaby, the one from the monitor. "Hush now, my baby, don't make a peep." The voice wasn't a mimicry anymore. It was a fusion. It had my wife's gentle tone, but underneath it ran the gurgling, muddy current of the crawl space, a horrible harmony that made my teeth ache. It was inviting me in with the sound of our most intimate love. My wife found her voice, a raw, ragged whisper. "No, baby, no. Come to mommy." Our daughter looked at her real mother, and for a second, I saw a flicker of confusion, a war behind her eyes. The thing's humming grew louder, more insistent, filling the room, vibrating in the boards beneath us. The drip from the vent sped up. Drip, drip, drip. I moved. I didn't have a plan. I had instinct. I threw back the covers and lunged across the bed, not for my daughter, but for the thing in the doorway. My hand passed through the shadowy silhouette of my wife. It was like plunging my arm into a vat of freezing, viscous oil. A cold so intense it burned shot up to my shoulder. The shadow swirled and dissolved around my arm, and I saw what was underneath for a fleeting second. A tangled, pulsing mass of dark, woody tendrils and slick, grayish membrane, like the roots of a rotten tree grown through decaying meat. The humming became a furious, vibrating shriek. My daughter cried out, a sound of betrayal and pain. The thing's other hand, the one not holding hers, lashed out. It wasn't a hand anymore. It was a whip of knotted cord and sharp, chitinous hooks. It wrapped around my forearm, yanking me off the bed and onto the floor with a force that knocked the wind from me. I was being pulled into the closet, into the tunnel. My wife screamed again, but this time it was a battle cry. She scrambled across the bed and grabbed our daughter around the waist, pulling her back, trying to break her grip on the thing's hand. Our daughter wailed, caught between two forces. The thing in the doorway was strong, impossibly strong. I dug my heels into the carpet, but I was sliding toward the black opening. I could smell the rot, feel the cold air flowing out. My wife wrapped both arms around our daughter and pulled with all her might. For a second, our daughter was a rope in a tug of war. Then, with a sound like tearing Velcro and breaking twigs, her small hand came free from the thing's grasp. The thing shrieked, a sound of pure, scalding rage that wasn't a sound at all but a pressure in my skull. It yanked hard, and I slid another foot into the closet, the threshold right in front of my face. My wife didn't hesitate. She let go of our daughter, who fell sobbing on the bed, and she threw herself at the thing. She didn't go through the shadow. She went for the center of the swirling darkness, arms flailing, nails scratching. She connected with something solid. She let out a grunt of effort and pain, but she shoved with all her weight. The thing, off balance, its focus split, stumbled back a step into the tunnel. Its grip on my arm loosened for a fraction of a second. I ripped my arm free. I felt hooks tear through my skin, a hot, wet line of fire from wrist to elbow. I scrambled back, crab walking on the floor, pushing with my legs. My wife fell backward onto the floor beside me, her hands scratched and bleeding, her face splattered with something black and foul-smelling. The thing in the doorway gathered itself. The shadow of my wife was gone completely now. It was a column of furious, shifting darkness, studded with glimpses of wrong shapes, a coiled limb, a snapping mouth, a cluster of staring, sightless nodes. It took a step forward, back into our room. This was it. It was coming out, not to invite, to take. And then our daughter spoke. She was standing on the bed, tears streaming through the dirt on her cheeks, her little fists clenched. She wasn't looking at us. She was looking at the thing, and her voice was not her own. It was a channel, a conduit for the voice of the house. It was the gurgle, the whisper, the hum, and her own voice, all twisted into one commanding tone. No! The thing froze. It quivered, a vibration of frustrated power. This one is mine, the composite voice spoke through her. You are too loud. You break the walls. You are not for the deep down dark. You are for the edges. The quiet places. Go back. She pointed a trembling finger at the closet tunnel. "Go back and be quiet, or I will make you be quiet." The thing in the doorway seemed to hesitate, to wilt. The furious energy bled out of it, replaced by something else. Something like resentment and fear. It looked at my daughter, at this small vessel that held the authority of the house itself, and it shrank back. With a final, wet, sucking sound, it retreated into the tunnel. The closet door swung shut. Not with a bang. With a soft, definitive click. The nails were back in the wood, bent and twisted, but holding it fast. The dripping from the vent stopped. The hum of the fridge returned. The world rushed back in, loud and shocking. My daughter collapsed on the bed, unconscious or asleep, we couldn't tell. My wife and I crawled to each other, clutching our bleeding arms, holding onto each other, shaking too hard to even cry. We had faced it. We had fought. And we had survived because the house, in its own twisted logic, had chosen our daughter over us. She was its favorite, its true belonging. We were just the noisy guests. The sun rose. We cleaned our wounds. We watched our daughter sleep, her face peaceful, no dirt on her hands or feet. The playroom corner remained, but the hole I'd made was still there, a stark reminder. We didn't speak of what to do next. There was no next. We knew now. We could not leave her, and the house would not let us take her. We were stuck in a terrible, permanent equilibrium. We were the caretakers of the chosen one, living on the sufferance of the walls. That evening, as I made a simple dinner, my daughter came into the kitchen. She hugged my leg, a normal, warm, 5-year-old hug. "I'm sorry you got hurt, Daddy," she said. I told Molly not to be so rough with the loud ones. I patted her head, my throat too tight to speak. She smiled up at me, and her eyes were clear, loving, and entirely her own. But as she turned to skip away, she paused at the kitchen doorway. She didn't look back at me. She looked at the wall, and she whispered so softly I almost didn't hear it, "Soon it'll just be us. And we'll be so quiet." Then she was gone, leaving me alone with the sizzling pan and the terrible, certain knowledge that our reprieve was temporary. The house was patient. It had all the time in the world. And we were living on borrowed time, in the quiet edges of a home that had already decided who its real family was. Story number 2. My name is Sam, and the first thing you noticed was the jangling. It wasn't cheerful like sleigh bells. It was a cheap, tinny tinnitus that followed our every move through the pines as we set up the tent in that too-quiet clearing. She had this whole ritual, my wife, a whole safety drill she performed with the calm of a soldier. I watched her clip a canister of bear spray to her own belt loop, then to mine, her fingers cool and efficient. She powered on the little orange satellite communicator, the emergency kind, and set it on a flat rock like a tiny electronic altar. Then came the sewing kit. She pulled out a handful of those stupid little bells, the kind you'd put on a Christmas ornament, and she started sewing them onto the kids' jacket cuffs. Our son, who was 8 and trying to be brave, held his arm out stiffly. Our daughter, 6, giggled and shook her sleeve, filling the air with that frantic, metallic rustle. "See," my wife said, her voice bright and forced. "Now we'll always hear each other. Nothing can sneak up on us." She even sewed one onto the zipper pull of the tent door. The whole thing felt like overkill to me, a paranoid performance. We were just camping. I wanted to say something, to laugh it off and tell the kids we were fine, but I didn't. I saw the set of her jaw, the focused way her eyes scanned the tree line, and I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want to scare the kids, and honestly, I didn't want to start a fight. So I played along, nodding as she explained the rule. "Predators hate surprises," she told the kids, her tone like a teacher's. "The bells say we're here. We're loud. We're not prey. It draws a line." Our daughter looked at her jingling sleeve, her small face thoughtful. "What if the bear likes the music?" she asked. My wife laughed, a short, sharp sound that didn't reach her eyes. "No, sweetie. They hate it. It hurts their ears." But for a second, just a flicker, I saw a crack in her certainty. A shadow of the same doubt I felt. I didn't voice my real thought, that only a predator who wanted to be seen would appreciate a warning. A truly dangerous, one might just see it as a challenge. The afternoon sun slanted through the trees as we gathered firewood, our movements scored by that constant, jingling soundtrack. Every step my son took, every time my daughter brushed against a bush, it announced us. I felt foolish, like we were walking through a sacred library wearing clown shoes. By the time we got the fire going and the hot dogs roasted, the sound had baked into the background, just part of the forest's noise alongside the chirping birds and the sigh of the wind in the high branches. We made s'mores, the kids got sticky, and for a little while it felt normal. It felt good. As dusk settled, painting the sky in purple and orange, the forest sounds began to change. The day birds went quiet. The night insects started their buzzing choir. We got the kids into the tent, into their sleeping bags, and the last thing I saw before zipping the door was my wife placing the bear spray and a heavy flashlight right by her head, within easy reach. The tent was a cozy cave of shadows and rustling nylon. The kids whispered for a while, their voices small, until their breathing evened out into the deep, slow rhythm of sleep. My wife and I lay there in the dark, listening. The forest was alive with normal sounds. An owl called a soft, questioning hoo-hoo. Something small, a mouse or a chipmunk, scurried through the dry leaves nearby. The wind picked up a little, making the tent fabric flap gently. It was all okay. It was all just camping. Then my wife's hand found mine in the dark. Her grip was tight. "You think I'm being crazy," she whispered, her voice so low I barely heard it over the rustling. "No," I whispered back, but it was a lie. "It's just a lot. The bells. It feels like we're announcing ourselves." "That's the point," she said, but her voice lacked its earlier conviction. "We established the boundary. We make the rules here." I didn't argue. I just held her hand, feeling the rapid pulse in her wrist. We lay like that for what felt like an hour, listening, and then gradually the sounds began to fade. First the owl stopped. Mid-call, it just stopped. The insect buzz softened, then cut out completely like someone had thrown a switch. The wind died down to nothing. The leaves stopped moving. The only sound was the soft shush-shush of our own breathing and the faint, almost musical jingle from one of the kids' jackets as he shifted in his sleep. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was total. It was a vacuum. Every muscle in my body went tight. My wife's hand became a vice around mine. Her breathing turned shallow and quick next to me. This wasn't right. Forests are never this quiet. Something was out there, and everything in it was holding its breath because of it. I thought about the bear spray, about the axe I'd left leaning against a tree outside. I thought about joking, about saying, "Well, this is creepy, let's pack up at first light." But the words died in my throat. I looked at the dark lumps of my sleeping children, then at my wife's profile, a pale moonlit curve against the tent wall, rigid and alert. I had to be strong. I couldn't be the one who spooked. "Just the forest holding its breath," I whispered, forcing my voice to be calm. "Maybe a big animal walked through. A deer. It'll pass." She didn't answer. She just listened. The quiet pressed in on us, a physical weight on the tent. I strained my ears until they ached, trying to hear anything beyond the thunder of my own heartbeat in my skull. Then from the woods came a sound. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't a scream. It was a single dry crack, a branch breaking, but it was too loud for a raccoon, too solid for a falling pine cone. It was the kind of sound made by weight, deliberate weight. It came from the deep trees, from the direction opposite the little stream we'd found earlier. The direction we hadn't explored, the dark part of the tree line we'd never even looked at. My wife's fingernails dug into my palm. The sound didn't repeat. The forest stayed in that awful, waiting quiet. After a few minutes, the normal sounds began to trickle back, one by one, hesitant at first. A single cricket, the whisper of leaves. It was as if whatever had been there had moved on, satisfied with just letting us know it could stop the world. We finally slowly unclenched. We didn't speak. We just lay there, wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling of the tent as the false normalcy of the night sounds returned. The kids slept on, oblivious. The bell on my son's cuff jingled softly as he rolled over. The immediate clawing fear faded, replaced by a deep, cold unease that settled in my bones. We were okay. Nothing had happened. But as I lay there, a single thought circled in my head, relentless and clear. We'd been so careful to secure our little camp, to check the perimeter we could see. We never once looked the other way. The next morning felt like we'd dreamed the whole thing. Sunlight, real and warm, cut through the trees, and birds were chirping like nothing was wrong. My wife unzipped the tent with a forced cheerfulness, and the kids tumbled out, their bells jingling, ready for breakfast. We didn't talk about the quiet or the branch that broke. We just moved through the motions of making oatmeal on the camp stove, the normal sounds of clinking spoons, and the hiss of the propane, helping to push the night away. My wife kept glancing at the tree line, her eyes doing that constant scan, but her smile for the kids was steady. I told myself it had been a deer, maybe an elk, something big but normal. The forest was just being a forest. We spent the day close to camp. We tried to skip stones on the stream, we collected pine cones, and all the while those bells on their jackets jangled, a sound I was starting to hate. It felt less like a safety measure and more like a leash, tying us to a spot we'd announced to everything in the woods. My son, though, was quieter than usual. He didn't race ahead on the little paths. He stayed close, and a few times I caught him staring into the trees, not looking at anything in particular, just staring. I ruffled his hair. "You okay, buddy?" He nodded, not looking at me. "It's really big out here," he said, his voice small. I agreed that it was, and tried to sound like that was a good thing. The sky began to change in the afternoon. The blue turned a sickly yellow-gray, and the wind picked up, not a gentle breeze but a gusty, insistent push that made the tall pines sway and groan. The temperature dropped fast. We got the kids back to the tent, just as the first fat drops of rain spattered on the nylon roof. Then the storm hit in earnest. It didn't feel like weather. It felt like an attack. The rain hammered the tent canvas, a pounding, relentless drumbeat that drowned out all other sound. The wind shoved at the walls, trying to find a way in, making the whole structure shudder and strain against its guy lines. The kids huddled between us, wide-eyed. My wife had the flashlight on, casting crazy, jumping shadows. And the bells went insane. With every gust, every tremor of the tent, the bells on the jackets hanging from the gear loft and the one on the zipper pull went into a frantic, chaotic jangle. It was a tinny, screaming soundtrack to our fear. We were in a tiny ship in a roaring ocean, and we were ringing like crazy. I hated it. In the middle of the storm's rage, something else decided to pay us a visit. It started during a brief lull, a moment where the wind dropped just enough to hear the pounding rain. Beneath that sound, I heard it, not the wild, random jingling of our storm-shaken bells. This was different. A soft, rhythmic jingle-jangle, jingle-jangle. It had a pattern. 2 steps, a pause, 2 steps. It was moving. My eyes locked with my wife's across the tent. She heard it too. Her face went pale in the flashlight glow. The sound wasn't coming from the tent. It was outside. It was describing a slow, patient circle around us, just beyond the rain fly. Jingle-jangle. Pause. Jingle-jangle. Pause. My whole body froze. Every muscle locked solid. My breath stuck in my throat. The bear spray was in the corner. The axe was outside, useless. My instinct was to shout, to roar, to scare it away, but a deeper, older part of my brain screamed that movement was death. I was a statue, only my eyes moving, tracking the sound as it moved from the front of the tent, past my side, towards the back where my wife and the kids were. She reached out in the dark and grabbed my hand, squeezing so hard the bones ground together. Her whisper was thin, stretched tight. "It's just a curious raccoon. A big one. It'll leave." It was the first time her safety speech sounded like a prayer, not a fact. The circling stopped, right by my head, on the other side of the thin nylon wall. The rain pattered against the fly. Then I heard it, a wet, snuffling sound, a deep pulling in of air. Not a sniff, but an investigation. I felt the warmth of its breath through the fabric, a damp heat. And I smelled it, a faint, sour odor of wet dirt and something underneath, something sweet and gone bad like rotten fruit. The nylon wall moved. Just a little, a gentle push, a dent inward right near my ear. It was pressing its nose against our home. My heart was a frantic animal, trying to escape my chest. My son whimpered, and my wife shushed him, her hand clamping over his mouth gently. The snuffling stopped. For what felt like an hour, there was nothing but the rain and our own choked breathing. Then the bells jingled. Once, twice. A calm, almost polite sound. And then the sound began to fade, steps crunching on wet pine needles, the jangling getting softer and softer, walking, not running, back into the woods. We didn't move. We didn't speak. We waited until the gray light of dawn seeped through the tent fabric, until the rain slowed to a drizzle. The storm had passed. We were alive. The kids, exhausted from fear, had finally fallen asleep. My wife and I looked at each other, our faces hollow with lack of sleep and terror. "A raccoon," she said again, but it was a question. "A really big one," I agreed, my voice rough. We had to believe it. We had to move. We had to get out of the tent. I was the one who had to go first. My hands were shaking as I reached for the tent zipper. The bell on it jingled, a cheerful, normal sound that now felt like a mockery. I pulled the zipper down, the sound loud in the new quiet. The morning air was cool and clean, washed by the rain. The world looked renewed, the greens brighter, everything dripping. I crawled out, my legs stiff, and stood up, taking a deep breath. We had made it through the night. We were okay. I turned to help my wife out, and my eyes swept the ground around the tent, looking for storm damage. And that's when I saw it. In the soft, wet earth, Just 3 feet from where my head had been all night, clear as a photograph, was a footprint. It was deep, made by someone standing still, bearing down. It wasn't a paw print. It wasn't a claw. It was a perfect, bare human foot. The toes, the arch, the ball of the foot, all pressed into the mud. It pointed directly at the side of our tent. I stared at it, my brain refusing to fit the pieces together. The jingling circle, the sniffing, the warmth, the human foot. My wife crawled out, stood up, and followed my gaze. She made a small, choked sound, like all the air had been punched from her lungs. She didn't scream. She just took a step back, pulling our sleeping daughter close, her eyes fixed on the proof in the mud. The forest around us was peaceful, birds singing, water dripping from leaves. But the footprint was a black mark on the morning, a message left in the open. It said the thing from the night wasn't an animal. It had walked right up to us on 2 feet, and it had been wearing bells. We stood there for a long time, just staring at the footprint. It looked so ordinary, like someone had stepped out of a shower and onto soft ground. But here, in the middle of nowhere, it was the most impossible thing I'd ever seen. My wife was the first to move. She let go of our daughter and walked forward, her steps careful, like the ground might crack open. She knelt down next to the print, not touching it, just looking. Her face was blank, all the color gone. "We need to see the rest," she said, her voice flat. I didn't want to. I wanted to pack everything right then, throw the kids in the car, and never look back. But she was already turning, her eyes scanning the wet earth. I followed her, my heart a dull, aching thud in my chest. And we found them. More footprints. They came out of the trees on the far side of the clearing, the side we'd never checked. They walked in a straight line, then began a wide, looping circle around our tent, coming close where we'd heard the sniffing, then continuing around before heading back into the woods the same way they came. The path was clear in the mud, but the walk was all wrong. The steps were too long, a stretched out stride no person would use just walking around, and each foot was placed with a strange, deliberate precision, heel first, then the whole foot pressing down like someone measuring the earth. This wasn't someone lost. This was a patrol. My wife looked at me, and I saw the same understanding in her eyes. This changed everything. We got the kids up, keeping our voices light and fake. "Time for pancakes," I said, my smile feeling like a crack in plaster. We moved the camp stove to the other side of the fire pit, away from the footprints. We didn't talk about them. The kids, tired and hungry, didn't seem to notice the tense way we moved, or how our eyes kept darting to the trees. While I mixed batter, my wife started doing inventory. She always did this, checking our supplies, making sure everything was in its place. It was her way of controlling things. She opened the plastic storage bin we called the safety kit. Inside was the first aid kit, extra batteries, a knife, and a sealed Ziploc bag with a few of the spare bells in it. I watched her open the bin. I saw her freeze. Her hands, usually so steady, started to shake. She picked up the Ziploc bag. It was unzipped. The top was open, and inside, where there should have been 4 little bells, there were only 3. One was missing. It wasn't torn out. The bag wasn't ripped. It had been opened. My mind flashed to the night, to the thing outside our tent. It had been right there. It could have reached in if we'd left the bin open, but we hadn't. We'd closed it. Hadn't we? I walked over, my legs stiff. "Did you?" I started. She shook her head fast. "No. I sealed it yesterday after I sewed the last one on her jacket." "I know I did." She looked at the kids, then back at the bag, her whisper urgent. "It was inside the kit. Inside the bag. It didn't break in, it opened it." A cold feeling, colder than the morning air, settled in my stomach. This wasn't just something walking around. This was something that had been inside our perimeter, that had handled our things, that had taken a piece of our stupid safety ritual. Why? Why take a bell? We checked the kids' jackets. Every bell she'd sewn on was still there, jingling mockingly. The one missing was an extra, meant for the food bag we'd hung in a tree. The thing had taken a trophy. We made breakfast in a daze. The pancakes were bland lumps, but the kids ate them. My wife and I just moved food around on our plates. We had a silent conversation over their heads. My face begged we leave. Now, we run. Her face was a war. I saw terror in her eyes, a raw, primal fear. But I also saw something else, stubbornness, a refusal to be beaten. This was her rule, her safety plan. To run was to admit it had failed, that the predator had won. When the kids were busy trying to coax a squirrel closer with crumbs, she leaned in close to me. "If we run, it wins," she hissed, her voice low and fierce. "It knows it scared us. It'll know we're prey." We have to show it we're not. We have to hold the line. She was using her own predator psychology lesson against herself, and it was terrifying to watch. I didn't agree. I thought we were fools. But looking at our son's quiet face, our daughter's trusting eyes, I also knew running through miles of dense forest with two small kids, with something that knew the land better than we did, was its own kind of danger. We were stuck, so we didn't run. Instead, I did something almost as stupid. I took out my phone. "What are you doing?" My wife asked, her voice sharp. "Proof," I said, though that was only part of it. I needed to make it real, to capture the impossible. I started taking pictures. The first footprint by the tent. The long, looping trail. The strange, stretched out stride. I zoomed in on the details. The pictures looked fake, like something from a movie, but the mud on my boots was real. My wife watched me, her arms crossed tight over her chest. She didn't stop me. Then, she started her own new ritual. It was the safety drill, but amplified sharper. "New rule," she announced to the kids, her voice too bright. "Bear spray stays in the tent at night now. Right by the door." She brought both canisters inside. Then she made the kids practice. "Show me how you hold it," she said to our daughter. The small girl held the big canister with both hands. "Now, where do you point?" "At the bad thing's face," our daughter recited. "And you never put your finger here until you're ready," my wife said, tapping the safety trigger. It was heartbreaking. This was how we were spending our family vacation, preparing for an attack. We tried to find reasons, normal reasons, for what was happening. A homeless person, we whispered to each other. Someone living off the grid, mentally unwell, playing a mean trick. But the reasons crumbled like old bread. What homeless person walks miles barefoot in a storm? What survivalist is that quiet, that patient? And what kind of person, any kind, takes a single cheap jingly bell? The day dragged on, long and tense. We didn't venture from the clearing. We built up the fire. We gathered more wood, staying within sight of the tent. My son stayed close to me, not talking much. I tried to get him to play, to throw a ball, but he just shook his head and sat on a log, looking at the trees. The shadows started getting longer. The evening chill came back. We made dinner early, hot dogs again, and ate quickly. As my wife cleaned up, I took the axe and finally brought it inside the tent, leaning it against the wall near my head. It felt good to have it close, a solid weight. I turned to say something to my wife, and that's when I saw our son. He was already in his sleeping bag, but he wasn't lying down. He was sitting up, staring at the green nylon wall of the tent. His head was tilted, just a little, to the side. He was completely still, his eyes wide and unblinking. He was listening. A shiver crawled up my back. "Hey, buddy," I said, keeping my voice soft. "You okay?" He didn't look at me. He just kept staring at the wall, as if he could see right through it. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I froze. I listened with every cell in my body. I heard the crackle of our fire outside. I heard my wife packing the food bin. I heard the normal, settling sounds of the forest at dusk. "Hear what?" I asked. He didn't answer for a long moment. Then he blinked, slowly, and looked down at his hands. "Nothing," he said. I thought I heard the bell. He meant our bells, the ones on his jacket. But his jacket was hanging up, still. The tent was quiet. I told him it was probably just the wind, a memory of the storm. I told him to get some sleep. He lay down and closed his eyes. I sat there in the growing dark, the axe handle cool under my palm, and I listened until my ears rang with the strain. I heard nothing but the ordinary night. But the look on his face, the absolute focus of his listening, stayed with me. He had heard something, or something had been listening to him. The fire died down to embers. We all zipped ourselves into the tent for the second night, a family in a green nylon bubble. The missing bell, the footprints, the open bag, they were all out there in the dark with us. We had decided to stay. We had shown our nerve. But as I lay there in the blackness, waiting, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't drawn a line at all. We had just rung a dinner bell and sat down at the table, waiting to see who would come to eat. And my son, my quiet boy, was already hearing a call the rest of us couldn't. The second night was worse than the storm. The storm was an enemy you could understand, a noisy, angry force. This was different. The forest was so still it felt like the whole world was waiting, listening with us. There was no wind, no owl, no insects. The air in the tent was warm and close, smelling of nylon and our own nervous sweat. We lay in the dark, all of us awake, not even pretending to sleep. The only sound was the shallow pull of our breathing. My wife had the bear spray in her hand. My fingers were curled around the axe handle. We had become statues, frozen in anticipation. Then, at what felt like midnight, the bells jingled. Not from far away in the trees. This was right outside, a foot from the rain fly. A single, soft jingle-jangle. The sound was a violation, a poke in the dark. My son gasped a tiny, sharp breath. My wife's hand found my arm in the dark, her grip like iron. We waited. The sound didn't come again. For a few heartbeats, there was just that pressing, watchful calm. Then a voice cut through the dark. It was low, a gritty, wet rumble, like words spoken through a mouth full of mud and pine needles. It whispered, right up against the tent fabric, jingle-jangle. I'm here. No surprise. My blood turned to ice. It was talking. It was using her words. The words she'd said to the kids about predators hating surprises. It had been listening that first day. It wasn't just hunting us. It was studying us. And it had learned to talk. My daughter screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure terror that shattered the awful calm. The thing outside let out a laugh, a choked, gurgling sound that was nothing like a human laugh. It was the sound of water in a clogged drain. Chaos erupted inside the tent. I fumbled for the flashlight, my hands slick. My wife was already moving, shifting to put herself between the kids and the wall where the voice had been. "Stay back!" she yelled, her voice cracking. And then we all saw it. The zipper on the tent's inner door, the one right by our feet, started to move. The little metal pull began to slide down. Slowly. Not a yank. Not a tear. A smooth, steady unzipping. Someone was opening the door from the outside. "No!" I roared, scrambling forward, the axe forgotten. I grabbed for the zipper pull, trying to yank it back up. But it kept moving, the teeth separating with a low, rasping buzz. My wife swung the flashlight beam toward the door, her hand shaking. The circle of light landed not on the door, but on our son. He was sitting up in his sleeping bag. His face was pale, his eyes wide and blank, like he was watching a TV screen only he could see. His small hand was stretched out. His fingers were curled around the zipper pull on the inside of the tent. He was the one opening the door. "Stop!" my wife cried, her voice breaking. "Baby, stop!" He didn't look at her. He just kept pulling, his movements mechanical, like a little robot. The zipper was halfway down now, a black gap opening to the even blacker night outside. I lunged across the tent and grabbed his wrist. His skin was cold. "Buddy, let go!" I said, my voice a harsh whisper. He blinked, slowly, and his eyes seemed to focus on mine for a second. A tremor went through him. "He gave me a bell," he said, his voice small and flat, a recording. He said to practice. Then his eyes went distant again, and his fingers tightened on the pull. My wife was already tearing his sleeping bag apart, her hands frantic. She grabbed his pillow, a small camping pillow, and ripped the case open. Something fell out into her lap, glinting in the flashlight beam. It was a bell, but it wasn't one of ours. Ours were shiny and cheap. This one was tarnished, a dull, old brass color. It was tied to a thin, dirty leather cord like a necklace. It was a trophy from somewhere else, from someone else. And he'd been sleeping on it. My wife made a sound, a raw, wounded thing from deep in her throat. She threw the bell across the tent, like it was a spider. It hit the wall with a soft thunk and lay there. I finally pried my son's fingers from the zipper. He didn't fight me. He just went limp, his blank stare fixed on the roof of the tent. I zipped the door shut with frantic, jerky motions, my heart hammering against my ribs. Once it was closed, I grabbed the axe and shoved the handle through the two zipper pulls, barring the door shut. We sat there, panting, listening. The thing outside didn't roar. It didn't shake the tent. We heard that wet, gurgling chuckle again, low and close. Then, the sound of bare feet on pine needles. Crunch, crunch, jingle-jangle. It was walking away, but not back toward the trees. The steps moved in a slow circle around our tent again, a full, lazy loop, the bells on it jingling a soft, taunting melody. Then, finally, the sounds faded, not into the distance, but just away, as if it had stepped into a hole in the world. We were left in a wreckage of terror. My daughter was sobbing, curled into a ball. My wife held her, rocking back and forth, but her eyes were on our son. He just lay there, staring up, tears now leaking from the corners of his eyes, tracking through the dirt on his face. The immediate danger had passed. The thing was gone. The door was barred. We were safe for now. But something had broken. The thing hadn't just gotten close. It had gotten inside. It had reached into my son's mind and turned his hand against us. It had planted its own poison seed right in our nest. My wife clutched our daughter, her own tears silent. I moved over to my son, putting a hand on his cold cheek. "Hey," I whispered. "You're okay. You're here with us." He turned his head slowly to look at me. The confusion and fear in his eyes were his own again, not that terrible blankness. "Dad," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He showed me how. In my dream. He's in the trees. He started to cry then, real, shuddering sobs of a scared little boy. I pulled him close, holding him tight, feeling his small body shake. We had survived the attack. We were all together in one piece. But as I held my son, feeling the tremors run through him, I knew the real damage wasn't to the tent. The fortress we had to protect wasn't made of nylon and zippers anymore. It was made of trust, of safety, of the belief that our own minds were our own. And that fortress had a crack in it now, a crack as thin as a zipper's track, and something from the trees had already slipped through. We stayed like that, huddled together, until the first gray light of a new day began to seep in, a dawn that brought no comfort, only the grim reality of what we now had to face. The morning after was brittle, like thin ice over a deep, dark pond. We didn't talk much. We moved around each other carefully, as if we were made of glass. The first thing my wife did, in the cold gray light, was gather up all our bells. The ones from the kids' jackets, the one from the tent zipper. She didn't say a word. She walked to the fire pit, stirred the ashes with a stick, and dropped them in. Then she poured a little camp stove fuel on the pile and lit a match. The plastic on the bells melted first, curling and blackening, and then the little metal balls inside popped with tiny, sad pings. We burned the bells at dawn. The smell was awful, like poison and burnt toys, and the absence of their sound left a space in the air that felt louder than any noise. It was our declaration. No more warnings. No more announcements. Our new rule was quiet. But the act felt hollow, pointless. The thing already had a bell. It had given one to my son. We ate a cold breakfast of granola bars. My wife couldn't look at our son for more than a second. When she did, her eyes would flicker with something awful, not anger, but a flash of fear, of subconscious blame. It broke my heart to see it. He wasn't just our little boy anymore. In her eyes, he had become a doorway, a place where the outside had gotten in. He felt it too. He stayed close to me, quiet, picking at his food. I knew we couldn't stay like this. We needed a way out. I pulled the satellite communicator from the safety bin. The little orange screen glowed with a friendly, normal light. This was our lifeline, our one connection to a world where things made sense. My hands were shaking as I typed out the message. I didn't know what to say. Help wasn't enough. I tried to make it clear, to use words that would get a fast response. Family of 4. Remote camp. Intruder. Human mimic. Threat. Have children. Send help. I hit send. The little icon spun, searching for the sky. It felt like an eternity, standing there in the clearing, holding that stupid little device, praying for a connection. My wife stood beside me, her arms wrapped tight around herself. The kids watched from the tent door. Then a beep. A reply. My heart leapt. I fumbled to open it. The message was short, professional, and it dropped into my gut like a stone. Rangers dispatched. ETA 26 hours. Maintain position if safe. 26 hours. A full day and a night. More than a whole day in this place, with that thing after everything that had happened. The word "if" echoed in my head. If safe. It wasn't safe. It had never been safe. I showed the screen to my wife. Her face hardened, a mask of grim resolve. "Okay," she said, her voice flat. "Then we hold out." But the hope of rescue, the idea that someone was coming, felt thin and distant. 26 hours was a countdown, and I wasn't sure we could last one more night. We had to understand what we were up against. I knelt down in front of my son. He looked so small. "Hey, pal," I said, keeping my voice soft. "Can you tell me about the man in your dream?" He looked at his hands. "He wasn't scary at first," he whispered. He smiled. His skin was like the bark on the old pine. He talked nice. He said I was a good helper. He said the forest was his home, and he liked visitors. He showed me how to open things. He said it was a game. To be helpful. It wasn't a possession. It was a persuasion. The thing had simply found a better argument than we had, a sweeter, quieter lure, and my son had listened. The line between a dream and something else was gone, rubbed out. We spent the rest of the day in a frenzy of useless activity. We couldn't run. The idea of trying to hike out with 2 kids, through miles of unfamiliar woods, with that thing following us, it was suicide. We had to fortify. We had to make our stand. It felt pathetic, like kids building a pillow fort against a tornado. We gathered every stick we could find, every fallen branch. We used a hatchet to sharpen their ends and drove them into the soft ground in a wobbly circle around our tent, a puny fence. We piled rocks inside the tent, smooth river stones, to use as weapons if it got inside again. Every snap of a twig from the woods made us jump. Every rustle of leaves turned our heads. We were wound so tight I thought we might just break. My wife was different. The fear in her had cooked down into a cold, feral sort of rage. She wasn't the safety officer anymore. She was a mother wolf backed into a den. She stopped talking about rules and started talking about tactics. "If it comes at the door, we both spray," she said, her eyes on the tree line. "We aim for the face, and we don't stop. We fight to the car, not to the road. The car has locks." She was planning our fighting retreat, and it made everything feel more real, more final. As the afternoon sun began to slant through the trees, painting long, creeping shadows across our clearing, I caught my son standing by the tent door again. He wasn't trying to open it. He was just standing there, one hand on the nylon, staring at nothing. In his other hand, he was rubbing two of the smooth river stones together, over and over. Click, 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 click. The sound was soft, rhythmic. It was the same rhythm as the jingling steps that had circled our tent. My blood went cold. "Hey," I said, walking over. "What are you doing, buddy?" He looked up, his eyes a little foggy. "Just playing," he said. But he didn't stop. Click, 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 click. I gently took the stones from his hand. His fingers were cold. "Let's find a different game," I said, trying to smile. He let me take them, but he watched my hand, a confused look on his face, as if he couldn't remember why he'd been holding them. Dusk came on, the sky turning a deep, bruised purple. We ate another cold meal. We didn't light a fire. We wanted the dark, wanted to hide. We zipped ourselves into the tent as the last of the light faded. The axe was by my head. The bear spray was in my wife's hand. The kids were between us. We had barred the door again with the axe handle. We had done everything we could think of. We were a fortress of nylon and fear. Outside, the world grew dark. The normal sounds of twilight faded away, leaving a space so empty it hummed in my ears. We waited. We listened. We were ready for the jingling, for the voice, for the attack. But the night stayed empty. No sounds. No movement. Just the vast, watchful dark of the forest. The tension was a wire stretched too tight. After an hour of nothing, a strange thought crept into my mind. Maybe it was over. Maybe showing our teeth, burning the bells, preparing to fight, maybe it had worked. Maybe the thing had moved on, looking for easier, quieter prey. A tiny, desperate hope began to kindle in my chest. We had made it through the day. We had a plan. Rescue was coming. We just had to last the night. My wife's breathing began to even out next to me. My daughter's small hand relaxed its grip on my shirt. My son's eyes were closed. Maybe, just maybe, we could do this. We could wait it out. I let my head rest back against my backpack, the axe still in my lap, and allowed myself to believe, for the first time since we saw the footprint, that we might actually get out of here. The night stretched on, quiet and deep, and for a few precious minutes, in the absolute calm, I almost convinced myself we had won. That hope was a lie, and it didn't last long. The third night, the thing stopped trying to scare us. It started trying to teach us, and the lesson was that we were utterly, playfully outclassed. The quiet broke not with a jingle, but with a new sound. From the tree line to our left, click, 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 a perfect copy of the rhythm my son had made with the stones. It was answered a moment later from the right side of the clearing. Click, 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 a call and response. There was more than one out there. My wife's hand tightened on the bear spray. My daughter buried her face in my side. Then, a beam of light swept across the tent wall. It was our flashlight, the big one that had been in the safety bin. It was in its hands now, out there in the dark. The light didn't search. It played. It made shapes against the green nylon. A wobbly circle. A jerky bird in flight. A hopping rabbit. Simple, silly shapes, the kind you'd make to entertain a child. A low, fascinated gasp escaped my daughter. She was terrified, but the part of her that was 6 years old was captivated by the magic show on the wall of her prison. My heart shattered. It was tailoring its horror to its audience. Then the voice came back. But it wasn't the wet, gritty whisper. This was different. It was smoother, softer. It came from right outside, right next to where my son lay. And it used my voice. Not a perfect copy, but close enough, a warm, dad-like tone I used when he had a nightmare. "It's okay, buddy," it said, the words seeping through the fabric. "You can come out. I've got you. It's just a game. Hearing my own love used as a weapon against my child wasn't a sound. It was a surgery without anesthesia. My son let out a small, wounded cry and clapped his hands over his ears, curling into a ball. Something in me snapped. The fear boiled over into a rage so pure it burned everything else away. I lunged toward the wall, my face inches from the nylon. "Leave him alone!" I screamed, my voice raw and cracking in the small space. "Get away from us!" The forest swallowed my shout. There was no echo. For a second, nothing. Then from all around the tent, from the left, the right, the back, came that sound. That choked, gurgling laughter. Not from one throat. From many. It surrounded us, a circle of ugly amusement. We were in the center of a ring, and they were laughing at the clown. I slumped back, the fight draining out of me, replaced by a cold, helpless dread. But the laughter did something else. It broke the last of my wife's fear. I saw it happen. In the dim glow from the flashlight shapes still dancing on the wall, I saw her face change. The terror melted away, replaced by a cold, hard clarity. The mother wolf was gone. Now she was a hunter. She moved close to me, her mouth against my ear. "It's curious," she whispered, her breath hot. "It wants to see. It wants to play. That's our only advantage." "What advantage?" I hissed back, despair in my voice. "We use it," she said, her eyes gleaming. "We bait it." One quick flash of light out the door. A tease. When it comes to look, we spray it in the face. We end this. It was a desperate, crazy plan. But it was a plan. It was action instead of waiting. I nodded, my jaw clenched. She positioned herself right by the door, her finger on the bear spray trigger, her body coiled. I had our last small flashlight. My job was to pull the axe handle from the zippers, unzip the door just a crack, shine the light out for 3 seconds, then slam it shut. It was our turn to ring a bell. My hands were slick with sweat. I carefully pulled the axe handle free. The zipper pulls dangled. I took a breath, counted to 3 in my head, and pulled the zipper down 6 inches. A sliver of pure black night appeared. I shoved the flashlight through the gap and clicked it on, sweeping the beam in a short, quick arc across the ground in front of the tent. The bright circle lit up wet grass, a pine cone, our pathetic stick fence. For those 3 seconds, we were the most visible, vulnerable things in the universe. My heart hammered against my ribs. 1,000. 2,000. Nothing charged. No shape lunged into the light. 3,000. I yanked the flashlight back in and went to zip the door shut. And then we heard it. A soft, scraping sound, not from in front of us, from directly above, on the roof of the tent. A slow, dragging scrape, like a fingernail on the taut canvas. We all looked up. The scraping stopped right over our heads. Then came a soft, ripping sound. A small, neat slit opened in the roof, a black cut in the green. And something fell through. It landed with a soft thump and a single, clear jingle on my daughter's sleeping bag, right between her legs. It was a bell. Another old, tarnished bell on a leather cord. It had dropped it through our roof like we were a mailbox. The message was delivered. Our counterattack was a joke. It had been above us the whole time. I zipped the door shut with a frantic jerk and rebarred it, my hands trembling so bad I could barely fit the handle through the loops. We sat in the dark, breathing hard, staring at the bell on the sleeping bag like it was a live snake. My wife was the first to move. She picked up the satellite communicator, her face a stone, maybe to check the time, to see how many hours were left until the Rangers came. The screen glowed to life in her hands, and then her breath caught. It wasn't the menu screen. It showed a new message, just received. Not from the emergency service. From an unknown code, a string of numbers. The message was short. She turned the screen so I could see it. The green letters burned into my eyes. Bells are for finding. Come find me. The tiny device felt like a live wire in her hand. Our one link to the outside world, our lifeline, was compromised. It wasn't a tool anymore. It was another one of its toys. The thing wasn't just in the woods. It was in the system, or it could pretend to be. The concept of rescue, of rangers coming to save us, evaporated like mist. The rules we understood were gone. My wife's face was blank with shock. Then slowly a new expression settled on it. Not fear, not rage, resignation. A terrible, calm understanding. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She just stood up, walked to the door of the tent, and unbarred it again. I thought she was going to walk out, to give herself up. Instead, she stepped just outside, picked up a good-sized rock from our pathetic pile, came back in, and without a word, brought the rock down on the satellite communicator. Once, twice, 3 times. Plastic cracked. The screen went black. Shards skittered across the tent floor. She had smashed our tether to the modern world. We were truly, completely alone now. No bells, no rescue, no rules. Just us, the dark, and the thing that was teaching us how to play its game. She dropped the rock. It landed with a final thud. She looked at me, and then at our children, their faces pale and scared in the gloom. "It's just us now," she said, her voice quiet and strangely calm. "It's always been just us." The night held its breath outside. The flashlight shapes were gone. The laughing had stopped. The only sound was our breathing and the faint, ringing memory of that single, dropped bells jingle in our ears. We had tried to fight. We had tried to hide. We had tried to call for help. Every move had been countered. Every plan turned into a joke. We were in its classroom, and it was patiently showing us we had nothing left to try. We sat there in the broken quiet, a family in a green nylon bubble at the bottom of a very deep, dark well, waiting for the next lesson to begin. The gray light of a new dawn filtered into the tent, and it didn't feel like a new start. It felt like the same bad day, just brighter. The smashed pieces of the satellite communicator lay in the corner, a little pile of broken trust. We moved around them, not talking. My wife made peanut butter sandwiches with methodical slowness, her movements precise, like she was following a recipe in a bomb disposal manual. The kids ate without appetite. My son, though, was different. As the tent grew lighter, he stopped crying. He stopped fidgeting. He just settled. He finished his sandwich, wiped his hands on his pants, and looked at us with a calm that was worse than any fear. His eyes were clear, but they looked through us, not at us. "He says you're confused," he announced, his voice flat and matter-of-fact. "He says the forest is home. He says I can be quiet now, quieter than bells." Then he got up, walked to the far corner of the tent, and sat down facing the nylon wall. He folded his hands in his lap. He didn't move. He didn't make a sound. He just sat there, a small, still statue. My wife made a choked sound and started toward him, but I put a hand on her arm. This wasn't a tantrum. This wasn't our boy being stubborn. This was something else. It was a withdrawal. The thing had found a better argument, a promise of peace, of belonging, and he was listening. He was choosing its quiet over our chaos. The fracture between us, the crack the thing had made, was now a canyon. We couldn't carry him if we ran. He wouldn't come. We either had to wait for him to wake up from this trance, or we had to try to force him, to drag our own son kicking and screaming through the woods. Every parent bone in my body ached, but the survival instinct was a cold, sharp knife beside it. We were trapped not just by the thing in the woods, but by our own child. I couldn't sit still anymore. The tent felt like a coffin. I needed to see, to do something, even if it was stupid. "I'm going to look around," I whispered to my wife. "Just at the edge of the clearing. I need to think." Her eyes were wide with warning, but she just nodded, her hand going to the axe. She would stay with them. I picked up the bear spray, its weight familiar and comforting in my hand, and I unbarred the door. The morning air was cool and fresh, a mockery. I stepped out, my senses screaming. Every shadow seemed to move. Every leaf seemed to watch. I walked slowly, my boots crunching on the pine needles, staying just inside the tree line, making a wide circle around our camp. I wasn't looking for the thing. I was looking for anything, a clue, a weakness, a way out. I moved past the spot where we'd seen the first footprint. The rain had softened it, but the shape was still there, a ghost in the mud. I kept going, pushing through a thicket of young spruce trees, their branches wet and slapping at my arms. And that's when I found it, a small, sheltered hollow, hidden from view of the campsite by a tumble of moss-covered boulders. It was a nest, not a bird's nest, a person's nest, or something's. The ground was cleared of needles in a perfect circle. In the center, arranged with creepy care, was a collection. Dozens of little things, all placed in a slow, outward spiral. Shiny candy wrappers, smooth flat. A green plastic army man, faded by the sun. A child's pink hair clip. A cracked watch with a broken leather band. A single hiking boot, small for a kid. And bells. At least 10 of them, maybe more, all different. Tarnished brass, tarnished silver, on leather cords or bits of dirty string. They were arranged like prized jewels at the points of the spiral. This was its trophy case, its collection of souvenirs. It wasn't just hunting us. It was collecting us, or pieces of us. The hair clip could have been my daughter's. It wasn't. I'd seen hers in the tent, but it could have been. The small boot, I felt sick. This thing had been doing this for a long time. We weren't its first visitors. We were just the current exhibit. The cold feeling in my stomach wasn't fear anymore. It was a different cold. A focused, clear, and simple hatred. This thing wasn't a force of nature. It was a thief. A predator who stole trinkets and children's peace of mind. It kept trophies. It could be understood. And if it could be understood, maybe it could be beaten. I didn't touch anything. I just looked. I memorized the layout. And then, against every sane thought in my head, I reached down and picked up one of the bells from the outer edge of the spiral. It was cold and rough against my palm. I wasn't taking a trophy. I was taking a tool. I slipped it into my pocket. The weight of it was all wrong. I turned and made my way back to camp, my mind working in a way it hadn't for days. I was no longer thinking about defense. I was thinking about offense. When I got back to the tent, my wife was at the door, the axe in her hand, her face tight with worry until she saw it was me. "Anything," she whispered. I looked at my son, still facing the wall in the corner. I looked at my daughter, clutching her stuffed rabbit, her thumb in her mouth, a habit she'd given up years ago. I looked at my wife, the fierce, tired love of my life, backed into a corner. I made a decision. I wouldn't tell her about the nest. Not the details. The horror of that collection would break her, and I needed her strong. I needed her here with them. "Nothing new," I lied, my voice steady. "But I've been thinking. We can't wait for it anymore. Waiting is what it wants. It's playing with its food." She searched my face. "What are you saying?" I pulled the stolen bell from my pocket. I held it up. It jingled, a soft, dirty sound. "It likes games," I said. "It likes to be the teacher. So I'm going to give it a new game. One it didn't plan." Understanding dawned in her eyes, followed by pure terror. "No, you can't go out there. Not alone. Not at night. It's the only move we have left," I said, my voice low. "I'll be the bait. I'll draw it away from here. You keep the door barred. You keep the axe ready. You keep them safe. When it comes for me, you'll have a clear path. You get the kids, and you run for the car. Don't look back." "Sam," she breathed, my name a plea on her lips. It was the first time she'd said it in days, and it almost broke my resolve. "It's the only way," I said. "It's hunting a family. I'm going to give it a stag to chase instead." The day dragged on, longer than any day before. We didn't speak about the plan again. We just prepared. I checked the bear spray. I filled my pockets with a few energy bars. I tied my boots tight. My wife watched me, her eyes huge, but she didn't argue again. She just made sure the kids' jackets were ready, their shoes by the door. She was preparing to run. As the sun began to dip below the trees, painting the sky in fiery colors that felt like a cruel joke, I knelt in front of my son. He was still in the corner. "I'm going out for a bit, buddy," I said, my voice thick. He didn't turn around. He just gave a small, slow nod. "He knows," my son whispered, so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "He's waiting for you to play." I kissed the top of his head. I hugged my daughter so tight she squeaked. I held my wife's face in my hands and looked into her eyes, trying to say everything I couldn't say out loud. She kissed me, hard and desperate, a kiss that felt like a goodbye. The last of the light faded, and full dark settled over the forest, a dark that felt alive and hungry. I picked up the bear spray. I felt the bell in my pocket. I took one last look at my family, huddled together in the dim glow of a single, shielded flashlight. My wife met my gaze and gave me a single, sharp nod. It was time. I pulled the axe handle from the door, unzipped it, and stepped out into the night alone. I didn't look back. I heard the zipper close behind me, the soft scrape of the axe handle being shoved back through the loops, locking them in. I was outside. They were inside. And the game was finally mine to start. I walked away from the tent, away from the stick fence, toward the center of the clearing. The moon was a sliver, giving almost no light. The world was shapes and shadows. I stopped, my back to the tent. I took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air. Then I reached into my pocket, pulled out the tarnished bell, and held it up. I shook it. Not a frantic jingle. A slow, clear, rhythmic challenge. Jingle, jangle, jingle. I rang the dinner bell for myself. I stood in the open, completely exposed, and waited for the hunter to come find its new toy. I stood in the clearing, the stolen bell's jangle hanging in the still air, a tiny defiance in a vast, dark room. For a moment, nothing happened. The forest seemed to consider my move. Then it answered. From the tree line to my left, the clicking started. Click, click, click. Fast, agitated, not the slow mimicry from before. From the right, a low, guttural growl rumbled out, not from an animal's throat, but from one that tried to shape words and failed, a sound of pure irritation. I had pissed it off. Good. I heard movement, not from one direction, but from several. Soft crunches on the pine floor, the brush of bodies against ferns. They were converging. My plan was working. I was the interesting thing now. I took a step backward, toward the thicker woods opposite our tent. I shook the bell again. Jangle, jangle. Come on, I whispered into the dark. You like bells so much. Come get it. I backed into the trees, leaving the clearing behind. The dim glow of the tent's flashlight grew smaller, a distant, shrinking star. The space between me and my family felt like a canyon, miles wide, filling up with a black, hungry ocean. I was the bait, and I had to make sure the trap was far enough away. The thing wasn't charging. It was hurting me. It used sound to steer. A sharp crack of a branch to my right made me jump left. A soft jingle, different from my bell, echoed from ahead and slightly left, so I edged right. It was pushing me deeper, away from the camp, with a terrible, patient intelligence. It was separating the stag from the herd, just like I'd wanted, but the control was all its. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but my mind was clear, cold. I had the bear spray canister in my left hand, my thumb on the safety. I kept moving, stepping over logs, pushing through wet spiderwebs that clung to my face. I found a small, rocky outcrop, a tumble of mossy stones taller than me. I backed against it, putting the solid rock to my back. Good. Nothing could get behind me now. I could face whatever came from the front. I clicked on my flashlight, sweeping the beam in a shaky arc. The light caught movement between two pine trees 20 feet away. A flicker of something tall and impossibly thin, there and then gone. My breath caught. I aimed the beam and held it steady. It stepped into the light, just for half a second. It was tall, taller than any man, and so thin it looked stretched. Its skin wasn't bark, but it was etched with deep, dark lines and grooves, like mud that had dried and cracked in the sun. It was barefoot, its feet long and bony. Around its neck, hanging from a cord, was a cluster of bells, tarnished, jingly bells like the one in my pocket. And its eyes. They reflected the flashlight beam, but not with the flat shine of an animal. They held the light, calculated it, and looked back at me with a cold, knowing intelligence. A predator's eyes, but a thinking one. Then it was gone, melting back into the shadows. It wasn't an animal that learned to act like a man. It was something older that had forgotten what it was to be human, and was now just collecting the pieces. The forest around me felt different. The clicking had stopped. The growling was gone. I was alone with it. I slowly panned my flashlight up, over the ferns, over the trunks of the trees, and then up the rock face I was leaning against. There, on top of the mossy stones, silhouetted against the slightly less black sky, was the long, thin figure. It was standing right above me. It wasn't holding a weapon. In its long-fingered hand was my daughter's small, pink hairbrush, the one she'd been missing since yesterday. It brought the brush to its head and slowly, deliberately, ran it through the matted, twig-filled mess of its hair, in a grotesque parody of a little girl getting ready for bed. It looked down at me and smiled. A wide, crack of a smile with too many teeth, all of them dark and wrong. My blood went cold. It had been in the tent. It had taken the brush from right beside her sleeping bag. The message was clear. Your fortress is my playground. It spoke, its voice now clear, almost conversational and horribly gentle. You rang, it said. Then it opened its fingers. The pink hairbrush tumbled down, end over end, and landed with a soft plastic tap at my feet. I stared at it, a little piece of my daughter's world lying in the dirt. And then from far behind me, from the direction of the tent, a new sound cut the night. Not a scream, not a jingle. It was the single, sharp, desperate crack of the axe hitting wood. The sound of a door being broken open. My wife. The kids. The thing on the rock above me tilted its head, listening to the sound of its other game beginning. Its wide, cracked smile grew even wider. It had never taken the bait. It had just sent me out here to play, to keep me busy, while the real game started back at the tent. I had failed. I turned, abandoning the rock, my flashlight beam jerking wildly as I ran, crashing back through the brush, my lungs burning, toward the sound, toward my family, with the things wet, chuckling laughter following me into the dark. Story number 3. My name is Sam, and this all started because of the most ridiculous, stupid bet I have ever heard in my life. See, it was the middle of finals week at college, and the library was packed but weirdly quiet. the kind of quiet where you can practically hear the stress coming off people in waves. I was there with my roommate, who is an archaeology major and takes everything super seriously, and this guy from down the hall who is a philosophy major and thinks he's smarter than everyone else. We were all running on too much caffeine and not enough sleep, just trying to push through one more night of studying, when the philosophy guy pointed across the main reading room. Over in the far corner was this big, old, wrought iron gate, black and ornate and totally out of place. It sealed off a wing of the library that no one ever talked about, the parapsychology and restricted collections. He smirked at us and said, in that know-it-all voice of his, "I bet you there is nothing in there but a bunch of outdated encyclopedias and dead air. It's all just for show, to make the library seem more mysterious. Total scam." My roommate, who has a literal mind and loves a concrete challenge, just looked at him and said flatly, "Prove it." And just like that, the bet was on. It was 2 a.m, and the few other students around were zombies buried in their books, so no one paid us any mind as we walked over to the gate. It looked imposing, but when my roommate gave the old padlock a firm tug, it just popped open with a rusty squeak. It didn't make a loud noise. It made this deep, resonant thud that felt wrong, like the sound was too big for the space and got swallowed up by the shadows. She pushed the gate open, and the air that flowed out was immediately different. It was colder, a dry chill that went right through my sweatshirt, and it smelled strange, like a mix of old paper, leather bindings, and something else, something sharp like after a lightning storm. The lights in the restricted wing weren't the bright fluorescent tubes of the main library. They were these old-fashioned sconces on the walls with bulbs that gave off a flickering, greenish glow. The shadows they cast didn't stay still. They seemed to stretch and shift as we walked in, like they were alive and watching us. Rows and rows of shelves stretched back into the gloom, packed with books that looked older than the school itself. The whole place felt separate from the world we'd just left, like we'd stepped into a different, colder dimension. We wandered in, our footsteps making no sound on the thick carpet, the stupid bet now feeling a lot less funny. The philosophy guy tried to keep up his act, poking at books with pretentious Latin titles, but even his voice was hushed. My roommate was in her element, her eyes scanning everything with a scholar's intensity. We turned down an aisle that seemed darker than the others, and at the very end was a single, heavy wooden desk, like something a Victorian librarian would use. It was dusty and bare except for a single deep drawer. My roommate, without a word, walked up and pulled the drawer open. It slid out smoothly, which was surprising given how old everything looked. Inside, under a stack of yellowed academic journals, was a Ouija board. Now, I've seen those things before, the cheap cardboard ones they sell at toy stores around Halloween. This was not that. This was a solid slab of dark, lacquered wood, heavy and serious. The letters and numbers were painted on in precise, faded white paint, and the planchette, the thing you're supposed to move, was a teardrop-shaped piece of smoky glass, smooth and cool to the touch. The philosophy guy let out a short, dry laugh that echoed in the still air. "Well, look at that," he said, trying to sound dismissive. "A cliché in a closet. How utterly predictable." But my roommate wasn't listening. She reached in and carefully lifted the board out, placing it on the desk. She ran her fingertips over the surface, her expression completely focused. "This isn't a toy," she whispered, and her voice was so low we had to lean in to hear her. "This is a tool, a serious one. And look," she pointed to the center of the wood, where the varnish was worn down in a smooth patch from the glass. "It's been used. A lot." The bet was forgotten now, replaced by a crawling curiosity that was stronger than my growing unease. We decided, right then and there, to try it. Just as a joke, we told ourselves. A stress reliever. A sociological experiment, the philosophy guy said. Historical reenactment, my roommate called it. I was just the literature major along for the ride, the one who would probably write about it later. We cleared a space on the dusty desk, put the board down, and placed our fingertips lightly on the edges of the glass planchette. It felt silly and childish. The philosophy guy, with a smirk, asked the first question. "Is anyone there?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the glass under our fingers twitched. It wasn't a shake or a wobble from our nervous hands. It was a sudden, sharp jerk. Then it began to move, sliding across the polished wood with a purpose that didn't feel like any of us were guiding it. It went to the letter T, then H, then E. We watched, spellbound, as it spelled out the entire word THE. It didn't stop. Librarian, the librarian. We all stared at the word, and then the philosophy guy burst out laughing, a loud, nervous sound that shattered the quiet. The library ghost has a job title. That's hilarious. My roommate and I joined in, the laughter bubbling up mostly from relief. It was just a coincidence, our muscles twitching, our subconscious minds playing a trick. That's what I desperately wanted to believe. But the laughter died in our throats, cut off as if by a knife, because the planchette kept moving. It left the word and slid smoothly, quickly, to the section of the board with numbers. It went to B, then F, then to the numbers 1, 0, for 3. It paused, moved to a dot, then went to the letters A, and then 4 and 7. It stopped. We took our hands off, like the glass had suddenly become red hot. What was that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My roommate, her face pale in the greenish light, was already deciphering it. BF 1043. A 47, she said, her tone flat. It's a Dewey Decimal call number. For a book. The philosophy guy recovered first, his bravado rushing back in. So it gave us a book number. Big deal. Probably some boring old text on spiritualism. But the chill in the air felt deeper now. This wasn't a word, it was an address. A specific location in this maze of forgotten knowledge. The bet was no longer about proving something was a scam. It was about following a trail we didn't understand. We had to find the book. It felt less like a choice and more like the next inevitable step. Using the dim lights and the faded labels on the ends of the shelves, we navigated deeper into the restricted stacks. The aisles felt narrower, the ceiling lower. Finally, we found the right section. BF for philosophy, psychology, and parapsychology. Row 1043. We walked down the line, our eyes scanning the spines until we found it. A 47. The book was thinner than I expected, bound in dark blue cloth that was fraying at the edges. The title stamped in gold on the spine was almost completely worn away. Carefully, my roommate pulled it from the shelf. The title on the front cover was clearer, On Spectral Convergence by Alistair F. We looked at each other. The philosophy guy took it from her, flipping it open. The pages were brittle and yellow. He turned to the front, where an old paper pocket was glued inside the cover, the kind they used for checkout cards before computers. A single, yellowed card was inside. He slid it out. There was one entry, written in a precise, spidery hand with fountain pen ink that had faded to a rusty brown. It had a date, October 31st, 1923. No name was written in the borrower's space. It was just that one date, hovering alone in the past. A book checked out on Halloween a century ago and never returned, or maybe returned to this isolated shelf to wait. The philosophy guy grinned, all his fears seemingly converted into a performative thrill. Well, he said, pulling out his modern student ID card from his wallet. For the aesthetic. Before we could say anything, he marched over to the ancient, standalone computer terminal near the restricted section entrance. A machine that looked like it was from the 1990s and was only used for inventory. He scanned the book's barcode, then his ID. The machine beeped, a low and accepting sound. A line of text flashed on the green-on-black screen. Item checked out. He tucked the book under his arm like a trophy. Let's get out of this creepy place. I've got a philosophy paper to not cite this in. We left, walking back through the gate, which we closed but didn't relock. The main library felt warmer, brighter, noisier with the quiet rustle of normal students. We went back to our dorm, the strange events in the restricted stacks already starting to feel surreal, like a shared dream diluted by the approaching dawn. The philosophy guy took his new prize book to his own room. My roommate and I collapsed into our beds as the sun came up, exhausted. As I drifted off, the last thing I thought about was that checkout card. It wasn't the spooky Ouija board message that stuck with me. It was the empty borrower's line. In a place that so meticulously cataloged everything, why was that space blank? Who had taken that book out on a Halloween night 100 years ago, and what had happened to them? The question followed me into sleep, a tiny, cold hook in the back of my mind, waiting to be tugged. For the next couple of days, nothing happened at all. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it gets during finals week. The strange, cold feeling from the restricted stacks faded away like a dream you can't quite remember in the morning sunlight. The philosophy guy from down the hall even brought the book, On Spectral Convergence, to our dorm common room a few times. He'd read passages out loud in a dramatic voice, stuff about psychic resonance and thought forms, and we'd all laugh. It became a joke, a weird trophy from our little adventure. We called it his ghost book. He'd leave it lying around on coffee tables, a conversation piece. Exams loomed, And that was a real pressing terror that pushed the weirdness of that night into the background. My roommate and I buried ourselves in textbooks and flashcards, and the memory of the Ouija board and the greenish lights felt distant, almost silly. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, the scream happened. It came from down the hall, from the communal bathrooms. It wasn't a shout or a yell. It was a raw, piercing sound of pure, unthinking horror, the kind that freezes your blood. We all spilled out of our rooms. The hallway filled with people in pajamas, faces pale with sleep and sudden fear. Soon we heard the sirens, and then the paramedics were there, their uniforms bright and official in the dim dorm lighting. They wheeled out a stretcher with a full, zipped-up black bag on it. A resident advisor, a senior who usually looked bored, was crying, her whole body shaking. She told us in a broken voice it was the philosophy guy. They said it was a sudden brain aneurysm. A freak, tragic thing. 1 in a million. A medical mystery. The kind of thing that just happens, doctors said. There was no reason. Standing there in the hallway with everyone else, a numb feeling spread through me. It was grief, but it was a confused, distant grief for someone I didn't know all that well. My roommate just stared at the closed door of his room, her face blank. We went back to our own room, the usual sounds of the dorm now muffled and respectful. We didn't know what to say. I sat on my bed, staring at the floor, trying to process it. My roommate walked over to her desk and then stopped. Her eyes were locked on something. Slowly, she pointed. On her desk, right next to her archaeology textbook, was the blue book. On spectral convergence. It shouldn't have been there. The philosophy guy had kept it in his room. My roommate picked it up, her hand steady but her face ashen. "This was on my desk," she said, her voice flat. "I didn't put it here." I took the book from her. It felt cold. We checked his room later when the RA was organizing his things. All his books were in piles, but there was no other copy of this. It was like the book had decided to return itself to us, to the person who had first pulled it from the shelf. That was the first night my roommate started sleepwalking. I was jolted awake by a sound, a low, repetitive murmur. I looked over, and she was standing in the middle of our dark room, facing the wall. Her eyes were open, reflecting the little bit of streetlight coming through the window, but they were empty, like doll's eyes. In a flat, robotic voice, totally unlike her own, she was saying, "BF 1048, G72, BF 1048, G72, over and over. It wasn't a word or a sentence. It was a string of letters and numbers. My skin prickled all over. I fumbled for the notepad I kept by my bed for late-night essay ideas and grabbed a pen. In the dark, I wrote the sequence on my palm, BF 1048, G72. She repeated it for maybe a full minute, then just stopped. She turned around, climbed back into bed, and was instantly asleep, breathing deeply as if nothing had happened. I lay awake until sunrise, my heart pounding, staring at the numbers inked on my hand. The next day, we didn't talk about it. She didn't remember a thing. She just complained about being extra tired. I went to the library not to study, but to use the public catalog computer. With a dry mouth, I typed the call number from my hand into the search bar. BF 1048, G72. The result came up immediately. The Luminous Dead, a treatise on post-mortem intellectual resonance by G.R. Yates. Location, restricted stacks. I clicked on the details. Check out history. One entry. One single, faded line in the digital record mimicking an old card. November 2nd, 1923. A chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning crawled up my spine and wrapped around my neck. The philosophy guy's book was checked out on October 31st, 1923. This book, this new number my roommate had chanted in her sleep, was checked out 2 days later. It was a pattern from a century ago. This wasn't grief anymore. This was a different feeling, a sharp, focused dread. I started watching my roommate closely. She seemed normal during the day, just stressed and sad about our lost classmate. But the next night, it happened again. I was waiting for it, lying awake in the dark. Right around 3 a.m., she sat up in bed, stood, and faced the same wall. The same empty eyes. The same toneless voice. This time, she recited a different string. BF 1091. H45. I wrote it down. The night after that, another one. BF 1122. R33. I became a secretary to her nightmares, filling a cheap notebook with sequences of letters and numbers. During the day, I would go to the library and look them up. Every single one was a book from the restricted stacks. Every single one had a checkout history with one entry, all clustered in late October and early November of 1923. These books weren't just old, they were forgotten. It was like they were part of a set, a collection that had been touched once and then sealed away, and now my roommate was reciting their catalog numbers in her sleep. She had no memory of any of it. She started looking terrible, with deep purple bags under her eyes, but she blamed it on stress and grief. She refused to see a doctor. I tried to tell her about the sleepwalking, but she just shrugged it off. "I've always talked in my sleep," she'd say, and changed the subject. The connection felt insane, but it was too precise to ignore. The philosophy guy had checked out the first book in that century-old pattern, and now he was dead. My roommate was chanting the rest of the pattern in her sleep. I didn't know what to do. Then, a girl from our political science class came over. She was bubbly and loud, the kind of person who filled a room. She'd heard about the creepy book list from someone. Maybe I'd left my notebook open in the cafeteria. She was curious. She flopped down on our couch and saw my notebook, open to a page filled with the call numbers. She pointed at one. BF 1091. H45? "That's so weird," she said, laughing. "I just checked out a book with that exact call number yesterday for my paper on historical hysteria. The librarian had to go into the back to get it. It must be fate." She laughed again, a bright, normal sound that felt horribly out of place in our room now. My roommate, who had been sitting silently at her desk, slowly turned her head. She wasn't looking at the poli-sci girl. She was staring into space, but she spoke, her voice thick and drowsy, as if she were half asleep right there in the middle of the day. "Due date pending," she mumbled. The poli-sci girl stopped laughing. "What did she say?" I forced a smile. "Nothing. She's just exhausted. Good luck with your paper." After the girl left, the room felt colder. I looked up the book she mentioned. A History of Collective Panic, it was called. Checked out once before, November 1st, 1923. My notebook was no longer just a list of weird numbers. It was becoming something else. It felt like a ledger. 2 days later, I was eating lunch in the cafeteria, trying to read, when the girl at the next table gasped and pointed at the TV mounted on the wall. The local news was on, volume low. The banner at the bottom read, "Campus Tragedy." They showed a picture of a smiling student. It was the poli-sci girl. The news anchor spoke in a solemn tone about a terrible accident on campus early that morning. A student had stepped in front of the campus shuttle bus. The driver said she had walked right out into the road, not running, just walking, like she was in a trance. No witnesses could say why. They said her name. I didn't need to hear it. My eyes were already on my notebook, open on the cafeteria table. Right there, next to the call number BF 1091. H45, which I had neatly written down days before she ever mentioned it. I slowly drew a small, careful line through the imaginary entry next to it. The book had been returned. The system was working, and my roommate, standing in our dark room every night, was the automated voice telling it which one was next. I closed the notebook and looked at my hands. They were shaking. The hook was no longer a cold little thought in the back of my mind. It was a real, physical thing, and it was pulling me down a deep, dark hole. My roommate was the catalog. But who or what was the librarian? And now that the first 2 books in the pattern had been processed, whose name was going to be next on the list? The world outside my notebook kept moving. Classes, exams, conversations about weekend plans. It all felt like a movie playing on a screen, and I was stuck in the theater, holding a list of the dead and the doomed. My room became a command center for a war I didn't understand. I taped my notes to the walls, connecting call numbers with dates and names, drawing lines that created a map of a spreading sickness. The connection was no longer a maybe. It was a fact as solid and cold as the floor under my feet. My roommate, by touching that weird board, had become a conduit. She wasn't possessed by a ghost in the movie sense. It was worse. She had been given a job. She was the talking part of a machine, a living announcement system for a library that was recalling its books with lethal finds. I studied the pattern in my notes like it was a text for a class. The books weren't random. The first one was theory, on spectral convergence, all about ideas. The second was a case study, The Luminous Dead, about examples. The third, the one the poli-sci girl had, was about group panic. It was a progression. It was moving from the general to the specific, from what is this to how does it work to what does it look like in people. It felt like a syllabus. The library wasn't just killing people who checked out old books. It was following a lesson plan, and we were the examples it was using. I tried to fight it. One night, during her sleep talking, I couldn't take it anymore. The flat, empty voice reciting those numbers made my teeth ache. I got up and shook her hard. "Wake up!" I shouted right in her face. Her eyes snapped into focus. For one beautiful, terrifying second, she was in there, looking back at me. And what I saw in her eyes wasn't sleepiness. It was pure, undiluted terror, a kind of horror so deep it seemed to have no bottom. Her hand flew up and grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin hard enough to draw little beads of blood. She leaned in, her breath hot and frantic against my ear, and she whispered, not in a monotone, but in a ragged, choked gasp, "It's filing me. It's putting me in order. Make it stop." Then, as if a switch flipped, her eyes went glassy and blank again. The terror vanished, replaced by nothing. She let go of my arm, turned back to the wall, and resumed the call number she'd been on, her personal nightmare neatly tucked away by whatever was using her. I stumbled back to my bed, clutching my wrist. The scratches stung, but the pain was a comfort. It was real. That moment of her, the real her, screaming from inside whatever box she was trapped in, was the most real thing that had happened to me in weeks. I tried everything after that. I stayed up all night, shaking her awake the second she started to sit up. She just started sleepwalking earlier in the evening. I played loud music with heavy bass, but she just recited the numbers over the beat, her voice cutting through the noise. I begged her to see a doctor, a counselor, anyone. She would get angry, her face flushing. "I'm just stressed. We all are. Stop watching me," she'd yell, but the dark circles under her eyes looked like bruises, and her hands had started to develop a slight, constant tremor. The entity, the librarian, was a more dedicated worker than I could ever hope to be. It didn't get tired. It didn't get distracted. Then a new number came. BF 1150. M12. I looked it up with a feeling of dread that was now routine. A geometry of unbeing. The catalog showed the last person to even pull up the digital record, weeks ago, was a shy astronomy postgrad I knew from the writing center. A brilliant guy who liked to map stars and spoke in soft, precise sentences. He hadn't checked the book out physically. He just looked at the listing online. Was that enough? Did browsing the catalog count? I didn't know the rules, and not knowing was its own kind of torture. I saw him in the cafeteria 2 days later, sitting alone with a notebook full of complex equations. I walked over, my heart thumping against my ribs. I had to warn him, but as I got closer, he looked up and smiled his gentle smile. "Hey," he said, "you're into weird old books, right?" He pointed at his notebook, but he wasn't pointing at an equation. He'd scribbled a call number in the margin. BF 1150. M12. "I just found the most fascinating text in the catalog," he said, his eyes bright with academic curiosity. "Something about theoretical void spaces. It's in the restricted section. It's like it was waiting for me to ask the right question." My mouth went dry. The words of warning died in my throat. What would I even say? Don't check out that book, it might kill you? He'd think I was insane. And if I did stop him, would the system just find another name linked to that call number? Would it come for me instead? My silence in that moment felt like a stone I was swallowing, and it settled in my gut, cold and permanent. I just nodded and mumbled something about it sounding interesting, then walked away, feeling like I had just signed his death warrant. I had to know more. I had to go back to the source. I went to the restricted stacks alone during daylight hours, pretending to need a specific journal for a paper. The atmosphere had changed. Before it felt watchful. Now it felt openly unfriendly. The greenish lights flickered in a steady rhythm as I walked down the aisles, like a slow, blinking warning. The air felt pushy, like when you're underwater and you can feel the pressure all around you. I walked to the desk where we found the board. The board itself was gone, but on the wall above the desk, where there had been nothing before, was a small, simple brass plaque. It was clean and shiny, as if it had been polished that morning. It read, "Procedures are in place for a reason. Reshelving in progress." I backed away, my skin crawling. It was talking to me. It knew I was here, and it was telling me to back off, that it was busy doing its job. That night, the routine changed. My roommate didn't sit up at the usual time. I waited, my nerves stretched tight, but the room stayed quiet. Just as I started to think maybe somehow it was over, a new sound came. It was still her voice, but it wasn't a recitation. It was a clear, formal statement, like an announcement over a supermarket intercom. It came from her bed, where she lay perfectly still with her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. "Patron query," the voice said, crisp and efficient. Search, primary witness. Access granted. Then, with a slow, mechanical smoothness, her head turned on the pillow. Her unseeing eyes, reflecting the faint light from the digital clock, aimed directly at me across the dark room. She held that pose, staring right at where I was lying, for a full minute. Then she blinked, rolled over, and began to snore softly. I didn't sleep at all. The words echoed in the dark. Primary witness. That was me. I was the one who saw it all, who wrote it all down. The librarian had finished its current list of books to collect. Now it was running a new search, and it had found me. The hook was no longer a question of what would happen next to someone else. The line had been cast, and it had sunk its point directly into me. I was no longer just watching the ledger. My name was now at the top of a new page, and the system was processing the request. What did it want with a witness? I couldn't live in my own head anymore, surrounded by my own terrible notes. I needed answers from outside, from someone who knew the history of this place better than anyone. So I went deeper into the library, down a set of stairs so old the stone steps were worn smooth in the middle, to a sub-basement marked University Archives and Special Collections. It was a room that felt even older than the restricted stacks, full of document boxes and glass cases holding fragile things. It was staffed by one person, a part-time archivist who looked as old as the papers he cared for. He had wispy white hair and glasses perched on the end of his nose, and he peered at me over them with mild curiosity as I walked up to his desk. I didn't know how to start. I just spilled out a watered-down version, my voice low and tight. I told him I was researching odd library history, urban legends, that kind of thing. I mentioned the restricted stacks, the old checkout system. He nodded along, a small smile on his face, like he was humoring a child. Then, my hands shaking just a little, I slid my notebook across the polished wood of his desk, opened to the pages where I'd listed the call numbers, the 1923 dates, and the names of the 2 students who were gone. The polite curiosity melted off his face. It didn't turn to fear at first. It turned to a kind of professional alarm, like a doctor seeing symptoms of a disease he thought was extinct. His smile vanished. His eyes, sharp behind the glasses, scanned the list. His hands, which I'd seen gently handle 100-year-old letters without a tremble, began to shake. He touched the page with one bony finger, tracing the column of numbers. When he looked up at me, his skin had a grayish tone. "Where did you get these?" he asked, his voice a dry whisper. These are what we call the lost books, the absorbed titles." He told me a story then, one that wasn't in any official university history. He spoke slowly, choosing his words with the care of a man defusing a bomb. The library, he explained, was more than a building. It was a living thing, a spirit of place. But not a friendly spirit. It was an entity of order, of containment. Its job was to hold knowledge, all knowledge, but some knowledge was dangerous, he said. Not dangerous like instructions for a bomb, but dangerous like a sickness for the mind, a thought that shouldn't be let loose. The books in that section weren't restricted because they were risky to read. They were quarantined because they were toxic to release. They were like white blood cells in the library's immune system, isolated for the safety of everything else. The librarian, he said, staring at my list, is not the ghost of some dead person. It's the face of the library's own filing system. Its circulation protocol. When a book from that specific collection is disturbed, when the quarantine is broken, the protocol activates. It doesn't get angry. It doesn't hate. It just processes. It retrieves the misplaced asset and balances the record. I listened, my blood feeling cold in my veins. This wasn't a haunting. It was a bureaucratic function. We didn't summon a demon with that board. We walked into a secured office and filed an inquiry at the wrong desk, and now the system was doing an audit, a century after the last one. The deaths weren't murders. They were repossessions. The horror of it was in its perfect, heartless logic. He tapped the Ouija board's role in all this. He thought it wasn't a toy for talking to ghosts. It was an interface, a login terminal. By using it right in the heart of the restricted collection, we didn't call to the librarian. We logged into its system. My roommate, with her practical, cataloging mind, her love for order and labels, was identified by the system as a suitable temporary terminal. She was now a checkout desk for the damned, reading out the list of overdue items. Then I asked the only question that mattered. My voice was barely a whisper. "How do we stop it?" The old archivist looked at me with an expression of such deep and profound pity that I wanted to look away. "You don't," he said softly. "You can't stop a river by standing in it. You can only try to get out of the way. You appease it. You correct the error. All borrowed materials must be returned. All records must be balanced. He pushed my notebook back toward me, as if it were contaminated. The system is awake now. It has a list of anomalies to correct. It will run its course. It will complete its task. He pointed a bony finger at my notes. Look at your own progression. Theory, case study, methodology of panic. It's building to a conclusion. This is a syllabus for a course that ends only when the material is recovered. He leaned forward, his old eyes locking onto mine, and he said the words that made my stomach drop. And you, he breathed. You are not in the bibliography. You are on the cover. I left the archives feeling numb, the old man's pity clinging to me like a smell. I walked back to my dorm in a daze, the sounds of normal campus life, laughter from a courtyard, the thump of a soccer ball, sounding muffled and far away. I opened the door to my room. My roommate was sitting at her desk, awake. She wasn't studying. She was just sitting, staring straight ahead at the blank wall. She didn't turn when I came in. In her own voice, but flat and empty, she said, "It's almost done filing. It's making space on the shelf." Then she stood up, walked to her bed, lay down, and fell asleep instantly. I sat at my own desk in the dim afternoon light, not moving. I waited for night to fall. I waited for the sleep-talking to start again, for the next call number, for the next death sentence. But it didn't come. The room was quiet. The only sound was the soft, regular rhythm of her breathing from across the room. This new quiet was worse than anything that had come before. It wasn't peace. It was the pause before the final step. The system had finished its current task list. It had made space, and the archivist's words echoed in the new quiet. You are on the cover. The hook was now a spotlight, and it was shining right on me. The librarian had finished processing the old, overdue notices. What book did it need to put on the newly cleared shelf? The quiet in our room lasted until just before dawn. I must have drifted off in my chair, because the sound of her voice jolted me awake. It wasn't the sleep-talking mumble. It was clear, crisp, and formal, like a digital assistant giving a final warning. She was sitting bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide open and aimed at the ceiling. Final volume processing, the voice announced from her mouth. Borrower, Sam. Hearing my own name in that flat, inhuman tone sent a jolt of pure electricity down my spine. Title, The Last Student. Call number, BF 1999. S93. Due date, tonight. Fines mortality. Status, checked out. Then she lay back down and was asleep, breathing normally, as if she'd just commented on the weather. I sat there frozen, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My name. It knew my name. It had given my name a call number. BF 1999. S93. The Last Student. I was a book. I was the final volume. And my due date was tonight. I moved on pure, frantic instinct. I ran to the library as the first gray light of morning touched the windows. I didn't care about rules anymore. Using every trick and code the old archivist had unknowingly hinted at, I hacked my way into the library's deepest, most hidden catalog files on a public terminal. My fingers flew over the keys. I searched for BF 1999. S93. The entry existed. The Last Student. Author, anonymous. Publication date, blank. Checkout history, one line. A digital timestamp from last night. Borrower ID, my student number. A book that hadn't existed until the system created it for me. For me. I abandoned the terminal and ran for the restricted stacks. The main gate was closed but unlocked. I pushed inside. The greenish lights were on, steady and unwelcoming. I found the aisle for the BF 1999s. The shelves held books with grand, ominous titles about final things and ultimate truths. I found the space between BF 1999, S92 and BF 1999, S94. It was empty. A gap. Just a blank space on the shelf waiting to be filled. A choked sound, part sob, part laugh, escaped my lips. Of course it wasn't here. It was checked out. To me. I was holding it. I was it. I leaned my forehead against the cool shelf, defeated. Then I heard a soft, solid thump on the carpet behind me. I turned around. In the exact center of the aisle, where there had been nothing a second before, lay a book. It was slim, bound in a creamy, smooth material that looked like vellum, the kind used for old important documents. It had no dust jacket. On the spine, in neat, new-looking gold foil letters, was the call number, BF 1999, S93. I bent down and picked it up. It was warm, as if it had been sitting in a patch of sun, but there was no sun down here. The warmth felt wrong, like a living thing. I was holding my own death warrant, delivered directly to me by the library's delivery system. The walk back to my dorm was a blur. The book in my hands felt like it weighed 100 pounds. What was I supposed to do? Open it? Was my fate sealed the moment I read the first page? Maybe the act of opening it was the fine being applied. Or what if I didn't open it? What if I burned it or threw it in a river? Would that break the rules, or would it just make the fines worse? My mind spun with terrible options. I pushed open the door to my room. My roommate was sitting up in bed, awake. She looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear. They were filled with tears. "It's gone," she whispered, her voice cracking. The pressure, the filing, the numbers in my head, it stopped. I can think again. She was crying with relief, her shoulders shaking. But then her eyes, those clear, freed eyes, flicked down to the book in my hands. Her relief twisted into something else, a deep, instinctual disgust, like she was looking at a poisonous spider. She shrank back against her headboard. "You took it," she breathed, not in gratitude, but in a hushed, horrified tone. "You took my place. It didn't let me go. It checked you out instead." I placed the unopened book on my desk. It looked harmless, even elegant. We didn't speak much that day. She moved around the room like a ghost herself, fragile and quiet, stealing glances at the book and then quickly looking away, as if it hurt her eyes. She was free, and I was now the terminal, the item, the problem. As evening fell, she got into bed and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep almost instantly, a sleep she hadn't had in so long. I sat at my desk, staring at the book. The letters on the spine, BF 1999, S93, began to glow. Not a bright light, but a faint, phosphorescent greenish glow, the same color as the lights in the restricted stacks. It was a reminder. The due date was approaching. From my roommate's bed, I heard her sigh in her sleep, a sound of deep, contented relief. From the book on my desk, I heard a new sound, a faint, dry scraping noise, like a fingernail, or maybe a corner of a page, slowly dragging across the parchment from the inside. The hook wasn't a question anymore. It was a countdown. The book was here. I was here, and something inside was waiting for me to turn the cover. The scratching sound from inside the book faded after a minute, but the glow on the spine remained, a sickly green pulse in the dark room like a slow heartbeat. I knew what I had to do. It was the only logical move left in a game where all the rules were set against me. If I was a checked-out book, then I had to be returned. Not to my dorm, not to a shelf, but to the source. To the circulation desk itself. I had to go back. I waited until midnight, the official due date. I put the warm, glowing book into my backpack, the light seeping through the fabric. I didn't wake my roommate. She was sleeping the sleep of the innocent, finally free, and I didn't want her to see me go. The walk to the library was the longest of my life. The campus was empty, the paths lit by pools of orange light from street lamps. Every shadow felt like it was watching. The main library doors were unlocked, which was normal for finals week, but the grand reading room was deserted. I walked straight to the wrought iron gate of the restricted stacks. It stood wide open, inviting. The greenish lights inside were blazing steadily, not flickering, casting long, straight shadows that looked like prison bars on the floor. The air hummed, a low static buzz that made the fillings in my teeth ache. It was expecting me. This was the return desk. I stepped inside, the buzz growing louder. I walked to the old wooden desk where it all began. The Ouija board was gone. In its place, set neatly into the wood, was a modern-looking touchscreen monitor, glowing with a soft blue light. It looked utterly out of place. On the screen was a simple, clean interface. At the top, in a calm font, it read, "Return item." Below that was a box with a blinking cursor next to the words, "Scan barcode" or "Enter call number." At the bottom of the screen was another field that said, "Patron name/ID for discharge." A keyboard was depicted on the screen. My mouth went dry. I understood. It wasn't asking me to scan the book. The book was just the ticket, the receipt. I was the item. The system wanted me to log my own return, to type in my own name and discharge myself from existence, to balance the ledger once and for all. I set my backpack on the desk, the glowing spine of the book visible through the open zipper. As I did, my fingertips brushed the old wood. A jolt, like touching a live wire made of ice, shot up my arm. My vision blurred, then tunneled. Suddenly, I wasn't just looking at a room. I was seeing the system. The shelves stretched away from me into a kind of digital infinity, a vast, perfect grid. I could feel every book in the entire library, not as objects, but as points of data. I knew their locations, their statuses, in place, on loan, missing. It was beautiful in a terrifying way, this immense, silent order. And in the middle of all that perfect, structured information, I could feel a single, glaring error. A pulsing, bright red point of light. Overdue. It was me. The knowledge flooding into my mind was dizzying, intoxicating. I understood the library's purpose completely. It wanted to contain chaos, to file every messy, curious human thought into its proper place. The peace it offered was the peace of a problem solved, a question answered and closed forever. The urge to just give in, to type my name and let the perfect order swallow me, was incredibly strong. It would be so easy. The pain, the fear, the guilt of watching others get checked off the list, it would all just stop. My finger hovered over the digital keyboard on the screen, right over the S for my name. But as I floated in that river of data, I felt something else. A snag, a flaw, a tiny tear in the perfect fabric. I focused on it. It was old, very old. The 1923 purge, the one that started all this. It hadn't been complete. One book from that original event was never returned, never reabsorbed. Its data was strange. It was checked out, but the borrower's record was severed. Corrupted. It was an open loop, a decimal point out of place, a single line of code that didn't compute. The system's whole current cleaning cycle, the one that had taken my classmates and was now coming for me, had been triggered because it was trying to finally fix this one century-old glitch. That was the key. The screen in front of me pulsed softly, waiting. Return item. All I had to do was type my name and hit enter. The peace it promised was a vast, quiet nothing. It was so tempting. Instead, I moved my shaking finger. I ignored the return prompt. I went to the search bar. With my mind still half connected to the library's consciousness, I typed a new command, not with my fingers but with a thought, feeding it the fractured data I'd glimpsed. Search, circulation anomaly. Date, October 31st, 1923. Status, lost/not absorbed. The blue interface screen flickered violently. The clean lines and boxes dissolved into a scramble of jagged pixels and gibberish. Then lines of text, corrupted and glitching, began to scroll upward. They stuttered and jumped, finally resolving, freezing on a single, impossible line. Call number, BF101. 1. N0N. Title, The Forgotten Name. The hook was no longer a countdown to my end. It was a frayed thread, a single line of misprinted text in a universe of perfect print. There was a book that got away, and if I could find how it broke the rules, maybe I could break them too. The call number on the glitching screen made no sense. BF101. 1. N0N. The N0N looked wrong, like a computer error, a zero where an O should be. The forgotten name. I stared at it, my mind still reeling from the connection to the library's mind. The record for this book on the screen was ghostly, faded, like the system was trying to delete it and couldn't quite manage. The digital checkout card was blank. No name, no date, just an empty white space where the borrower's identity should have been. This was the glitch, the tear in the system. Someone back in 1923 had checked out this book and then somehow erased themselves from the record, leaving a ghost book behind, a problem the library had been trying to solve for 100 years. I was still partly connected, my thoughts tangled in the library's data streams. I didn't search for databases now. I pushed deeper, searching for impressions, for the memory of a thing that was meant to be forgotten. A book's memory is its words. The memory of a lost book is the shape of the hole it left. In the flood of perfect information, I felt for a cold spot, an absence. It was like feeling for a draft in a sealed room. And I found it. Not a shelf location, but a feeling, an image that pushed into my head, a dark, cramped space. Not inside the library proper, but outside it. A space behind a loose stone at the base of the library's oldest exterior wall. A section that had been buried and built over by a new wing decades ago. The book wasn't on a shelf. It wasn't stolen. It had been hidden, interred, like a body. The connection broke then, snapping back with a force that felt like a rubber band popping against my brain. I staggered, my vision swimming, and a hot trickle of blood ran from my nose onto the polished wood of the desk. I wiped it away with a trembling hand. The modern touchscreen monitor was gone. The old Ouija board was back, sitting innocently on the desk. But I had a location. The book wasn't in the library stacks. It was in the walls. To find it, I had to get outside, to a part of the building that was probably off limits, under construction, or just forgotten. And I had to do it before the sun came up, before my personal due date passed and the fines were applied. But moving toward this anomaly, this glitch, was the biggest rule break I could possibly make. I wasn't returning myself. I was chasing a bug in the program. I grabbed my backpack with my own glowing book in it and took a step away from the desk. A wave of pressure hit me, a wall of invisible resistance pushing against my chest, trying to shove me back toward the screen that was no longer there. It was a physical no. A silent alarm was screaming in the still air, a sound I felt in my bones rather than heard. The steady green lights in the sconces began to strobe, flashing on and off in a frantic, chaotic rhythm. I was no longer an item awaiting return. I was an item in active rebellion against the catalog. I pushed forward, leaning into the pressure. It was like wading through deep water made of glue. My ears popped. The library around me began to change. As I stumbled back out through the wrought iron gate and into the main reading room, books didn't just fall from shelves behind me, they were pushed. Whole sections teetered and spilled onto the carpet with loud, flat slaps. The familiar path to the library's side exit, a door that led to a delivery alley, seemed to twist. I'd run down this corridor 100 times. It was straight. Now it curved to the left. I turned a corner, and instead of the exit door, I found myself facing another long aisle of stacks. The library was rearranging itself around me, a labyrinth with a furious mind, trying to trap me, to confuse me back to the desk. The air grew colder, not the dry chill of before, but a wet, biting cold that seeped through my clothes and carried a strange smell like old snow and printer ink. I ran, ignoring the twisting halls, following not my memory of the building's layout, but the pull of that cold, empty spot I'd felt in the data, the location of the hidden book. I found a maintenance door marked electrical and slammed through it, bursting out not into the alley, but into a dim, cavernous space filled with heating ducts and pipes, the building's innards. I was underneath the library itself, in a crawl space between the old foundation and the newer addition. It was dank and dark, the only light coming from a few bare bulbs covered in wire cages. I remembered the image from my vision, the oldest exterior wall. I moved along the rough stone foundation, my hands brushing against cold, damp rock, looking for anything loose. And then I saw it. One stone, slightly different in color, not quite fitted flush with its neighbors. I dug my fingers into the gritty gap around it. They were raw and bleeding by the time I got a good grip. With a grunt, I pulled. The stone shifted, then came free with a gritty scrape, much lighter than it looked. Behind it was a small, dark cavity, and inside, wrapped in wax canvas that was brittle with age, was a rectangular shape. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a book, the forgotten name. But as I pulled it free, a new sound echoed from the main part of the library above me, through the floor. A deep, rhythmic, pounding thump. 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 It wasn't footsteps. It was slower, more methodical. It sounded like something immense made of sliding shelves and stamping date-due cards was moving, and it was coming toward the maintenance door I'd used. The system wasn't just rearranging the maze anymore. It was sending the librarian. My hands shook as I peeled away the waxed canvas. The book underneath was small, bound in plain brown leather. It looked ordinary. I opened it. The pages were blank. Every single one. From the first page to the last, there was nothing. No text, no illustrations, not even lines. Just empty, creamy paper. My heart, which had been pounding with a wild hope, sank. A blank book. This was the glitch that could save me. But then I looked inside the front cover. There, written in that same familiar, spidery, faded fountain pen ink from the 1923 checkout cards, was a single sentence. It wasn't a title or an author's name. It was an instruction. It read, "To escape the catalog, you must become a book without a title. The penalty is the price. The method is in the margins." I stared at the words, then at the blank pages, then back at the words. The penalty is the price. The method is in the margins. But the pages had no margins. They were just blank. The deep, pounding thump from above grew louder, closer. It was on the other side of the maintenance door now. I could hear the squeal of metal hinges protesting. The hook was no longer a thread to follow. It was a pounding on a door, and the door was about to break. I had the blank book. I had the cryptic clue, and I had maybe 1 minute to figure out what the margins meant before the librarian itself walked in and checked me out for good. The blank pages stared back at me a taunt. The method is in the margins. But there were no margins. Just emptiness. The deep, pounding thump was right outside the metal maintenance door now. I heard the squeal of the latch giving way, the sound of metal bending. The door didn't burst open. It simply darkened. A shape filled the doorway. It wasn't a person. It was a distortion, a man-shaped patch of nothing that drank the light from the bare bulbs. The air around it warped, pulling itself into neat, straight lines, like reality itself was being filed into order. It held no weapon. In its hands was a ledger, glowing with that same sickly green light from the stacks. It extended a hand toward me, not to grab me, but open-palmed, waiting to receive the overdue item. The pressure to just hand myself over was immense, a weight on my chest squeezing the air from my lungs. This wasn't a monster to fight. It was the final notice. I had seconds. I looked at the two books I held, the blank forgotten name and my own warm, glowing book, The Last Student, its title bright on the spine. The clue screamed in my head. The method is in the margins. Not these margins, the margins of my story. My life was the text. My name on the cover was the title. To be a book without a title. I didn't have time to think. It was a crazy, desperate guess. I slammed the two books together, front cover to front cover, the blank one and my own. With a yell that was part terror, part last-ditch defiance, I wrenched them apart like I was tearing the binding of a single thick volume. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then I watched, my breath caught in my throat, as the gold-foiled letters on the spine of The Last Student, my own name, shimmered like heat haze on pavement. The letters paled, losing their shine, and then they simply lifted. Like a decal being peeled, the title transferred from my book onto the plain, creamy vellum cover of the forgotten name. Now that book had my name on it. The Last Student in my other hand was blank, its title gone, just a plain, glowing book with a call number but no name. I had not destroyed my record. I had retitled it. I had moved my name from one file to another. The librarian's outstretched hand froze, its dark, shapeless head tilted. It looked from me, to the newly titled forgotten name in my left hand, to the blank, glowing book in my right. The green ledger in its hands flickered rapidly, pages blurring. It was searching. It was looking for The Last Student. But that call number now pointed to a blank text, a null entry. It was searching for my name, and it found it attached to a corrupted, glitching record from 1923. The forgotten name record, a ghost in the machine with no checkout history. I existed in the system twice, and both entries were now wrong. The blank book at my feet, my original book, now truly titleless, began to crumble. It didn't burn or dissolve. It just fell apart into fine, gray dust like ash until there was nothing left. A searing pain lanced through me, but it wasn't in my body. It was in my mind, in my memory. It felt like threads being pulled, like the details of a dream dissolving as you wake up. I saw a flash of my roommate's face, but I couldn't remember her major. I thought of my first day of classes, but I couldn't picture the building. I wasn't dying. I was being misfiled. I was becoming a glitch myself. As the pain faded, leaving a hollow, ringing feeling in my ears, the librarian didn't roar in anger. It stuttered. Its whole form flickered, pixelating like a bad video call. A sound erupted from it, not a scream, but a deafening, chaotic shriek of 100 different noises. The beep of a scanner, the slam of a date stamp, the rustle of pages, the squeal of a moving book cart, all blaring at once in a wave of pure, discordant system error. Then it was gone. The doorway was empty. The pounding stopped. The pressure vanished. I was alone in the damp crawl space, clutching a book with my name on it that didn't belong to me. I don't know how long I sat there. Slowly, I stood up. My legs felt weak. I left the blank book that was once The Last Student as dust on the floor. I took the forgotten name, now with my name on it, and I climbed out of the crawl space, back through the twisted, but now quiet, library. The shelves were back in their right places. The green lights were off. It was just a library again. I walked out into the dawn. The campus was coming to life, birds chirping, a few early runners on the paths. The air felt normal, just cool morning air. I was free from the due date. I had escaped the catalog, but the penalty was the price. I walked back to my dorm. My roommate was awake, making coffee. She looked at me, saw the old book in my hands, and her eyes widened for a second with a flicker of something. Fear, maybe, or recognition. Then it passed, and she smiled, a normal, tired smile. "You're up early. Big exam today," she asked. I opened my mouth to answer, to tell her everything. But I stopped. When I tried to think of her, my friend, the person who went through all this with me, the details were fuzzy. I knew she was my roommate. I knew I cared about her. But when I tried to remember her favorite subject, what she wanted to be, the specific sound of her laugh, the memories were soft, out of focus, like a photograph taken in low light. Yeah, I finally said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Big exam. I looked down at the book in my hands, the book with my name on it that was a century old. I was not a student anymore. I was barely a person. I was a lost entry, a living typo in the world's catalog. I had no due date. But as I stood there in the morning sun, I knew, with a certainty that was colder than the library's chill, that somewhere deep in the vast, orderly mind of that building, a new audit had just been scheduled. A search for inconsistencies. A hunt for errors. And I was the biggest error of all. The story felt complete, a circle closed with a cost paid. I had survived. But as I tried to recall my own middle name, and found the memory slippery and distant, I understood the hook wasn't gone. It was buried deep inside me now, and it was only a matter of time before the system ran its next scan and found the mistake that was my life. Story number 4. My name is Alex, and it all started with a joke. My husband came home that Tuesday night with that grin, the one he gets when he thinks he's being clever, and plopped this dusty cardboard box on our kitchen counter. A trophy, he announced, and pulled out the ugliest thing I had ever seen, a cheap plastic Ouija board, the kind you would buy at a Halloween store, with a weird dark burn mark seared into one corner. Old man Marconi's, he said, laughing. The crazy guy from the boarded-up house on Elm. He told the paramedics he used it to talk to his business associates. I thought we could get a laugh out of it. He put it up on the mantle like it was some kind of weird art piece, and I remember feeling this little cold tickle in my stomach, just for a second, looking at it. But I shook it off. I called myself silly. It was just a piece of junk from a sad old man's house. My husband is a cop, and he brings home weird stories and weirder bits of evidence sometimes. This was just another one. We ordered pizza and forgot about it. That was the first mistake, laughing it off like it was nothing. A few days later, I woke up with a stiff neck, slumped over the kitchen island. The clock on the microwave said 4:13 a.m. I never get up in the middle of the night. My head felt fuzzy, like I was swimming up from a deep, deep pool, and under my elbow was a napkin from the holder. It was covered in these frantic, swirling lines drawn in blue pen, loops and circles, and what looked like streets. I just stared at it. I did not remember getting up. I did not remember drawing. I must have been sleepwalking, which I had not done since I was a kid. I showed it to my husband when he woke up, joking, "Guess I am channeling my inner cartographer." He chuckled, but his eyes got that look, the cop look, and he studied the napkin for a long time before he said, "Huh, that is weird, babe." He took the napkin and pinned it to the fridge with a magnet, right next to the grocery list, and we went about our day. But I kept catching him looking at it. A week went by, normal and quiet, and then he came home from work really late. He was quiet, too quiet. He made himself a coffee even though it was past 9, and he opened his laptop at the table. I was reading on the couch. After a few minutes, I heard him whisper, "No way." I looked over. He was staring from his laptop screen to the napkin on the fridge, back and forth. His face was pale. "What is it?" I asked. He just waved me over. On his screen was a satellite map of the city, a grid of streets. He pointed to a section on the map, then to a similar set of swirls on my napkin. "See this curve? And this intersection?" I squinted. One particular loop on my napkin was a perfect match for the street layout around an old warehouse district on the west side. "That is impossible," he said, more to himself than to me. "That is the old granary building. My unit has had the area under passive surveillance for weeks. We think it is a stash house for counterfeit pills, but we have not had enough for a warrant." He looked at me, and his eyes were wide with something that was not quite fear, but was not excitement either. It was disbelief. "How could you know that?" "I did not know," I said, and my voice sounded small. "I was asleep. It is just a coincidence. It has to be." He nodded slowly, but he did not believe it. He took the napkin down from the fridge and carefully put it in a clear plastic folder, the kind he uses for evidence. He did not say anything else about it that night, but the air in the house felt different, charged, like before a thunderstorm. I tried to forget it. I told myself it was stress, a fluke, my brain mixing up things I had heard him talk about in my sleep. But then, a week later, he came home early. He burst through the door. His face was pale, but his eyes were blazing. He did not say hello. He just held up his phone for me to see. The screen showed a local news headline: "Major fentanyl bust in West Side warehouse. Police seize millions in street drugs." My heart just stopped. He scrolled down to show the address. It was the same one. The exact same warehouse from the satellite map. He looked from the phone to me, and he whispered, "We got the warrant because of your map." The captain said an anonymous tip came in with a perfect sketch of the property layout. They thought it was a rival dealer. I just stood there cold all over. I did not send any tip. I did not even know the address. The only thing I had done was sleepwalk and scribble on a napkin. We stared at each other in the quiet of our kitchen, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator. The ridiculous Ouija board sat on the mantel across the room, and for the first time, I did not see a joke. I saw a door, and I felt like we had just heard something on the other side of it knock back. My husband finally broke the stare, running a hand through his hair. "This is crazy," he said. "This is the best luck I have ever had." He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. He came over and hugged me tight. "You are my good luck charm," he murmured into my hair. But the hug felt stiff, and when he pulled away, he would not quite look me in the eye. That night, we celebrated with takeout. He was buzzing, talking about the bust, about the commendation he might get. He called me his psychic detective. It felt good for a moment. It felt like we had stumbled onto something amazing. We had done a good thing. We went to bed, and I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the adrenaline. I woke up again at 4:13 a.m. The digital numbers on the clock were a bright, accusing red in the dark. I was not in bed. I was sitting at the kitchen island again. My hand was cramped. In front of me, on the polished wood of the countertop, was a new drawing. This one was not on a napkin. I had used a permanent marker from the junk drawer. The lines were dark, angry, and focused. It was another map, but simpler, tighter, centered on a single, boxy building that looked like an apartment complex. And in the margin, in my own handwriting, were two words written in that same black marker: snitch. Silenced. I let out a sound, a little gasp that seemed too loud in the sleeping house. I dropped the marker. It clattered on the tile floor. I heard our bed creak, then footsteps. My husband appeared in the doorway, his hair messy, squinting in the low light. "What is going on? Are you okay?" He saw my face, then his eyes dropped to the counter. He froze. He walked over slowly, like someone approaching a wild animal. He looked at the drawing, at those two words. His face went from sleep-softened to hard and professional in half a second. He knows that building, I thought. He knows it. He grabbed his phone from his pocket, pulled up an app, and typed something in. A picture of the same building appeared. He looked from the phone to my drawing, his jaw tight. "That is Charlie's place," he said, his voice flat. Charlie, his confidential informant, the one who gave the first whisper about the warehouse. He is supposed to be in protective custody. I just shook my head, wrapping my arms around myself. I was so cold. He did not say another word. He turned and ran back to the bedroom. I heard him throwing on clothes, the jingle of his keys. He sprinted back through the kitchen, grabbing his jacket. "Stay here. Lock the door. Do not answer for anyone but me." And then he was gone. The front door slammed shut, and the lock clicked into place. I was alone. I stood there in the silence, staring at the black words on my counter. Snitch. Silenced. I had written them. My hand had done it. But I did not think them. I did not know them. It felt like someone had used my body like a rented car and left this terrible message behind. I did not clean it up. I could not touch it. I just sat on the couch in the dark, waiting, watching the window for his headlights. The minutes stretched into an hour. I jumped at every little sound, the house settling, a branch tapping the window. Finally, I saw the familiar glow of his car pulling into the driveway. The engine cut off. The door opened and closed. His footsteps were slow, heavy coming up the walk. The key turned in the lock. He came in. He did not look at me. He did not say a word. He walked straight across the living room, past me on the couch, to the mantel. He reached up and took the Ouija board down. He held it in both hands for a second, just looking at it, at that stupid burn mark. Then, with a sudden violent movement, he brought it down over his raised knee. The plastic cracked with a sickening, hollow sound. The little planchette piece flew off and skittered under the TV stand. He broke the board again and again, until it was just jagged shards of white plastic and cardboard in his hands. He stood there, breathing hard, pieces of it falling from his fingers to the rug. Then he turned to look at me, and his face was empty, washed clean of all feeling. "He's dead," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "Charlie. Apparent overdose in a motel room 20 miles from where he should have been." He paused, and his eyes, so empty a second before, filled with a pure, uncomplicated horror. It wasn't. The celebration was over. The joke was dead, and we were left standing in our living room, surrounded by the broken pieces of a game, knowing something had started playing for real, and we had no idea what the rules were, or if we were players or just the pieces on the board. We had our closure, the bust was a success, but a man was dead because of a path we had started walking, and the map that led to his end was drawn in my own sleeping hand, a question etched in permanent ink that we could never scrub away. We cleaned up the broken pieces of the board in a kind of daze, sweeping the plastic shards into a dustpan and throwing the whole mess into the outside trash can. It felt good, final, like we were taking out the garbage. We did not talk much. What was there to say? We had both seen the same terrible thing, and destroying the object felt like the only action we could take. We went to bed early that night, holding onto each other under the covers like we were on a life raft in a dark ocean. I think I slept a deep and dreamless sleep, and when I woke to the normal morning sun, the world seemed to have clicked back into place. The mark on the counter was still there, a dark stain we would have to sand out, but it was just a stain. My husband made coffee, and he kissed my forehead before he left for work. It felt almost like a fresh start. That feeling lasted about a day. The next night, I woke up on the cold kitchen floor. Not at the island, not in a chair. On the hard linoleum tiles. My whole body ached. I pushed myself up, my mind foggy with sleep and dread. I had not used a napkin this time. I had not even used paper. I had used the permanent marker again, right on the beautiful, polished wood of our breakfast table. The map was not a frantic swirl. It was precise, almost clinical. It showed a single city block, with a little square building in the middle labeled in my neat, sleeping handwriting, Sunny Day Dry Cleaners. There were no words like before, no snitch. Just a big, inked-in X right over the building, so dark it had soaked into the wood grain. I just sat on the floor and stared at it. A weird calm settled over me, a resignation. It was not gone. Breaking the board had done nothing. Whatever this was, it was not in the plastic. It was in me, or it was using me. When my husband came home and saw it, his shoulders slumped. He looked more tired than I had ever seen him. He did not get angry. He just pulled out his phone, took a picture of the table, and said, "I will call it in." An anonymous tip. He left the room to make the call, and I heard his low, professional voice explaining something about a concerned citizen. He came back and tried to smile. Maybe it is nothing. Maybe this time it is just a dry cleaner. We both knew he did not believe it. The next 24 hours were a strange limbo. He went to work like normal. I tried to scrub the marker off the table, but it was etched in there. I was on my hands and knees, the chemical smell of cleaner making my eyes water, when I noticed something. The map had a tiny, perfect little bell sketched over the door of the dry cleaner's shop. A detail so small I had missed it. How could I have drawn that in my sleep? How could I know a detail like that? A cold certainty settled in my gut. This was real. This was happening. The next evening, he came home early again, but this time he was not excited. He looked confused and a little scared. He tossed his keys on the counter. A squad car did a routine check, he said. They walked through the whole place. Nothing. Not a single thing out of order. Just a dry cleaner. He laughed, but it was a hollow sound. I guess we are losing our minds. I felt a crazy mix of disappointment and relief. Maybe it was over. Maybe it had just been a bizarre, terrible coincidence followed by a sleepwalking episode. We ordered Chinese food and tried to pretend everything was fine. We were watching some forgettable movie when his work phone buzzed. He picked it up, looked at the screen, and his whole body went stiff. He stood up so fast he knocked the coffee table. "What? What is it?" I asked. He just handed me the phone. It was a news alert. Internal Affairs conducts surprise raid on local business. Allegations of police corruption. The business was the Sunny Day Dry Cleaners. They had not found drugs. They had found ledger books, detailed records of a high-stakes gambling ring. And the clients, the article said, were cops. Several cops. It was a front for police corruption. My husband sat down slowly, like his bones had turned to sand. They did not find it on the first pass, he whispered, because it was hidden too well for a routine check. Someone needed the specific paperwork to get a warrant for the hidden safe. Internal Affairs had that paperwork. They had been investigating for months. My map. It just confirmed it for them. He looked at me, and his eyes were not looking at his wife. They were looking at a source, an asset, a problem. His own phone rang then, the regular one. He answered it. "Yeah, Lieutenant." I saw. "Yeah, crazy. Right place, wrong crime." He listened, his face getting tighter and tighter. "No, sir. I have no idea. Just a hunch, I guess. A lucky break for IA, not us." He hung up and let the phone drop onto the couch. He asked me where I was getting my tips, he said softly. My lieutenant. He did not believe me. He thinks I have a source I am not sharing. Or worse, the air in the room was hard to breathe. The dry cleaner bust was not our win. It was a shadow that had just fallen over us. We were now tied to something that made his own bosses nervous. That night, we went through the motions. We got ready for bed. I brushed my teeth, staring at my own ordinary face in the mirror. Who was in there when I was asleep? We turned off the lights. I thought I would never sleep, but exhaustion pulled me under almost immediately. I did not wake up on the floor. I woke up standing in our dark bedroom closet. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was pitch black, but I knew where I was. I could feel clothes on either side of me. I took a shaky step forward, out of the closet, into the slightly less dark bedroom. The red numbers of the clock said 3:07 a.m. I had not drawn anything. I had not written. So what had I done? I walked out into the hallway, my feet cold on the wood floor. The living room was a pool of gray shadows from the streetlight outside. And then I saw it. On the coffee table, in the middle of the room, was a dark, familiar shape. It was my husband's service weapon, his pistol. It was just lying there, out in the open. And behind it, the door to the gun safe in the closet stood wide open. I never knew the combination. He had taught me gun safety, but he had always said the safe was his world, his job. Nothing gets in without me. But I had gotten in. I had walked in my sleep, opened a locked safe I had never opened before, and taken out the gun. I did not touch it. I just stood there frozen, looking at it lying there so casually, so terribly on the table where we ate popcorn and watched movies. I do not know how long I stood there. It could have been seconds or an hour. Then I heard a movement behind me. I turned. My husband was standing in the hallway, his face pale in the gloom. He was staring past me, at the gun on the table, at the open safe door. He did not look at me. He walked past me slowly, like he was moving through deep water. He went to the coffee table and looked down at the weapon. Then he looked at the safe. He walked over to it and touched the combination dial. He held it between his fingers. When he turned back to me, his hand was shaking. The numbers, he said, his voice a raw scrape. They are scratched. The metal is all scored like someone gripped it and turned it with a lot of strength. More strength than you have. I looked at my own hands, small and ordinary in the half-light. I had done that. Or something had used my hands to do that. He picked up the gun, checked it with quick, automatic movements to make sure it was safe, and put it back in the safe. He closed the door and spun the dial. The click of the lock engaging was the loudest sound I had ever heard. We did not go back to bed. We sat together on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, waiting for the sun to come up. We had tried to destroy the source, and it had answered by showing us it could touch the most dangerous, private thing in our home. It was not just giving us information anymore. It was showing us it had control. As the first gray light of dawn crept into the room, I saw something else on the mantel. Next to a framed picture from our wedding, there was a single and used bullet. One of his bullets from the safe. It was just sitting there, upright like a tiny, terrible trophy. I had not put it there. At least, I did not remember putting it there. We had closed the door on the board, but something else had opened a much darker, more frightening door right through the center of our lives, and we were now standing on the threshold, afraid to step through and terrified to stay where we were. The immediate danger was gone, the gun was put away, but the message was clear and sat waiting in the morning light. It could get to anything it wanted, and next time, the bullet might not be just for show. The bullet on the mantel stayed there. Neither of us moved it. It was like a dare or a promise, and touching it felt like it would make everything more real. We tried to get back to normal, or at least a version of it that did not include sleeping with the lights on. My husband started going to work earlier and coming home later, burying himself in normal cases, anything to avoid the weirdness waiting at home. I scrubbed the table until the wood was worn thin in that spot, but the ghost of that X still lingered if you looked at it from the right angle. We stopped talking about it. What was there to say? We were stuck. Then, about a week after the gun incident, my husband came home with a bag of groceries and a forced, cheerful smile. He pulled out a bottle of wine and 2 fancy steaks. I thought we could have a nice night. Just us. No news, no work stuff, no weird stuff. Just a normal dinner. It was such a clear attempt to reset, to build a wall of normalcy around us, that I went along with it eagerly. We cooked together, we drank the wine, we talked about movies and silly memories from when we first started dating. For a few hours, it worked. The air in the house felt lighter. The bullet on the mantel became just a decoration we ignored. We went to bed feeling almost like our old selves. That is why what happened next was so much worse. I woke up not in the middle of the night, but in the early morning, just as the sky was turning from black to deep blue. I was not in the kitchen or the closet. I was in the living room, standing in front of the mantel. I was fully dressed in my jeans and sweater from the day before. In my hand was not a pen, but my husband's police flashlight, the big heavy metal one. I was pointing it at the wall like it was a pointer, and I was not alone. My husband was there too, sitting in his armchair. He was awake, watching me, his face a mask of pure horror. He had a notebook in his lap and a pen in his hand. "Alex," he said, his voice calm but tight. "Can you hear me?" I could hear him, but I could not answer. My mouth would not move. My body was not mine. I was a passenger, looking out through my own eyes. I felt a pressure in my head, a weird, buzzing intention that was not my own. My arm, holding the flashlight, moved without me telling it to. It swung the beam of light to a specific spot on the living room wall, to a small, framed picture of a lighthouse we had bought on a trip to Maine. The light stayed fixed on it. My husband, his hand shaking, wrote something down in the notebook. "Okay," he whispered. "Lighthouse. Got it." Then my arm moved again, against my will, a jerky motion. The flashlight beam swung across the room and landed on the bookshelf, highlighting a bright red book spine, an old dictionary. "Red book," he said, scribbling. My body turned, the beam sweeping past him, and I saw the notebook page. He was not writing words. He was making quick, rough sketches of the things I was highlighting. This went on for maybe 5 minutes. My body, guided by that strange outside pressure, pointed the flashlight at 7 different objects around our living room. The lighthouse picture, the red dictionary, the brass knob on the fireplace tool set, a blue vase, the power button on the stereo, a throw pillow with a spiral pattern, and finally, it swung back and held the beam steady on the wedding photo next to the bullet on the mantel. With the light blinding the glass, my hand finally lowered. The buzzing pressure in my head vanished like a switch had been flipped, and I stumbled, dropping the flashlight with a clatter. I gasped, my own breath loud in my ears, control flooding back into my limbs. I fell to my knees. "What? What was that?" I choked out. My husband was already on his feet, staring at his notebook. He did not look at me. He looked furious and focused. "Spelling something out," he muttered. "First letters. Lighthouse. Red. Brass. Blue. Power. Spiral. Wedding." He wrote the letters down. LRBBPSW. It meant nothing. "That's gibberish," I said, pulling myself up onto the couch, feeling sick. "Maybe it's not in order," he said. He started rearranging the letters on a fresh page, his cop brain taking over, looking for a pattern. I watched him cold to my core. He had sat there and watched me, studied me like a thing, while I was trapped inside myself. He had not tried to wake me. He had taken notes. After a minute, he stopped. A slow, dawning understanding washed over his face, followed by a look of such profound sickness that I thought he might be ill. "It's not the first letters," he said, his voice flat. "It's a key, a physical key. Look." He held up the notebook. He had drawn a simple shape next to the list. It was a key. Next to it, he had written the words next to my flashlight points. Lighthouse picture equals tall, thin post. Red book equals a red cover. Brass knob equals a brass head. Blue vase equals a blue handle. Power button equals the place you turn it on. Spiral pillow equals the ridges on the blade. Wedding photo equals it unlocks your life. "It's describing a specific key," he said. "Tall and thin. A red cover on the top part, maybe plastic. A brass head. A blue handle. Ridges. It's telling us to find a key." We tore the house apart. For hours, we searched every drawer, every box, every pocket of every jacket. We found dozens of keys, but none that matched the description. We were both exhausted, covered in dust, sitting on the floor in a mess of junk from the attic when my husband's phone rang. It was his work. He listened, said, "I'll be right there," and hung up. He looked at me, all the color gone from his face again. "They found him," he said. "The informant. Charlie. The one from the motel. They did a full autopsy. It wasn't an overdose." My stomach twisted into a knot. "What was it?" "They won't say on the phone, but the lieutenant said it's suspicious. He said I need to come in to answer some follow-up questions because my name is in his notes." He got up, brushing dust off his pants. He looked at the chaos of our search, at my terrified face. "We can't talk about this. Not any of it. You understand? The maps, the gun, this. Key thing. It doesn't exist. I nodded, numb. He left for the station, and I was alone again with the mess and the quiet. I knew I should clean up, but I couldn't move. I just stared at the notebook page with the drawing of the key. It was here in our house. This thing wanted us to find it. Why? The day dragged on. I finally started putting things away, my mind a whirl of fear and confusion. As I was putting a box of old winter coats back into the hall closet, my hand brushed against something hard and cold on the top shelf, way at the back behind a stack of blankets. I stood on my toes and felt around. My fingers closed around a small metal object. I pulled it down. It was a key. It was old, the metal dark. But when I held it under the hall light, I saw it. The top part, the bow, had a cracked red plastic cover, like from an old library key. The head was brass, now tarnished. The shaft was long and thin. And the handle, the part you grip, was painted a faded, chipped blue. The ridges on the blade were worn but clear. It was the key. The exact key from the description. My heart pounded in my throat. How did it get there? We had never seen it before. I held it in my palm, this cold, tiny piece of metal, and felt a jolt of recognition that was not my own. This key was important. It opened something. But what? I waited for my husband to come home, the key burning a hole in my pocket. When he finally walked in, he looked drained. The questions were routine, he said, dropping his keys. They're just covering bases. But they're digging. I could feel it. I didn't say anything. I just walked over, took the key from my pocket, and held it out in my open palm. He stared at it. He didn't reach for it. He just looked from the key to my face, and the last bit of light in his eyes seemed to go out. Where? He finally asked. Hall closet. Top shelf. That's my old winter coat closet, he said, almost to himself. I haven't put anything up there in years. He took the key from me, his fingers brushing my palm. They were ice cold. He turned it over and over. This isn't one of ours. I know, I said. So what does it open? He didn't answer. He walked to the front window and looked out at the street, the key clenched in his fist. I don't know, he said, but it gave us a map to a drug stash. It gave us a map to a corrupt cop hangout. It made you open my gun safe. And now it's giving us a key. It's not just showing us things. It's arming us. It's giving us tools. He turned to look at me, his expression unreadable. For what? I asked, the question hanging in the air between us. He didn't have an answer. He just slipped the key into his own pocket. That night, we went to bed without speaking. The key was now his. I lay awake for a long time, listening to his breathing, knowing he was awake too. We had found the object it wanted us to find. We had completed its strange task. That should have been the end of something. But as I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, I knew with a certainty that chilled me more than any sleepwalking ever had. This was not an end. This was just the beginning. We had taken the bait. We had the key. And now we would have to find out what door it unlocked, and what was waiting for us on the other side. The immediate puzzle was solved, but the larger, more frightening game had just leveled up, and we were now holding a piece we didn't understand, waiting for the next move to be shown to us. The key lived in my husband's pocket. He carried it with him everywhere, like a piece of evidence from a case he couldn't solve. The days that followed were tense but quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like the whole world is holding its breath. No sleepwalking, no maps, no flashlight messages. We started to hope, in a fragile way, that maybe finding the key had satisfied whatever this was. Maybe it was done with us. That hope lasted exactly 8 days. On a rainy Thursday, my husband came home from work looking more relaxed than I had seen him in weeks. He even brought flowers. I think it's over, he said, handing me the bouquet. Nothing weird at work. No calls. No notes. Maybe we broke the cycle. We made dinner together, and for the first time in a long time, we laughed about something stupid on TV. It felt good. It felt like we were reclaiming our life. We went to bed early, and I fell asleep to the sound of the rain on the roof, feeling almost peaceful. I woke up because I was cold. The blankets were off. I was lying on my back, staring at the dark ceiling. My arms were straight down at my sides, stiff. I tried to move my fingers. Nothing. I tried to turn my head. I couldn't. Panic, hot and sharp, shot through me. I was awake, but my body was frozen. I could only move my eyes. I looked to my left. My husband was asleep, his back to me. I tried to make a sound, a grunt, anything to wake him. My throat wouldn't work. Then the pressure came back into my head, that familiar buzzing presence, but this time it was different. It wasn't pushing me to move. It was holding me down. And then a voice filled my mind. It wasn't a sound in the room. It was inside my skull, clear and cold and utterly without feeling. It was not my voice. Look beside the bed. My eyes jerked to the right, against my will, pulled by that external command. On my nightstand was my glass of water, my book, my reading glasses. Lower. My gaze was forced down, to the floor between the nightstand and the bed. There, half in shadow, was a small, crumpled piece of yellow paper, like it had fallen from a pocket. You will pick it up. You will give it to him. You will not remember this. As soon as the words formed in my head, the freezing hold on my body released. I gasped, sucking in air, and sat bolt upright in bed. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I looked over at my husband. He was still asleep. It had been totally quiet. The whole thing had happened inside me. Shaking, I switched on my bedside lamp. The light was too bright. I looked at the floor. The yellow paper was there. I leaned over, my muscles aching like I had run a mile, and picked it up. It was a receipt. A gas station receipt from a place called Quick Stop Fuel on the other side of the city. The date was from 2 days ago. The time was stamped at 11:47 p.m. My husband had been home with me by 9 p.m. that night. This wasn't his. At the bottom of the receipt, in neat block letters that were not in any handwriting I knew, was an address. And below that, a single word, now. I sat there holding the paper, the voice's command echoing in my mind. You will give it to him. You will not remember this. But I did remember. I remembered all of it. The voice had told me I wouldn't, but I did. Was that a mistake? Or was it part of the plan? I didn't know what was worse. I looked at my sleeping husband. If I gave this to him, I was doing what it wanted. If I hid it or threw it away, would it know? Would it do something worse? The memory of being frozen, totally helpless, decided for me. The fear was too fresh. I reached over and shook his shoulder. Wake up, I said, my own voice sounding strange. He grumbled, turning over. What? What's wrong? I held out the yellow receipt. I found this. On the floor. He blinked, taking it from me, squinting in the lamplight. He read the address, then the word now. His sleepiness vanished. He looked at the gas station name and the timestamp. His face went tight. This is near the industrial park. A bad area. And I wasn't there. He looked at me, his eyes searching my face. Were you sleepwalking? No, I said, and it was the truth. I was awake. It was just there. I couldn't bring myself to tell him about the voice. Not yet. That felt like a line, once crossed, that would mean I was really losing my mind. He got out of bed and started pulling on his clothes. I have to check this out. Right now. It's the middle of the night. The paper says now, he said, his voice all cop again. If this is another tip, we can't wait. If it's a trap, I'd rather know. He strapped on his gun, the one from the safe, and put the key from his pocket on his dresser. Stay here. Lock the door behind me. I'll call you when I know something. He left. I locked the door as he asked, and then went to the living room window, watching his taillights disappear into the rainy dark. The waiting was agony. Every minute felt like an hour. I made tea but didn't drink it. I picked up a book but couldn't read a word. All I could think about was that cold, internal voice and the word on the paper. Now. About 40 minutes later, my phone rang. It was him. It's an empty lot, he said. His voice was tense, confused. Just a fenced-in empty space between two old factories. Nothing here. No one here. So it's nothing, I said, a weak hope rising in me. Maybe just a prank. Maybe, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. I'm coming home. I heard his car start in the background. Then he said, wait. The line went quiet for a full minute. Honey, I said, what is it? There's a door, he whispered. In the side of one of the factory buildings, facing the lot. An old metal door. I almost missed it, and there's a keyhole. My eyes flew to the dresser in our bedroom, where he had left the key. The key, I breathed. It's the same shape, he said, his voice filled with a kind of dreadful awe. The brass head, the blue handle, this keyhole is old. It would fit. Don't open it, I said, the words bursting out of me. Not alone. Not in the dark. Please just come home. He was quiet for another long moment. I could hear the rain on his end of the line. Yeah, he finally said. You're right. I'm coming home. He hung up. I paced until I heard his car pull in. When he walked through the door, he was soaked, his hair plastered to his forehead. In one hand, he held the key. He looked from the key to me, and then walked over and put it back in his pocket. "It fits," was all he said. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We sat at the kitchen table as the sky lightened, the key and the yellow receipt between us like pieces from two different puzzles that had just snapped together. "It gave us a key," he said. "Then it gave us the door. It's leading us somewhere, step by step." "But why us?" I asked, the question that had been haunting me for weeks. He picked up the key, turning it over. "I don't know, but I think we have to open that door." I felt a jolt of pure fear. "No, we can't. We tell someone. Your lieutenant. Someone." "And say what?" he asked, his voice rising. "That my wife has been getting supernatural tips from a ghost? That we found a magic key? They'll pull my badge. They'll think I've lost it, or worse, that I'm involved in something. After the dry cleaner bust, they're already looking at me sideways." He was right, and I hated it. We were in a box with no good way out. So what do we do? He looked out the window at the new day. "We wait. It's not done. It's giving us instructions. It'll tell us what it wants next." The awful part was, I knew he was right. The voice had said now, but it hadn't meant for him to open the door right then. It was just showing us the next piece. The game was still on, and we were still playing. A few days passed, normal on the surface. Then, on Sunday afternoon, my husband was working in the garage. I was folding laundry in the living room. The TV was on for noise, some cooking show. I reached for a pillowcase, and a sudden, sharp pain lanced through my head, right behind my eyes. I winced, closing them. When I opened them, the world looked wrong. The colors on the TV were too bright, pulsing. The sound from it became a distorted roar. And then, projected onto my vision like words on a screen, I saw it. Tonight. 1 a.m. Come alone. Tell no one. And as quickly as it came, it was gone. The pain vanished. The TV sounds went back to normal. I was left sitting on the couch, a folded towel in my lap, knowing with absolute certainty that the message was for my husband, and that I had just been the delivery system again. That night, after a tense, quiet dinner, I told him. I described the pain, the distorted vision, the words. He just nodded, like he had been expecting it. "It's time," he said. We argued. I begged him not to go, to call for backup, to do anything but walk into that empty lot alone at 1 in the morning. But he was stubborn. "If I don't go, it might just come here. Or it might make you go. I can't risk that. This is my job. To face things. Even things like this." At 12:30 a.m., he got ready. He took his gun. He took the key. He kissed me a hard, quick kiss. "Lock the door. I'll text you every 20 minutes. If I miss a check-in, you call the precinct. You tell them I was following a lead on the informant's death. You tell them the address. You don't mention anything else." Then he left. I watched the clock. At 12:50, I got a text, here. "All quiet. 1 a.m. at the door. 1:05 a.m. key fits." Turning it, and then nothing. 1:25 came. No text. 1:45, nothing. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. At 2:05 a.m., an hour after his last text, I was about to call the police, my finger hovering over the dial button, when my phone finally buzzed. It was a text from him. It was just 2 words, "I'm inside." A minute later, another text came through. This one was a picture. It was dark, blurry, taken with his phone's flash. It showed the inside of the factory room. It was empty except for one thing. In the center of the concrete floor, lit by the flash, was a small, modern black safe. The kind you'd buy for a home office. It was just sitting there waiting. The message that followed the picture read, "It's for you. The combination is our wedding date." The chapter of the key was over. We had found the door it opened. But now behind that door was a new puzzle, a new box waiting for us, and whatever was inside was meant for me. The door was no longer the mystery. The mystery was now locked in that small, out-of-place safe, and the combination was the most important number of our lives together. He was safe, he was coming home, but he was bringing a new problem with him, one that was personally deeply ours. We had answered the call, and now the game had delivered its next move right into our hands. He came home carrying the safe. It was smaller than I pictured, about the size of a large shoebox, but it looked dense and serious in his arms. He set it down on the kitchen table with a solid thunk. We both just stared at it. The black metal was scuffed. It was a real thing, a physical object from that dark, empty room. It made everything more real and more terrifying. "You didn't open it," I said. It wasn't a question. He shook his head. "It said it was for you. The combination, it's our date." He sounded weird, distant, like part of him was still back in that factory. "Are you okay? What was it like in there?" He ran a hand over his face. "It was just a room. Empty. Dusty. This was in the middle of the floor. Like a gift. Or a bomb." We looked at the safe. The dial was shiny and new, unlike the old key. I knew the number. Of course I did. 6 digits that defined the best day of my life. The idea of using them to open this thing felt like a violation. "We don't have to open it," he said, but his eyes said he knew that wasn't true. We were in too deep. The key, the door, the safe, it was a trail of breadcrumbs, and we had eaten every one. If we stopped now, we would never know why, and not knowing seemed worse. "We have to," I whispered. I stepped up to the table. My hands were cold. I reached out and spun the dial. The clicks were loud in the quiet kitchen. Right to the first number. Left past it twice to the second. Right to the third. My fingers knew the rhythm. It was the same motion I used for his gun safe, but this felt entirely different. On the last number, I took a breath and pulled the handle down. It moved smoothly with a well-oiled clunk. The door unsealed. I looked at my husband. He gave a short, tense nod. I swung the door open. Inside, there were no stacks of cash, no bundles of drugs, no glittering jewels. There were only 2 things. A single, unmarked USB flash drive, dark blue, and a photograph. I picked up the photo first. It was a color picture, slightly faded, like it was a few years old. It showed a man in his late 50s, maybe early 60s. He had thinning gray hair and wore wire-rimmed glasses. He was sitting at a cluttered desk in what looked like a home office, shelves packed with books behind him. He was smiling at the camera, a warm, gentle smile. He looked like a nice man. A professor, maybe. I did not recognize him at all. I turned it over. On the back, in the same neat block letters from the gas station receipt, was written, Orlando Marconi. He knew. He tried to warn them. My blood ran cold. Marconi. Old man Marconi. The man whose Ouija board started all of this. This was him, not as a crazy old hermit, but as a normal, smiling person. He knew what? My husband asked, taking the photo from me. He studied the face, his cop mind filing it away. "And who is them?" I picked up the USB drive. It was light, innocuous. It could hold anything. "We have to look," I said. He hesitated, then went to his laptop on the counter. He booted it up, his movements quick and nervous. He inserted the drive. A single window popped up. No folders. Just one video file named Testament. MPG. He double-clicked it. The video player opened. The footage was grainy, shaky, like it was taken on an old webcam. It showed the same man from the photo, Orlando Marconi, sitting at the same cluttered desk. He looked older than in the photo, more tired, his eyes wider. He was leaning close to the camera. "If you are seeing this," he began, his voice a reedy, educated whisper, "then you have found my key, and my box, and you are in the same trouble I was." He glanced over his shoulder, paranoid. "They think I am a crazy old man. I was a prosecutor for 22 years. I saw patterns, not just crimes, but connections, a sickness in the city's bones. It isn't just people. It's the way the money moves, the way favors are traded, the way cases die in filing cabinets. It has a consciousness, a will to keep itself alive." My husband and I exchanged a glance. This sounded like the rantings of a paranoid mind. But after what we had been through, it didn't sound crazy. It sounded like an explanation. Marconi continued. "I found a way to listen to it, to see the patterns clearly. A focus, an object. It showed me things, locations, names. It wanted me to act. I thought I could fight it from the inside. I gave tips, anonymous letters." He laughed, a bitter, choking sound. "They always came back. The information was always right. And then people started dying. The informants, the whistleblowers. The pattern was cleaning house. It was using me to find the weak links and eliminate them. I wasn't fighting it. I was its janitor." He looked directly into the camera, his face filled with a desperate intensity. "I tried to break the connection. I destroyed the focus object. I moved. It didn't matter. It was in the wires, in the phones, in my dreams. It finds a way in. It looks for cracks, stress, fear, obsession. It finds a crack and it gets in, and it will use you to protect itself." He leaned back, looking defeated. "It hates a vacuum. If you remove a bad cop, a dirty politician, it will find a way to fill that space with something worse, or it will punish you for trying. It is the ecosystem, and we are just germs in its body. If you are watching this, it has found you. It is using you. You probably think you are helping. You are not. You are feeding it. The only way out, the only way I could see, was to stop being a crack, to become a solid wall. But I was too weak. I was too afraid. The video ended abruptly. The screen went black. We sat there in the kitchen light. The hum of the laptop fanned the only sound. Marconi wasn't a crackpot. He was a witness. And he was describing exactly what was happening to us. The maps. The tips. The informant who died. The dry cleaner bust that exposed corrupt cops. We weren't solving crimes. We were being used to maintain a balance, a terrible, rotten balance. It's not a ghost, I said, my voice hollow. It's the city itself. The system. He said it finds a crack, my husband said, looking at me, and I saw the guilt in his eyes. Stress. Fear. Obsession. He was thinking about his job, the long hours, the pressure to close cases. And I was the crack in his life, the worried wife, the one who was vulnerable in my sleep. We had let it in together. What do we do? I asked. He said the only way out is to stop being a crack. What does that mean? My husband ejected the USB drive and held it in his hand. It means we stop being afraid. We stop playing its game. We don't follow the next tip. We don't look at the next map. And what happens when it sends one anyway? I asked. What happens when I draw a map in my sleep that leads to our front door? He didn't have an answer. He put the USB drive and the photo back in the safe, closed it, and spun the dial. We hide this. We pretend we never saw it. We go on like normal. We be a wall. It was a good plan. A solid plan. We put the safe in the back of his closet, behind a stack of shoe boxes. We went through the next week trying to be a wall. We went to work. We had friends over for dinner. We talked about painting the guest room. We acted completely, utterly normal. I even slept through the night a few times. It was working. We were winning by not playing. Then on Friday, my husband came home from work looking grim. He didn't say hello. He went straight to the fridge and got a beer. What's wrong? I asked. New partner, he said, taking a long drink. They assigned me a new guy today. Fresh transfer. Young, eager. Too eager. What's wrong with that? He asked about the dry cleaner bust, he said, his eyes meeting mine. Not about the case. About the tip. He wanted to know how I really knew. Said he heard rumors it was a psychic tip. A chill went through me. That's not possible. That information is sealed. Rumors aren't sealed, he said. This kid, he was digging. Nicely. Professionally. But digging. That night, I dreamed I was sinking into thick, black tar. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I woke up gasping. It was 3 a.m. My husband was asleep. I got up to get a glass of water, my heart still racing from the dream. As I passed the hall closet, the one where we found the key, I stopped. The door was slightly ajar. I always kept it closed. I pushed it open and turned on the light. Nothing was out of place. The coats hung neatly. The shelves were tidy. But on the floor, in the very center of the closet floor, was a small, white square of paper. It was a business card. I bent and picked it up. It was cheap, plain cardstock. On it, printed in simple font, was a name, Officer Daniel Reyes. And below that, his precinct number and a cell phone number. On the back, in that now horribly familiar block writing, was a new message. He is not your partner. He is their listener. The wall has a crack. I stood in the glow of the closet light, holding the card of my husband's new partner. Marconi's words echoed in my head. It finds a way in. It wasn't done with us. We had tried to become a wall, but it had already put a listener right next to us, inside my husband's own car, his own cases. The game hadn't ended. It had just changed the rules. We had closed the safe on one mystery, but a new, more immediate danger had been delivered right to our home. Not in a dream, but physically on a piece of paper that proved the thing we were fighting was not just in my head. It was in our world, and it knew our moves before we made them. The partner was the problem now, a walking, talking crack in our wall, and we had no idea what he was listening for, or who he was telling. The business card felt like a live wire in my hand. I didn't wake my husband. What would I say? The thing we're ignoring left a calling card in the closet. It would just prove we weren't a wall at all. I put the card in the pocket of my robe and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, Marconi's words looping in my head. He is their listener. The next morning, I made coffee, my hands steady but my insides churning. My husband came into the kitchen, already in his work clothes, his face set in that focused way it got when he had a difficult day ahead. He was going to spend it with him. With Officer Daniel Reyes. You okay? he asked, pouring a cup. You look tired. Bad dream, I said, which was true. I watched him. Should I tell him? If I did, it would break our agreement to be normal, to be a wall. It would crack us open again. But if I didn't, and this partner was a real threat, my husband's phone buzzed on the counter. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. A flicker of annoyance, then a careful blankness. It's him, the new guy. He's downstairs early. Wants to go over case files before roll call. He gave me a quick kiss. I'll see you tonight. Try to have a good day. He left. I waited until I heard his car pull away. Then I took the business card from my robe pocket. The cell number was written there. A listener. What did that mean? Did he hear the same voice I did? Did he get maps too? Or was he just a normal cop who had been told to keep an eye on my husband? The not knowing was worse than knowing. I spent the morning cleaning, trying to burn off the nervous energy. Around 11, my own phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. My heart jumped into my throat. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a text came through from the same number, Mrs. K. This is Officer Reyes. Your husband asked me to check on you. Said you weren't feeling well this morning. Everything okay? The message was polite, professional. But he had my number. My husband wouldn't have given it to him. Not without asking me. I didn't reply. The phone rang again immediately. This time I answered. Hello. Mrs. K, hi. Sorry to bother you. It's Danny Reyes, your husband's partner. His voice was young, friendly, warm. Just wanted to make sure you were doing all right. He mentioned you had a rough night. I'm fine, I said, keeping my voice flat. He shouldn't have bothered you with that. Oh, no bother at all. We partners look out for each other, and that means family too. The friendliness in his voice was like syrup, too thick. Anyway, I just wanted to introduce myself properly, and maybe ask, this might sound strange, but has your husband seemed different lately? Stressed? Talking about work a lot at home. There it was. The listen. He's a detective, I said. He's always stressed. It's his job. Right, of course, he chuckled. Silly question. Well, you have a great day. Tell him I'll see him back at the precinct. He hung up. I held the phone, my skin crawling. That wasn't a welfare check. That was a probe. He is their listener. The rest of the day was agony. I jumped at every sound. I kept checking the windows. I felt watched, even in my own home. I needed to do something. I couldn't just wait. I got my laptop and did the only thing I could think of. I looked up Officer Daniel Reyes. There wasn't much. A few old news blurbs about community outreach. A photo from the police academy. He looked young, smiling, all clean lines and bright eyes. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I dug deeper into social media, using a fake profile I had from an old game. I found his brother. Different last name. Miguel Santos. A few pictures of them together at a family barbecue. Miguel looked older, harder. Something about his eyes didn't match the smiling photos. On a whim, I searched Miguel Santos plus our city name. The third result was a police blotter entry from 2 years ago. Arrest for possession with intent to distribute. Plea deal. Served 18 months. He was a convicted drug dealer. My breath caught. The new partner's brother was a felon, connected to the very world my husband was trying to fight. This wasn't a coincidence. This was the crack. The thing we were fighting had put a man with a vulnerable spot right next to my husband. Could the brother be used as leverage? Was he being used as leverage right now? I didn't know what to do with the information. Telling my husband would send him into a confrontation without proof. It would definitely break the wall. I decided to wait, to watch. When my husband came home that night, he was quiet, withdrawn. How was the new partner? I asked, trying to sound casual. He shrugged. Fine. Eager. Asked a lot of questions. About what? About my process. About old cases. About how I manage work-life balance. He let out a short, humorless laugh. Work-life balance. Like that exists. He was suspicious of him too. I could tell. But he was following our plan, trying to be normal, to be a wall. I decided to keep my discovery to myself for now. The next few days were a tense dance. The partner called or texted me every other day, always friendly, always probing. How's the week treating you? Did your husband talk about the Johnson case? He seemed really wrapped up in it. I gave him nothing short, polite answers. My husband came home more agitated each evening. He wasn't sleeping well. I wasn't sleeping at all. The pressure was building. The wall was straining. Then on Saturday afternoon it broke. My husband was mowing the lawn. I was inside when I saw a plain, unmarked sedan pull up to the curb. Officer Daniel Reyes got out, not in uniform, just jeans and a jacket. He walked up our driveway, not towards the front door, but towards my husband in the backyard. I moved to the kitchen window, out of sight, watching. I saw my husband turn off the mower. They talked. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw my husband's posture change. He went from relaxed to rigid in a second. He took a step towards the younger man. The partner held up his hands, a placating gesture, but he didn't back down. He said something else. My husband's fists clenched at his sides. Then the partner nodded, turned, and walked back to his car, calm as anything. He drove away. My husband stood in the middle of the half-mown lawn for a full minute, just staring at nothing. Then he came inside. His face was pale, his eyes burning. "What did he want?" I asked. He walked past me to the sink, ran a glass of water, and drank it all. "He knows," he said finally, his voice low and rough. "He knows about the maps, about the dry cleaner tip." He didn't say it outright, but he was circling it, talking about unnatural luck and sources that need protection. "What did you tell him?" I told him he was watching too much TV. I told him to get off my property. He put the glass down hard. Then he said, "I'm just trying to help. My brother, he's in a bad way. He hears things too. He says the city talks, and it's angry." I felt the world tilt. So he was a listener, or his brother was, and now he was revealing it, not as a threat, but as a plea for help. "What does that mean?" I whispered. "It means we're not the only ones," he said. "And he's not working for the cops right now. He's working for whatever has his brother. And he's scared." That night, the sleepwalking came back. It wasn't me this time. It was my husband. I woke up to find his side of the bed empty. I found him in the living room, standing in the dark in front of the blank TV screen. He was just standing there. "Honey," I said softly. He didn't move. I turned on a lamp. His eyes were open, but they were glassy, unfocused. In his hand, he held his own police notebook and a pen. His arm was moving slowly, deliberately, writing on the page. He was doing what I had done. He was a passenger. I wanted to scream, to shake him, but I remembered how it felt. I couldn't interfere. I just watched, tears streaming down my face, as his hand wrote a single line in messy, frantic handwriting that was not his own. The listener must choose a side. His brother or the pattern. You will make him choose. Then his hand stopped. He blinked, swayed on his feet. The notebook fell to the floor. He looked at me, confusion, and then horror dawning in his eyes. Well, what did I do? I picked up the notebook and showed him. He read the words, his face crumbling. "It's in me now too," he said, his voice broken. "It's not just you. The crack, it's in both of us." We were past being a wall. The thing had gotten inside him. It was giving him orders now. It wanted us to force the partner to choose. The message was clear: turn the listener or be exposed by him. The next morning, my husband called the partner. He asked to meet, alone, away from the precinct. They agreed on a diner on the other side of town. My husband didn't want me to come, but I insisted. I sat in a booth in the back, wearing a hat, pretending to read a menu. I watched them sit in a booth by the window. I saw the partner's face. He looked exhausted, frightened. They talked for 20 minutes. I saw my husband slide the notebook across the table, showing him the message. I saw the partner read it and put his head in his hands. Then I saw him nod, a slow, defeated nod. They talked some more, their heads close together. An alliance was being formed, not out of trust, but out of shared terror. My husband came back to my booth after the partner left. He sat down heavily. He chose his brother, he said. He'll feed them false information, small stuff, to keep his brother safe. And he'll tell us what they want to know. And what do they want to know? I asked. My husband looked at me, his eyes full of a sorrow so deep it took my breath away. They want to know about you, your routines, when you're alone. They think you're the source, the crack. They think if they control you, they control the information. So that was it. The listener had been turned, but the price was information about me. We had a temporary ally, but we had also confirmed my worst fear. I was the target. We had managed the immediate threat of the partner, but in doing so, we had shone a spotlight directly on myself, and the thing we were fighting now knew exactly where to aim. We walked out of the diner into the gray daylight, not feeling victorious, but feeling like we had just swapped one kind of danger for another, more personal one. The listener was on our side for now, but we had just given the enemy a map to its real target, me. Knowing the partner was now a double agent, feeding watered-down information to the other side, should have made us feel safer. It didn't. It made everything feel more fragile, like we were balancing on a tightrope made of spiderweb. My husband and his new partner started a careful, ugly dance. My husband would give him a small, real piece of information, a low-level dealer's hangout, a time for a routine patrol, something that would check out but wouldn't lead to anything big. The partner would pass it along to his contacts, whoever was holding his brother's safety over his head. In return, the partner would tell my husband what they were asking about. And they were always asking about me. Did she go to the grocery store on Tuesdays? Does she take walks in the park? What is her daily schedule? It was a slow, psychological drip of threat. I stopped leaving the house alone. I started looking out the windows every few minutes. The house, which used to be my sanctuary, felt like a glass box. I was the crack, and now everyone knew where to press. My husband tried to act normal, but the stress was eating him alive. He started having the sleepwalking episodes more often. Not writing, usually. Just standing. Staring at a wall, or out a window, or once, just holding our wedding photo, and crying while he was still asleep. It was the most heartbreaking thing I had ever seen. The thing wasn't just giving him orders anymore. It was wearing him down from the inside. I knew I had to do something more than just hide. I had to understand what we were really up against. I started researching in earnest, using the old laptop in a way I never had before. I went down rabbit holes about parapsychology, conspiracy theories, police corruption networks. It all felt useless. Then I remembered the name from the safe, Orlando Marconi. I started digging into him, beyond what his video had said. I found his old professional records. He wasn't just a prosecutor, he was a star. He had a conviction rate in the high 90s. Then about 10 years ago, it all stopped. There was a big case that fell apart. A key witness recanted. Evidence went missing. The official record said he took a leave of absence for health reasons and never came back. That's when he became the crazy old man. I used a private browser and found an old, mostly forgotten online forum from the early 2000s, a place for people who believed in systemic sentience and urban phantoms. It was full of wild theories, and there, with a username OM_architect, was Marconi. I scrolled through his posts. They started out academic, theoretical. Consider corruption not as individual moral failure, but as a self-replicating pattern, a cognitive algorithm running on the hardware of human greed. As the years went on, his posts got more desperate, more personal. It knows I see it. It offers me deals. It showed me where the missing evidence was buried. I took the deal to save a life. I became part of the pattern. And then his final post, dated a week before the news reported him found dead in his home from an apparent fall. It read, "It doesn't want to destroy the city. It is the city. The deals, the payoffs, the violence, the cover-ups, it's the metabolism. Fighting individual crimes is like swatting at bees. You need to destroy the hive. But the hive fights back. It finds your pressure points. For me, it was my daughter. For you, it will be your wife, your partner, your child. It learns. It protects itself. I tried to build a wall. It sent a termite. My termite was regret. Your termite will be fear." I sat back, my skin crawling. He was describing our exact situation. The partner was our termite. Fear was our termite. Marconi's daughter? I did a quick search. She had been in a car accident a year before his breakdown. Hit and run. Never solved. I felt a sick wave of understanding. The thing we were fighting had threatened his child, and now it was threatening me. It was all connected. It was a pattern, and it used the same tactics over and over. That night, I showed my husband what I had found. We sat at the kitchen table with the laptop between us, the only light in the dark house. He read Marconi's final post, his face grim. "So it's a system," he said quietly, "and we're trying to debug it with a Ouija board." He says we need to destroy the hive. I said, "But how do you destroy something that's made of ideas and people and money?" "You cut off its head," my husband said, but he sounded unsure. "You find the center. And what if the center is everywhere?" I asked. We didn't have an answer, but the research changed something. It made me angry. This wasn't a ghost or a demon. It was a bully, a systemic, intelligent bully that had been terrorizing people for years, maybe generations. It had broken Marconi. It was trying to break us. I was done being just the crack. I needed to be something harder. A week later, the partner gave my husband a new piece of information. "They're getting impatient," he said during a whispered phone call my husband put on speaker for me to hear. "The info you're giving them is junk. They know it. They say if they don't get something real about the source, About your wife. By the end of the month, my brother has an accident." His voice was shaking. "They're not bluffing. We had 2 weeks." The pressure cooker was about to explode. My husband, desperate, came up with a plan. A dangerous, stupid plan. "We give them something real," he said. "But we control it. We set a trap." "What kind of trap?" I asked, my stomach nodding. "We give them a time and place where you'll be alone. Somewhere isolated. We have my partner tell them it's a golden opportunity. And we'll be waiting. We'll catch them in the act, get them on attempted kidnapping or worse, and we'll have leverage to get his brother back and shut this down." It was a cop's plan. Direct. Confrontational. It put me directly in the line of fire as bait. Every cell in my body screamed against it. But what was the alternative? Wait for them to find me on their own terms? "Where?" I asked, my voice small. He had already thought of it. "The old lake house. My dad's place. It's empty, it's remote. We'll say you're going there to clean it out for the weekend. I'll have to work. You'll be alone on Friday night." The plan was set in motion. The partner, with visible relief, passed the information along. My husband called in favors from 2 cops he still trusted absolutely. Guys from his academy days who worked in a different precinct. He couldn't use anyone from his own unit. He told them a simplified version. He had a stalker threatening his wife, and he needed backup for a stakeout. They agreed, no questions asked. Friday arrived. The air in our house was electric with tension. We packed a bag for me, making it look real. My husband's 2 friends, introduced to me only as Ben and Marcus, arrived in an unmarked car. They were big, quiet men with serious eyes. They shook my hand and told me they wouldn't let anything happen. It didn't make me feel much better. We drove in 2 cars to the lake house, an hour outside the city. It was a small wooden cabin in the trees, dark and cold. We arrived in the afternoon. Ben and Marcus checked the perimeter, then set up inside, hiding in the small bedroom and the closet. My husband showed me a panic button on a keychain. "If anything goes wrong, you press this. It's linked to my phone and theirs. We'll be outside watching the road. We won't let anyone near you." He kissed me a hard, quick kiss. "I love you. This ends tonight." Then he and his friends left to take up positions down the wooded driveway. I was alone in the cabin. I had a chair pulled up to the window, looking out at the long, gravel drive leading to the main road. I had a can of pepper spray next to me and the panic button in my hand. The minutes ticked by. The sun set. The woods outside became a wall of blackness. The cabin creaked and settled. Every sound made me jump. I watched the clock. 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Nothing. Had they figured it out? Was the partner's brother already dead? At 10:30, my phone buzzed. A text from my husband, all quiet. "You holding up?" I texted back, "Yes." "Bored. Stay alert." 11 p.m. Midnight. My eyes were gritty from staring into the dark. I was starting to believe it was a false alarm, that they hadn't taken the bait. Then at 12:17 a.m., I saw a single slow-moving car without headlights coast to a stop at the very end of the driveway, where it met the main road. It was just a darker shape against the dark trees. My heart leaped into my throat. I pressed the button on my phone to alert my husband. "Car here." I watched. 2 figures got out of the car. They stood for a moment, then started walking up the driveway, not with a rush, but with a slow, confident stride. They were coming. I moved away from the window, into the center of the room, as we had planned. My job was to let them get close, to get inside, so Ben and Marcus could spring the trap. I could hear my own blood pounding in my ears. I heard the soft crunch of their footsteps on the gravel. Closer, closer. They stopped outside the front door. A long pause. Then the doorknob turned. It was unlocked. The door pushed open. 2 men stood there, backlit by the faint starlight. They were big. They wore dark clothes. I couldn't see their faces. One stepped inside. "Mrs. K," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You're going to come for a ride with us. Don't make noise." This was it. I opened my mouth to scream, the signal for the others to burst out. But before I could make a sound, the cabin's old landline phone, sitting on a side table, rang. The shrill, old-fashioned bell shattered the tension in the room. Both men at the door flinched, looking at it. So did I. It wasn't part of the plan. No one knew that number. On the second ring, a voice, my husband's voice, filled the room from the phone's speaker. He must have remotely activated it through some app. His voice was calm, cold, and it echoed in the small space. "Tell your boss the pattern is done with you." The men looked at each other, confused. Then the lights in the cabin all turned on at once, blindingly bright. And from the bedroom and the closet, Ben and Marcus didn't just step out. They exploded out, shouting, "Police!" Down on the ground. It happened so fast. The two men at the door, startled by the phone and the lights, were caught off guard. One reached for his waist. Marcus was on him in a flash, tackling him to the floor of the porch. The other turned to run, but Ben was already there, grabbing him in a bear hug. My husband came running from the woods, his gun drawn. It was over in less than 30 seconds. The two men were cuffed, lying face down on the gravel. My husband's friends read them their rights. I stood in the doorway, shaking, the panic button still clenched in my fist. My husband came to me, pulling me into a hug. "It's okay. It's over. We got them. We had caught them. The trap had worked." But as I looked over my husband's shoulder at the two captured men, I saw one of them turn his head. He wasn't looking at the cops holding him down. He was looking right at me, and he smiled. It was a wide, knowing, cruel smile. Then he spoke, his voice clear in the cool night air, directed only at me. "He didn't tell you, did he? The partner. His brother wasn't the only leverage." Then he laughed, and they stuffed him into the car. The immediate threat was over. The kidnappers were in custody. We had won the night. But as we drove back to the city in the early morning hours, the man's smiling face and his words hung in the air between my husband and me, a new and terrible question. What else didn't we know? What other leverage was out there? We had closed the trap, but it felt like we had just caught two small fish while the real predator was still out there in the deep, dark water, and it was still laughing. The ride home from the lake house was quiet, the kind of quiet that is full of words no one wants to say. The man's smile was burned into my mind. He didn't tell you. My husband drove, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Ben and Marcus followed in their car with the two captured men. We had agreed on a story. These were the stalkers, the plan had worked, end of story. We couldn't mention the partner, his brother, or the bigger pattern. It was just a personal threat, now neutralized. It felt flimsy, like tissue paper over a hole in a dam. When we got home, the sun was coming up, painting the sky in weak gray colors. We were both exhausted, running on fumes and leftover adrenaline. My husband made a pot of coffee, his movements automatic. I sat at the kitchen table, the same table I had drawn on, and just watched him. What did he mean? I finally asked. The question hung in the air between the drip, drip, drip of the coffee maker. My husband didn't turn around. "I don't know. He was trying to mess with you. It's what they do." He said the partner didn't tell us, that his brother wasn't the only leverage. He turned then, his face drawn and old in the morning light. "We got them, Alex. We stopped them. Whatever game they're playing, we just won a round. Let's just be glad for that right now." He poured 2 mugs of coffee and brought them to the table. We drank without tasting it. The wind felt hollow, like we'd been given a trophy made of tin. The next few days were a blur of false normalcy. My husband went back to work. He said the 2 men were in custody, refusing to talk, but they'd be charged with attempted kidnapping and breaking and entering. The partner, he told me, was relieved but still terrified. His brother was still out there. We were on a knife's edge. Then on Wednesday, my husband came home with a look I had never seen before. It was a mix of triumph and absolute dread. He closed the front door carefully behind him, locked it, and leaned against it. "They talked," he said. "The 2 from the lake house. They got a lawyer, a fancy one, and they cut a deal. They gave up a name." "Who?" "A lieutenant. From the organized crime unit. A guy named Walsh." I'd heard the name. Everyone had. He was a legend, a cop's cop, with a wall of commendations. They said he's the connection. The guy who translates what the pattern wants into action. He's the one who threatened the partner's brother. He's the one who sent them after you. This was it. The head of the snake. Or at least, one of the heads. What happens now? Now, my husband said, a fierce light in his eyes, we take it to internal affairs. But not RIA. The state police. I have a contact. With this, plus the dry cleaner bust, plus the testimony of the 2 goons, we can bring him down. It's enough to start a real investigation. For the first time in months, I felt a surge of real, uncomplicated hope. This was action. This was fighting back against the real-world part of the sickness. We weren't just reacting to spooky maps. We were going after a bad cop. That night, we celebrated with pizza. We talked about maybe going away for a weekend when this was all over. We went to bed feeling almost light. I fell asleep quickly, deeply. And that's when it came. The dream wasn't like the others. I wasn't frozen. I wasn't drawing. I was standing in a white, endless space. And facing me was not a person, but a shape made of shifting shadows, like smoke trapped in a bottle. It had no face, but I could feel it looking at me. A voice, the same cold, internal voice from before, but now smoother, almost conversational, filled the space. You think you have won. You have removed a tool. A useful tool. The pattern dislikes inefficiency. I tried to speak in the dream, to ask what it wanted, but I had no voice. Your husband thinks he is hunting. He is pruning. We will grow back stronger. But you are the interesting variable. The crack that became a blade. Marconi broke. You bend. We have a proposition. An image formed in the white space. It was my husband, sitting at his desk at the precinct. He looked happy. Then the image changed. He was in a prison cell, wearing an orange jumpsuit. The image flickered back and forth. Free man, prisoner, free man, prisoner. Lieutenant Walsh is expendable. Your husband's career, his freedom, is not. We hold the evidence that will trade one for the other. The choice is yours. Let the pruning stop. Become part of the wall again. Or watch him fall. The white space vanished, and I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping. My husband was sleeping beside me. I was drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't a suggestion. It was an ultimatum. Back off, or they would frame my husband for something. They had the reach, the evidence, whatever they needed to do it. The good cop would go down, and the bad cop would walk. The pattern would protect itself. I didn't sleep another minute. When my husband woke up, buzzing with purpose, ready to make his call to the state police, I stopped him. We can't. He stared at me. What? Why? This is our chance. I told him about the dream. The ultimatum. The images of him in a cell. His face fell, the hope draining out of him, replaced by a weary defeat I never wanted to see. So that's it? We just let Walsh go? After everything? If we go after him, they destroy you, I said, my voice breaking. They'll plant evidence. They'll say you were part of it. The dry cleaner bust, the informant's death, they'll twist it all. They'll make it stick. You know they will. He knew. He was a cop. He knew how it worked. He slammed his fist on the dresser, making the picture frames rattle. Then he sank onto the bed, his head in his hands. We were beaten, not by guns or thugs, but by a system that could reshape reality to protect itself. We had fought our way to the boss's door, and the boss had simply pointed a finger back at us. That day, my husband called his state police contact and said his source had recanted, that the information was shaky. He pulled back. He told the partner the hunt was off, to just keep feeding them useless scraps to keep his brother safe. We tried to settle into a miserable, tense peace. We were a wall again, but now it was a prison wall, and we were on the inside. A week later, a padded envelope arrived in the mail. No return address. My husband opened it. Inside was a stack of photocopies, financial records, bank transfers. They showed regular, small deposits into an offshore account in my husband's name. The dates went back 2 years. It was all fake, of course, but it looked real, and it was accompanied by a simple, typewritten note, a show of good faith. The originals remain with US. The wall holds. It was a reminder, a leash. They had the power to destroy him anytime they wanted. We burned the copies in the sink and watched the ashes swirl down the drain. That should have been the end. We should have lived the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But something in me had snapped. I was done being a variable, a crack, a pawn. Marconi had broken. I wouldn't. I waited until my husband was at work. I went to the back of his closet and pulled out the black safe. I spun the dial to our wedding date and opened it. I took out the USB drive, Marconi's testament. I plugged it into my laptop, but this time, I didn't watch the video. I dug into the drive's hidden properties. There were deleted files. With some free software I found online, I managed to recover one. It was a text file, a list. Names, dates, case numbers. It was a record of every tip Marconi had ever received, and what happened after. It was a map of the pattern's activity over a decade. And at the bottom of the list, I saw it. A case number, a date from 9 years ago, and a single stark sentence. Asset utilized, Officer James Walsh. Outcome, favorable. My breath caught. Walsh wasn't just a lieutenant who worked for the pattern. He had been created by it. He was one of Marconi's assets, groomed and helped by the very information the pattern provided. He was a plant that had grown into a powerful tree. This was the leverage, not the fake bank records. The truth. I copied the file. I saved it to 3 different cloud accounts with passwords I made up on the spot. I printed 2 paper copies. I put one in a safety deposit box at a bank across town. I addressed an envelope with the other to the biggest newspaper in the state. I didn't put a return address. I wrote a short letter, anonymous, explaining that this was from the files of deceased prosecutor Orlando Marconi, and it suggested deep, long-term corruption. I didn't mention my husband. I didn't mention me. I only mentioned Walsh. I walked to a mailbox 3 blocks away and dropped it in. I was not a crack. I was a seed. I was planting truth in dirt that had been covered in lies for too long. That night, I told my husband what I had done. He was furious, then terrified, then finally, he looked at me with a kind of stunned respect. "It's out of our hands now," I said. "The story is with a reporter. The data is safe. If they come after you with those fake records, we release everything. We show the world the whole pattern, starting with Walsh." It was a nuclear option. It would blow up our lives, but it would blow up theirs too. We sat together in the living room, waiting for the world to change. We didn't know if the newspaper would publish it. We didn't know if Walsh would feel the tremor in the web and strike first. We didn't know if we would wake up tomorrow to police at our door. But for the first time, we were not reacting. We had acted. The final move was no longer ours to make. The story was in the wild now, a tiny spark in a very dark forest. We had closure of a sort. The immediate, terrifying cycle of maps and threats was over, broken not by surrender, but by a calculated act of defiance. We had switched off the game, but in doing so, we had lit a fuse on a much bigger bomb. And now we were just 2 people in a quiet house, holding hands in the lamplight, waiting to see if the explosion would destroy the monsters, or us, or both. The fight in the shadows was done. The next battle would be in the light, and we had no idea who would be left standing when the smoke finally cleared. Story number 5. Look, you ever get a gift that just feels wrong from the moment it lands in your hands? My name is Leo, and that's exactly what happened to me in a greasy diner just outside Cheyenne. I was shoveling down eggs that tasted like rubber, thinking about the next 500 empty miles, when this other trucker slid into the booth across from me. I'd seen him around before, a grizzled guy with eyes that looked like they'd seen too many midnight roads. He didn't say hello, just nursed his coffee and watched the rain smear the windows. After a while, he dug into his jacket pocket and pulled out this little box, the kind you get at a joke shop, and pushed it across the sticky table towards me. "For the lonely miles," he said, and his smile didn't reach those tired eyes. I laughed it off, a cheap bit of fun, and thanked him. It was a travel-sized Ouija board, the flimsiest thing you ever saw, all thin cardboard and a plastic slider. I tossed it onto the passenger seat of my rig and forgot about it for days, rolling through Nebraska under a sky so big and empty it felt like you could fall off the earth. The loneliness out there, it's a real thing. It gets into your bones. So one night, parked at a rest stop so quiet I could hear the ticks of my engine cooling, I saw that dumb box. Boredom is a powerful thing. I opened it, balanced the board on my knees, and put my fingers on that little plastic heart they call a planchette. I felt like an idiot, talking to an empty cab. "All right, oh wise spirit," I mumbled, half joking. "What's on the road ahead for me?" I expected nothing. Maybe my own hand twitching from too much coffee. What I didn't expect was for the thing to jerk under my fingers. It wasn't a smooth glide. It jumped. It slammed to the letter B, then L, then O, then O, then D. I stared at the word. Blood. A cold knot tightened in my gut. Before I could even pull my hand away, it zipped again. F-O-G blood fog. I yanked my hand back like I'd been shocked. My heart was hammering against my ribs. "Get a grip," I said out loud to the empty cab. It was a vibration from a distant truck, or my own subconscious playing tricks. That's all. I shoved the board under the seat and tried to sleep. The dream was worse than any message. I was driving, but the road was wrong, and a trailer was jackknifing in front of me in slow motion, spilling something dark across wet asphalt. I woke up with a gasp, the dawn lighted dirty gray through my windshield. My arm itched. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I looked down and saw marks. Faint, smudged lines on my forearm, like someone had written on me with a cheap ballpoint pen while I slept. It wasn't a word. It was a string of numbers. They looked like map coordinates. Now, that spooked me worse than the board. I scrubbed at my skin with a napkin and spit, but the numbers just got blurrier, like a stubborn tattoo. A deep, superstitious chill went through me. This wasn't a twitch. This was something else. Part of me, the sensible part, said to ignore it. to drive on and forget any of this ever happened. But the other part, the part that had seen that Ouija board jump, needed to know. With shaking hands, I punched the numbers into my GPS. It was a real place, a stretch of highway about 50 miles back the way I'd come. I sat there, engine off, listening to the empty silence of the rest stop. I flipped on the CB radio, scanning for chatter. Nothing. No accident reports, no weather alerts for fog. Just the usual static and a few guys talking about diesel prices. The rational explanation won. It was a freak coincidence, a weird waking dream and a skin irritation. I started the engine, the big diesel rumbling to life, and I pulled back onto the interstate, driving away from those coordinates, determined to put the whole creepy morning behind me. I drove for hours, the flat land stretching out forever. I had the radio on low, some talk station just for the noise. Then the news bulletin cut in. The announcer's voice was calm, professional, and it made the words hit even harder. There had been a major accident, a multi-vehicle pileup in dense, sudden fog. Multiple fatalities. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The reporter gave the location. It was the exact stretch of road from the coordinates on my arm. Then they gave the estimated time of the crash. It happened just about 1 hour after I woke up and saw those numbers. If I had turned around, if I had driven back, I would have been right there. I would have seen it. Or maybe a tiny, terrible voice whispered in my head. I would have been in it. I pulled over at the next exit, my hands clamped so tight on the wheel my knuckles were white. I sat there for a long time, watching cars blur past, living their normal, uncursed lives. I looked at my arm again. The numbers were finally fading. But the feeling wasn't. The gift from the tired trucker wasn't a joke. It was a warning. And as I sat there on the shoulder, a single, clear thought cut through the panic. This was not over. The road ahead was long, and something was now on it with me. I had no idea how to get rid of it, or if it even wanted me to try. All I knew was that the next lonely night and the next empty stretch of asphalt were waiting. And so was the board under my seat. For 2 weeks, I tried to pretend it never happened. I threw myself into the work, taking long hauls, blasting loud music, and stopping only when my eyes were crossing from exhaustion. I avoided looking at the passenger seat floor, where that flimsy cardboard box was buried under old maps and empty coffee cups. I scrubbed my arm raw every morning in truck stop showers, as if I could wash away the memory of those numbers. But the memory was etched deeper than any ink. Sleep became my enemy. I'd lie in my bunk, staring at the ceiling of the cab, fighting to stay awake because I was terrified of what I might dream. When I did sleep, it was broken and restless, but thankfully dreamless. I started to believe maybe it was a one-time thing, a perfect storm of coincidence, and a screwed-up gag gift from a lonely old man. That hope lasted exactly 14 days. The second time was worse. The dream wasn't about big rigs and fog. It was small and sharp and horrible. I saw a child's bicycle, the bright red kind with tassels on the handlebars, lying crushed in a ditch next to a twisted mailbox. I heard the screech of tires, not from a semi, but from a family car. I woke up gasping, my throat tight. I didn't want to look. I forced myself to look at my forearm, and there they were, new coordinates. These weren't faint smudges. They were dark, clear lines, like someone had pressed down hard with a pen, determined to be seen. A cold dread, colder than any winter wind, settled in my chest. This was real. It was happening again. Last time I ran. This time a different instinct kicked in. Maybe I could stop it. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy. I couldn't call the police directly. They'd ask too many questions. I remembered the number for the state patrol tip line from a roadside sign. I drove to the next exit, found a grimy payphone outside a shuttered gas station, and fed coins into it. My voice sounded like a stranger's, tight and shaky. I reported a possible accident, a car off the road, at those coordinates. I hung up before they could ask my name. I sat in my cab, shaking. I had done the right thing, the moral thing. But a new, more terrifying thought arrived. What if calling it in wasn't enough? The coordinates were a 2-hour drive from where I was. The dream felt immediate. I made a choice that would change everything. I didn't drive away. I pointed my rig toward the coordinates. I was going to see it for myself. The location was up in the mountains, a scenic overlook on a winding 2-lane road. My GPS led me right to it. As I pulled into the gravel lot, my heart was trying to beat its way out of my ribs. Everything was peaceful. Pine trees, a guardrail, a spectacular view of valleys below. No crash. For a beautiful, fleeting second, I felt a surge of relief. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the dream was just a dream. Then I saw the car. A blue sedan, coming around the bend too fast. I saw it all in slow motion. The driver, a man with a panicked face, yanking the wheel. The tires losing their grip on the gravel shoulder. The sickening lurch as the car slammed through the wooden guardrail like it was made of toothpicks. The silence after, which was worse than any sound. Then the screaming started. I was moving before I even thought, leaping from my cab, my CB radio in hand to call for help. I used my truck to block the lane, my emergency lights flashing. I was the first one down the slope. The car was crumpled against a tree. The man inside was alive, but his eyes were wide and unseeing, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. I talked to him, nonsense words, telling him help was coming, until the first sirens echoed up the mountain. They got him out. The paramedics said he would live, thanks to the quick response. A sheriff, a woman with a kind, tired face, came over to me after the chaos settled. "You saved a life today," she said, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Lucky you were so close. Almost like you knew." Her words were meant to be grateful, but they hit me like a physical blow. I froze. She had no idea how right she was. That's when the full understanding crashed down on me. I wasn't just foreseeing these things. I was being positioned, pulled into them. The entity, or whatever it was, wasn't just showing me the future. It was putting me in the audience for its horrible show. I was a reluctant witness, and my presence, my call, had maybe altered the outcome this time. But I had still seen it. I had still been part of it. That night, in a cheap motel room, I started a logbook. A cheap spiral notebook from a gas station. I wrote down the date, the coordinates from my arm, the details of the dream, and then what actually happened. I needed to find a pattern, something rational. Was it weather-related? Bad road design? A certain phase of the moon? I was turning from a victim into an investigator, clinging to the idea that if I could understand it, I could beat it. But the logbook itself became a source of dread. As I paged back through it, looking at the two entries, a terrifying common thread emerged. In both the news report of the pileup and from the paramedics talking about the sedan driver, the same phrase came up. The drivers had reported falling asleep at the wheel or a sudden, inexplicable loss of control. It wasn't just bad roads. It was like something was making them crash. After a few days of this, I snapped. I couldn't live with that thing in my truck. I drove to a massive truck stop in Tennessee, a place with rows of dumpsters out back. I took the Ouija board, box and all, and I hurled it into a dumpster full of rotting food and empty oil bottles. I slammed the lid down. A wave of relief, so profound it made my knees weak, washed over me. It was gone. The source of the curse was buried in garbage. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept. Really slept. A deep, dreamless, peaceful sleep. I woke up feeling like a new man. The sun was shining. Birds were chirping in the trees by the parking lot. I stretched, feeling the weight lifted. I had done it. I had broken the cycle. I rolled up my sleeve, a casual gesture, just to check. The sight stole the breath from my lungs. Fresh coordinates. These weren't just written on my skin. They were etched deep and angry like a brand. The skin around them was red and raised. And as I sat there, stunned, my eyes drifted to the passenger side footwell. There, clean and dry, sitting neatly on the floor mat as if it had been placed there carefully, was the travel-sized Ouija board. It hadn't been in the dumpster. It had never left. The relief vanished, replaced by a sinking horror that was infinitely worse than before. It wasn't just about the board. It was about me, and it was clear now that whatever this was, it wasn't letting go. The board was back. That simple fact broke something in my brain. The last little thread of normal, rational thinking snapped. This wasn't a weird psychological thing. This wasn't me being psychic. Something was with me. Something that could put thoughts in my head, marks on my skin, and could move a physical object from a dumpster back into my locked truck. I stopped trying to explain it away. Now I just needed to survive it. The dreams changed after that. They weren't just movies I watched anymore. They started to feel real. The next one, I wasn't just seeing a crash, I was in it. I felt the jolt of the impact in my own teeth. I tasted copper like blood in my own mouth. I heard the crackle of a CB radio and a voice, not mine, screaming for someone to help, screaming that they couldn't feel their legs. I woke up heaving, scrambling out of my bunk to vomit on the gravel beside my rig. The thing was getting inside my head, sharing the victim's last moments with me. And the crashes it showed me got worse, uglier. No more simple spin-outs. It was showing me fire now, big orange balls of it engulfing cars. It showed me a school bus teetering on the edge of a bridge. This thing, whatever it was, had a taste for the big show, the terrible spectacle. It was showing me its favorite meals. I was exhausted, running on caffeine pills and sheer terror. One afternoon, driving through Kansas with the flat land blurring past, I just couldn't take it anymore. I yelled at the empty cab, my voice raw and cracked. "What do you want from me? Just tell me what you want." I didn't expect an answer. The radio was on, scanning through the fuzzy AM stations full of preachers and static. Right after I shouted, the scanning stopped. The speakers filled with a hiss, and then a voice came through. It wasn't one voice. It was many, layered on top of each other, distorted and wrong, like people talking through broken glass and water. It said one word: witness. Then the radio went back to scanning like nothing happened. I almost drove off the road. That word echoed in my head. Witness. It wanted an audience. I was its audience. That was my job now. The realization shifted everything. I wasn't trying to understand a phenomenon anymore. I was trying to survive a relationship with something intelligent and hungry. I started digging not into accident reports, but into the old stories. I spent hours at library computers in small towns, looking up folklore. I wasn't looking for Ouija board tricks. I was looking for tales of road ghosts, hitchhikers that vanished, spirits that haunted certain turns where lots of people died. I read about things called wayfarer spirits, lonely ghosts that followed travelers. I read about hungry ghosts, beings that fed on pain and fear. It all felt too close to home. In one old story, I read a fragment, a supposed way to ward off an evil spirit that was following you. It said to line your windows with salt, a barrier, and to put a nail point up under your seat, something about iron confusing them. It was probably nonsense, but I was desperate. That night, at a Walmart parking lot, I did it. I took a salt shaker I'd lifted from a diner and made a thin, careful line of salt along the bottom edge of all my cab windows. I took a nail from my toolkit and tucked it under the driver's seat cushion, point facing up. I felt silly, but also a tiny bit of hope. Maybe this would break the connection, even for a night. I slept. The dream that came was the most violent yet. It was a chain reaction on a rainy freeway, metal screaming, people trapped. I felt a searing heat on my face. I woke up screaming, bathed in cold sweat, and my hope died. The salt I had so carefully laid was scattered all across the dashboard and seats, like a gust of wind had blown through my sealed cab. I reached under my seat cushion, my fingers searching for the nail. I found it. It wasn't pointing up. It was embedded, point first, deep into the foam of my headrest, right where the back of my skull would have been. A message. A very clear one. My little protections were a joke to it. Around that time, I noticed something new in my logbook. I had been writing in it every day, my notes getting more frantic. One morning, I paged back and saw an entry I didn't remember writing. The handwriting was almost mine, but off, the letters slanted differently, more aggressive. It described a crash involving a motorcycle and a deer, with details I hadn't known yet. At the bottom of that page, in that same almost my handwriting, were the words, "It is learning your hand." My blood ran cold. It wasn't just talking through the radio. It was trying to write through me. I was losing ground fast. In a moment of pure despair, I found a website. It was a weird, buried forum called Road Incident Precognitives. It was a ghost town, just a handful of posts from truckers, a travel nurse, a long-haul bus driver. They talked about dreams, about knowing things, about marks appearing. My heart raced as I read. I wasn't alone. But the posts all ended abruptly. The last one, from a user called Long Haul Lenny, over a year ago, had a single line that made my stomach drop. It said, it asked for a name. I gave it one. Don't make my mistake. Then nothing. No more posts from anyone. The forum was dead. That was the final straw. The rage came then, hot and bright, burning away the fear for a second. I grabbed the Ouija board from where it sat, taunting me on the passenger seat. I didn't want to just throw it away this time. I wanted to destroy it. I flicked my lighter open, the flame steady in the still air of the cab. I held the flame to the corner of the cardboard box. The paper should have blackened, curled, caught fire. It didn't. The flame licked the corner, but the box didn't even scorch. I held the lighter there until my thumb burned. Nothing. I tried to melt the plastic planchette. The flame wrapped around it, but the plastic stayed cool, unchanged. It was impossible. This was cheap junk. It should be a puddle. I sat there, the lighter flame shaking in my hand, defeated. And then, slowly, without my touch, the plastic planchette on the board began to move. It slid across the printed letters, smooth and sure, until it came to rest. It stopped on the word "no." I dropped the lighter. It clattered to the floor. The flame went out. I stared at the board, at that little plastic heart pointing squarely at its answer. You couldn't burn it. You couldn't throw it away. And it was learning, every day, how to get further inside my world. The fight seemed to leak out of me, replaced by a cold, hard understanding. This thing was stronger than any salt or nail. It was stronger than my rage. And the only clue I had from someone who had been in my shoes was a warning. Don't give it a name. But as I looked at the board, a new, more immediate question formed. If it wanted a witness, what happened when being a witness wasn't enough for it anymore? The days blurred into one long, terrible drive after that. I stopped taking care of myself, stopped caring about anything but the next coordinates. Showers became a distant memory. I lived on gas station hot dogs and stale coffee. My rig, once my pride and joy, got filthy inside and out. I wasn't a trucker anymore. I was a delivery system for a nightmare, and the package was me. I stopped even looking for paying loads. What was the point? My savings were draining away, but money felt meaningless. My only purpose was to drive to the numbers on my arm, to watch, to witness. I was a prisoner in my own cab, and the road was my cell block. The exhaustion was the worst part. I was afraid to sleep, but my body would give out. After one 60-hour stretch propped up on pills, I saw it. Just a flicker in the rearview mirror as the sun was going down. A dark shape sitting in the passenger seat. A human-shaped smudge, like a shadow made of thicker darkness. I whipped my head around so fast my neck cracked. The seat was empty, but when I reached over and placed my hand on the passenger seat, the leather was ice cold, and it was indented deeply, as if a large person had been sitting there for hours. It wasn't just in my head anymore. It was taking up space. The physical proof got harder to ignore. One morning, I woke up at a red light, having nodded off for just a few seconds. I rubbed my eyes, and there, on the dashboard in front of me, were the latest coordinates. They weren't on my skin. They were carved into the vinyl of the dash, like someone had taken a knife or a very sharp fingernail and scratched them right into the material. The thing was getting stronger. It was leaving permanent marks on my world, not just on me. I was losing. The hopelessness of it all crushed me one night in an empty industrial park. I just couldn't do it anymore. I looked at the cold, indented passenger seat, and I spoke, my voice hollow. Is this all you are? Just a parasite? Show me something I can actually stop. Something small. A flat tire. A broken fan belt. Show me you're not just about the feast. I didn't expect an answer. I was just talking to the dark. But that night, the dream was different. It was simple. A woman, alone in a sedan on a country road at dusk. A loud bang, the car wobbling. A flat tire. She pulled over safely, got out, and stood there looking at the wrecked tire, scared but unharmed. The coordinates that came were for a rural route in Iowa. It felt like a test. I drove there, my mind buzzing. It was exactly as I'd seen. The woman was there, struggling with the lug nuts. I pulled over, put on my hazards, and walked over. Need a hand? I said. She nearly jumped out of her skin, but then she saw my face, my rig, and relief flooded hers. I changed her tire in 10 minutes. She thanked me over and over, her eyes wet. You're an angel, she said. As she drove off, spare tire thumping, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. A glimmer of something good. A twisted sense of purpose. Maybe I could steer this. Maybe I could use this curse to actually help people. That hope was a poison, and I drank it right down. It made me believe, for a moment, that I had some control. That maybe we could make a deal, this thing and I. Around that time, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize, but with a Wyoming area code. I answered. It was him, the veteran trucker who gave me the board. He didn't say hello. All I heard was sobbing, deep, wretched, heartbroken sobs that went on and on. I said his name. I asked what was wrong, but he just cried. Then the line went dead. I tried calling back. It was disconnected. That call froze the little bit of hope I had. Whatever was happening to me, it had happened to him. And it had broken him. The worst moment came when I reviewed my dash cam footage. I had a camera that recorded the cab, for security. I was looking back at a day where I'd felt particularly fuzzy, wondering if I'd missed something. I fast-forwarded through hours of me driving, my face drawn and tired. Then I saw it. The timestamp was 3 a.m. I was in my bunk, supposedly asleep. On the video, my sleeping form stirred. Then I sat up. My movements were smooth, mechanical, all wrong. My face was blank. My eyes were open, but they looked strange, dark and empty in the grainy footage. I watched myself reach for a pen from the cup holder. I watched myself roll up the sleeve of my own shirt. And I watched, with a horror that turned my insides to liquid, as my own hand, controlled by something else, calmly and neatly wrote the next set of coordinates onto my own forearm. Then I lay back down. The video kept rolling. I slept. I had been writing the messages on myself. It wasn't just learning my handwriting. It was wearing me like a glove. I was truly just a vessel. The last bit of fight left me. I was a puppet. What was the point? A few days later, feeling dead inside, I went to put my sun visor down against the glare. A folded piece of paper, yellow and old, fluttered into my lap. I knew the handwriting immediately. It was the veteran's, shaky but clear. It must have been tucked up there the day he gave me the board. A message I was never meant to find until it was too late. It said only, "It doesn't want to warn. It wants to feed. The crash is the dinner bell. You're just the ringmaster." I read those words over and over. The ringmaster. I thought of the woman with the flat tire. A tiny snack, a consolation prize to keep me playing the game. The real meal was the chaos, the pain, the fear. And I was the one leading everyone to the table. My moment of hope had been a trick, a way to make me complicit. I wasn't a witness. I was part of the show. I looked at the new coordinates freshly carved into my dashboard. I looked at the cold, dented passenger seat. The board sat on it, waiting. I had helped it. I had cheered for it when it threw me a crumb. I had become its partner. The question now wasn't how to stop it. The question was, how much of me was even left to try? The truth, that I was just the ringmaster for its horrors, broke the last of my spirit. I stopped fighting the tiredness. What was the point? In a vast, empty Walmart parking lot in Ohio, under the flat white glow of the security lights, my body finally gave out. I crawled into the bunk and passed into a sleep so deep it felt like drowning. But I didn't find peace. The dream that took me was different from all the others. I wasn't watching from the sidelines. I was in the driver's seat of my own rig. I could feel the familiar vibration of the wheel, see the highway stretching out in my headlights. But my hands weren't on the wheel. I was a passenger, trapped inside my own body, looking out through my own eyes. And I wasn't alone. In the passenger seat next to me sat a shadow. It wasn't a smudge in the mirror this time. It was a full, human-shaped form made of concentrated cold and a feeling of pure, mean joy. I could feel the chill coming off it, seeping into my bones. I tried to move, to scream, to grab the wheel, but I was frozen. I could only watch as the shadow's dark, shapeless arm reached across the cab. Its cold, invisible fingers closed over my hands where they rested limp on the steering wheel. And then it pulled. A tug-of-war started, right there in the dream cab. The shadow was trying to steer. I was fighting it with every ounce of my will, trying to hold the wheel straight. But the wheel was turning slowly, surely, toward the oncoming traffic lane. I could see the headlights of a car getting bigger, brighter. I was screaming inside my own skull, but no sound came out. The rig was accelerating. The shadow was laughing, a sound like rocks grinding together. I woke up. The scream that was trapped in the dream ripped out of my throat, raw and tearing, echoing in the real cab. I was drenched in a cold sweat, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. I wasn't in my bunk. I was in the driver's seat. I had sleepwalked there. The dream wasn't just a warning. It was a practice run. It was getting ready to drive. I fumbled for the dome light, the yellow glow doing nothing to chase the terror away. I looked at my arm, expecting coordinates. They were there, but they looked weird, wet and dark like they'd been written in something thicker than ink. But that wasn't all. My left hand was clenched into a fist. I forced my fingers open. In the palm of my hand, in my own normal, unmistakable handwriting, was more. It wasn't numbers. It was a time, 4:17 a.m., and below that a location. 80-mile marker 219. My brain, fogged with sleep and fear, struggled to understand. This wasn't a distant forecast. This was specific, immediate. I looked at the digital clock on my dash. The green numbers glowed, 3:52 a.m. My breath caught in my throat. Mile marker 219. I knew that stretch. It was a long, boring part of the interstate about 25 miles east of where I sat. I had 25 minutes. This wasn't a prediction for later today. This was a countdown, and I was supposed to be there, to witness, or worse, to be the cause. The veteran's words screamed in my head. You're just the ringmaster. No, not this time. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't lead anyone to that dinner bell. For the first time in weeks, a clear, clean thought cut through the fog. Run. Just run. Get in the rig and drive west, as far and as fast as I could. I turned the key. The engine cranked once, twice, a weak, struggling sound. It didn't start. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I tried again. Just clicks. I flooded it, pumping the gas, turning the key over and over until the battery started to sound tired. Nothing. Every warning light on the dashboard flickered on. A Christmas tree of failure. Oil battery check engine. This was impossible. My rig was my life, meticulously maintained. It never failed to start. Never. This wasn't mechanical. This was it. The thing in my passenger seat was holding me here. I was being forced to stay, to watch the show from the front row. I slammed my hands on the steering wheel, a burst of helpless rage. As I did, the CB radio, which had been quiet, blared to life with a shriek of feedback that made my ears ring. When the noise cleared, that layered, distorted voice was there, calm and clear in the empty cab. It said one word: stay. Then the radio went dead. I was trapped. In a parking lot, in a truck that wouldn't start, with a front row seat to a disaster I knew was coming. I did the only thing I could think to do. I grabbed my logbook. I opened it to a fresh page. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely write, but I needed to get it down. I needed to leave a record, in case I didn't make it through the next hour. I wrote about the veteran, about the board, about the dreams and the coordinates. I wrote about the shadow in the passenger seat. I wrote about the time and the mile marker burning in my hand. I wrote it all, a frantic, messy confession. If someone found it, maybe they'd understand. Maybe they could stop it after I was gone. I finished writing, my hand cramping. I put the pen down. I looked up, out the windshield, across the dark, empty parking lot toward the distant entrance to the interstate. And that's when I saw it. Far away, but clear in the dark, a small green sign reflecting the moonlight. Mile marker 219. I was already here. I hadn't driven to it. It had come to me. The parking lot backed right onto the highway. The countdown wasn't for me to travel. It was for me to watch. A wave of icy cold washed over the cab. I didn't need to look. I felt the weight settle into the passenger seat next to me, the old leather creaking under a pressure that wasn't there before. From the corner of my eye, I saw the shadowy form solidify, just sitting there, looking straight ahead through the windshield. I heard a soft, definitive click, the sound of a phantom seatbelt being fastened. The digital clock on my dash flipped over. 4 a.m. 17 minutes to go. I was locked in. The audience was present, and the show was about to begin. Time stopped making sense. The numbers on the clock seemed to freeze, then jump forward. 4:05 a.m. The cold from the passenger seat was a physical weight, pressing the air from my lungs. I couldn't look at the shadow next to me. I kept my eyes glued to the eastbound lanes of the interstate, just beyond the chain-link fence at the edge of the parking lot. The highway was quiet, just the occasional set of headlights cutting through the dark. Each one made my heart stutter. Was that the car? 4:10 a.m. A family SUV passed, then a speeding sports car a minute later. They shot under the green glow of the mile marker 219 sign and disappeared into the night. Nothing. A wild, desperate hope flared in my chest. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the time was off. Maybe this was all a cruel joke and nothing would happen. I almost laughed, a choked, hysterical sound. Next to me, I felt a shift in the cold, a subtle tension. It was anticipation. It knew. 4:16 a.m. A new set of lights appeared, bigger, slower. A massive livestock hauler, the kind without markings, a giant gray box on wheels. It was drifting just a little between the lanes. The driver was asleep. I could feel it in the way the rig moved, unsteady and wrong. And coming up behind it, too close, was an old sedan, a boat of a car from the 70s, puttering along at the speed limit. The scene unfolded with a horrible, slow-motion clarity. The sedan tried to swing out to pass the wavering hauler. At the same moment, the hauler drifted again into the left lane. The sedan's driver panicked, yanking the wheel back to the right, overcorrecting. The car's rear end snapped out. It spun, a full, graceful circle, its back bumper clipping the rear corner of the hauler's trailer with a sound like a gunshot. That was the trigger. The hauler's driver must have jolted awake and slammed the brakes. The big rig twisted, jackknifing across both eastbound lanes in a shriek of tortured metal and scorched rubber. But the horror wasn't over. The trailer tore open. It wasn't carrying cattle. It was packed with sheep, a woolly living cargo. The impact ripped the doors clean off, and a flood of terrified animals poured out onto the interstate, a bleeding, stumbling wave of white and brown. The cars that had been following had no chance. I saw headlights swerve, then vanish into the chaotic mass. I heard the sickening thuds, the crunch of metal, the sudden blare of a horn that was cut off. A chain reaction of smaller crashes rippled through the dark, hidden by the swirling dust and the panicked animals. The digital clock on my dash changed. 4:17 a.m. Exactly. I was moving before I knew it, my body operating on automatic. I grabbed my phone, my fingers numb. I dialed 911. When the operator answered, my voice was flat, a monotone recitation. Major accident. Multiple vehicles. I-80 eastbound at mile marker 219. Jackknifed livestock hauler. Animals on the road. People trapped. I gave the details without emotion, hung up, and just stared. The shadow next to me was gone. The cold was receding. But in its place was a new sensation, a wave of feeling that washed over me from the direction of the wreck. It wasn't a feeling I could name with any human word. It was a deep, vibrating satisfaction. A pleasure so profound and so wrong that it made me want to vomit. It was feasting. The flashing red and blue lights appeared in the distance, painting the scene in pulses of nightmare color. I watched the paramedics and firefighters wade into the chaos, cutting people free, herding the dazed sheep. I was a statue watching a play. My part was done. As the first ambulance raced away, sirens wailing, my vision blurred. For just a second, I didn't see the single crash in front of me. I saw them all. Every crash it had ever shown me. The pile-up in the fog, the sedan through the guardrail, the fire, the bus, they all flickered, one over the other, superimposed on this same stretch of road at this same mile marker. A hellish collage of every disaster, all happening in the same place at the same time. A museum of pain, and I had the only ticket. Then my vision cleared, and it was just the one real, terrible wreck again. A state trooper, a tall man with a grim face, approached my rig. He knocked on my window. I rolled it down, the cold night air smelling of diesel and spilled blood. He took my statement, his eyes sharp. I told him I was parked for the night, heard the crash, called it in. He nodded, writing in his notebook. Then he looked past me into my cab at the ignition. "Son," he said, his voice low. "How did you know to park right here, looking right at that mile marker? This lot's pretty empty. You could have parked anywhere." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "And if you've been here all night, why's your engine cold?" My partner just checked. "It's stone cold. But you called it in mighty fast." I had no answer. My mouth was dry. He waited, then said, "Try your engine for me." Dread coiled in my stomach. I turned the key. The engine roared to life instantly, smooth and strong, every warning light gone. It purred like a kitten. The trooper's expression didn't change, but his eyes got harder. "Engine seems fine now," he said. It wasn't an accusation. It was worse. It was a fact that didn't fit, and he knew it. He closed his notebook. "Don't leave the state. We might have more questions." He walked back to the chaos. I was free to go, but I felt more trapped than ever. As I put the rig in drive and slowly pulled out of the parking lot, a tiredness worse than anything I'd ever felt hit me. It was like a bag of wet sand dropped on my head. My eyelids were made of lead. I had been running on fear for so long, and now that the event was over, the crash had happened, the thing had fed, my body was shutting down. I fought it, blinking hard, slapping my own face. I couldn't sleep. Not now. I merged onto the westbound lanes, away from the flashing lights. I just needed to drive, to put miles between me and that mile marker. My eyes closed for 1 second. Just one. A micro sleep. When they opened, the GPS screen on my dash was lit up. A destination was already set, the route calculated. It wasn't coordinates. It was a full street address. I knew that address. I knew the little house on that street, the color of the shutters, the maple tree in the front yard. It was my mother's house, 300 miles away. It wasn't asking me to witness a random crash anymore. It was giving me directions home. And the cold feeling in the cab was back, settled in the passenger seat, patient as a grave. The address on the GPS glowed like a bad eye in the dark cab. Home. It had used the one thing that could still make me feel anything. Panic, sharp and clean, cut through the exhaustion. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling over the buttons. It rang and rang. "Please pick up, please pick up." Her voice, sleepy and confused, finally answered. "Hello? Mom, listen to me. You have to leave the house. Right now. Get in your car and drive to a hotel. Don't pack, just go." The words tumbled out in a frantic rush. There was a pause. "What? What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" "Yes. No. It's not me. It's hard to explain. Just please trust me. Go. Now. Her voice shifted from sleep to worry, then to the firm, no-nonsense tone I knew from childhood. You're not making any sense. It's the middle of the night. Are you on drugs? Have you been drinking? You sound terrible. Mom, I'm begging you. You come home, she interrupted. You come home right now and we'll talk about it. You're scaring me, but I'm not leaving my house in the middle of the night because you're having some kind of episode. You hear me? You come home. She hung up. The dial tone buzzed in my ear. She thought I was crazy. Or high. She was sitting in the target, and she refused to move. The GPS address pulsed. 300 miles. I had no choice. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the rig surging forward. I drove like a man possessed, because I was. I blew past speed limits, my eyes glued to the road, the white lines blurring into a solid stream. The pressure to sleep was a physical thing now, a clawed hand squeezing my skull, trying to push my eyelids shut. I rolled the window down, letting the frigid air scream into the cab. I slapped myself until my cheek was numb. I sang old songs at the top of my lungs. I had to get there before it did, before whatever was planned could happen. The thing in the passenger seat was quiet, but I could feel it there, a patient, cold stone. During that endless drive, the CB radio came alive. Not with a voice, but with a cascade of sound. It scanned through channels on its own, and every channel it landed on, for just a split second, played a clip. A fuzzy, desperate call. Jackknife it, I'm trapped. A police dispatcher. Multiple fatalities, we need more units. A trucker's calm, scared voice. There's a bus, oh God, the bus. It was a greatest hits album of every crash I'd witnessed, playing in a random, jumbled loop. A reminder of the road we'd traveled together. It was letting me know it was still with me, and it was proud of its work. The sun set again as I neared my old hometown, the familiar landscape feeling alien and threatening. I skidded into her driveway, just as the last light bled from the sky. The house was dark, no lights on inside. Her car was gone from the carport. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. She'd listened. She'd gotten out. I slumped against the steering wheel, tears of pure exhaustion and relief stinging my eyes. I'd made it. She was safe. Then the porch light flicked on. The front door opened. My mother stood in the doorway, backlit by the hall light. She was wearing her robe. She hadn't left. She'd just been in the back of the house. My relief shattered. I jumped out of the truck, my legs wobbly. Mom, you have to get out, I shouted, starting to run towards her. She didn't move. She wasn't looking at me. Her face was blank, utterly empty, her eyes fixed on a point somewhere behind me, over my shoulder. Her mouth opened. The voice that came out was flat, toneless, completely unlike her gentle voice. You brought it home. Then she blinked. Her expression smoothed back into one of mild, motherly concern. She looked at me, really looked at me, and her hand flew to her mouth. Oh, my boy, she said in her own voice, full of shock and pity. Look at you. You're a ghost of yourself. She took a step forward, wobbled, and collapsed onto the porch step. I reached her in 2 strides, catching her before she fell. She was trembling. What did I just say? She whispered, confused. I felt so cold for a second. I helped her inside, my mind reeling. It had spoken through her. It wasn't just haunting roads anymore. It had used my deepest love as a microphone. It had lured me to a place that was supposed to be safe, and it had corrupted it. I got her settled on the couch with a blanket. I told her I was sick, that I'd been driving too long, that I was having stressed dreams. She fussed over me making tea, her normal self again, but watching me with worried eyes. I needed to see my old room, to think. I walked down the hall, the floorboards creaking the same familiar way. I pushed open the door to my childhood bedroom. The bed was made. My old sports trophies still sat on the shelf. And there, in the center of the blue quilt, was the travel-sized Ouija board. The plastic planchette was sitting neatly on the word home. It had been waiting for me. I backed out of the room, my heart a cold drum in my chest. I walked back to the living room. My mother was sipping her tea, color returning to her face. Feeling better? She asked. I nodded, unable to speak. I went to the kitchen sink to wash the grime from my hands and face. The cold water felt good. I splashed it over my eyes, rubbing at the grit. I grabbed the bar of soap, working up a lather, scrubbing hard. As the soap rinsed away, I looked down at my skin. Clear. For a moment, just clear skin. Then I saw them. New marks, emerging from under the fading suds, darkening as the water dripped away. Not on my forearm this time. They circled my left wrist, neat and precise, like a bracelet or a handcuff. But they weren't numbers. They were mile markers. A string of them, in sequence, the ones you'd see on the side of the road. They formed a route. I traced them with my eyes. They started with the marker for the exit off the interstate that led into my mother's town. And then the next, and the next, leading all the way back to the on-ramp for the main highway. It was a road map. A route out of here, back to the interstate. Back to its hunting grounds. It was done with this side trip. It was time to go back to work. I raised my head, staring at my own pale, haunted reflection in the black kitchen window over the sink. And in the reflection, just behind my right shoulder, I saw it. The shadowy figure, standing patiently in the middle of my mother's kitchen. It was just waiting for me to finish up, to get ready to go. A low, familiar rumble vibrated through the floorboards, through the soles of my feet. I looked out the window above the sink. Across the street, parked under a streetlight, was my rig. Its parking lights were off. Its engine was running, a plume of exhaust rising in the cold night air, idling smoothly all by itself. It was waiting for its driver. The night out there was big and dark, and the road was calling. The choice, it seemed, had already been made for me. Story number 6. Okay, so my name is Lisa, and this whole terrifying mess started with a birthday present I made for my daughter. I'm a pretty handy person. I like working with wood, so I spent weeks on this beautiful cedar box. I sanded every edge until it was smooth as silk, stained it a warm honey color, even put these little brass hinges on it that clicked in a real satisfying way. I wasn't just making a box. I was making a treasure chest. See, my daughter was adopted. We brought her home when she was just a tiny baby, and she's the absolute light of our lives. For her 16th birthday, I wanted to give her something huge, something that said, "Your story matters." So I filled that box with every single piece of paper we had from the adoption agency, every letter, every form with the blacked out names, the non-identifying info about her birth mother saying she liked music and had brown hair, even the receipt from the courthouse the day it became official. I stacked it all neatly, tied it with a ribbon, and imagined this profound moment. I thought she'd open it, maybe cry, we'd hug, and she'd feel this deep connection to the past and to us for giving it to her. That's not what happened. She opened the box at her party, smiled a polite thank you smile that didn't reach her eyes, and sifted through the papers like she was sorting mail. Later, I peeked into her room and saw the box shoved under her bed, half hidden by a crumpled sweater. It felt like a punch in the gut. All that love, all that effort, was just administrative debris to her. She didn't say anything mean about it, she just didn't care. When I asked her gently a few days later if she wanted to look through it with me, she shook her head and said softly, "It's just facts, you know. It doesn't tell me who I am." That was the first crack in our world, a tiny hairline fracture I tried to ignore. I told myself she was a teenager, she was moody, it was a phase. My husband agreed with me. He patted my shoulder and said she'd come around, that the box was a great idea and she'd appreciate it later. We went on with our lives, but I started noticing little things. She was quieter, more distant, spending hours in her room with the door closed. She said she was just reading or listening to music, and we wanted to respect her privacy, so we let it be. Then one afternoon, I was using the family computer to pay bills, and her search history was still open on the browser. I wasn't snooping, it was right there. It wasn't searches for adoption reunion sites or anything normal. It was stuff that made my skin go cold. Inherited memory. Genetic haunting. Can blood call to blood? Real stories of past lives and families. I closed the browser fast, my heart hammering. I didn't tell my husband. What would I say? That our daughter was reading weird ghost stories online. I convinced myself it was just a creepy hobby, like being into true crime podcasts. Every kid goes through a dark phase, right? I tried to shake it off. A week later, I was putting away her laundry. I'm a mom, I still do that. She's terrible at folding. I moved a pile of her sweaters on the shelf in her closet to make room, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't hidden, not really. It was just sitting there behind the clothes. A Ouija board, but not the flimsy plastic Parker Brothers kind we had as kids. This one was old, or made to look old. The board itself was dark, heavy wood, the letters painted in this faded, fancy script. The planchette, the little thing you're supposed to move, wasn't plastic. It was a heavy, polished piece of gray stone, smooth and cold when I picked it up. It felt wrong in my hand, like holding a piece of a tombstone. I just stood there in her room, holding this cold stone, listening to the clock tick in the hallway, feeling completely alone. That night, after dinner, I brought it up. I tried to sound calm, not accusatory. I sat next to her on the couch and said, "I found the board in your closet when I was putting away laundry." She just shrugged, not looking up from her phone. "It's just a game," she mumbled. "It's not a game," I said, and my voice was tighter than I meant it to be. "Why are you looking into that stuff? The inherited memory, all of it? What are you hoping to find that we can't help you find?" She finally looked at me then, and her eyes were so serious, so much older than 16. "A voice," she said, simple as that. Then she got up and went to her room. My husband and I talked about it after she went to bed. We were in the kitchen, talking in low voices like we were planning a bank heist. He thought I was overreacting. "It's a phase," he said, swirling his coffee. "Remember when she was 10 and obsessed with vampires? It's like that. If we make a big deal, it gives it power." I argued that this felt different, that the board wasn't a toy, but he wore me down. We made a decision, a stupid one I knew was wrong even as we agreed to it. We decided not to take it away. We'd be cool, permissive parents. We'd drain its power by not being afraid of it. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling. We still had the old baby monitor plugged in our room, the receiver part. We never used it anymore, but it was still on a shelf, a little green light glowing in the dark. I don't know why I did it. I got up, fumbled for it, and turned the volume up. I pointed it towards her room, even though the nursery camera was long gone. I just had the audio. I listened to the fuzzy white noise, straining to hear something, anything. For a while, there was nothing. Just the quiet rustle of her sheets, maybe, the hum of the house. I must have drifted off because a sound jolted me awake. The digital clock glowed 3:17 a.m. It wasn't a word. It was a sound coming through the monitor, clear and close. A rhythmic, wet clicking noise, like a tongue sticking to the roof of a dry mouth, or a stone being turned over and over in a stream bed. Click, 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 click. It was coming from her, but it didn't sound like her. It sounded practiced, ancient. I sat bolt upright, my blood frozen. I realized something else, something that made the fear spike so hard I almost couldn't breathe. The monitor was audio only. I had no idea where the sound was coming from in her room. But the monitor was old, it had a limited range. If she was in her bed, the sound should be muffled, direct. This was clear, but with a faint, hollow echo to it, like she was speaking into a corner or a closet, or like she wasn't in her room at all. The clicking stopped as suddenly as it started. I didn't move a muscle, just clutched the monitor, my knuckles white. Then, after a minute of that awful fuzzy silence, I heard a new sound. The soft, unmistakable creak of a floorboard in the hallway right outside our bedroom door. Someone was standing out there. I held my breath, waiting for a knock, for the door to open. It didn't. After what felt like an hour, I heard the faint pad of bare feet walking away, back down the hall. I didn't sleep another wink. I just sat there, watching the clock tick towards morning. The baby monitor now feeling like a window into something I never wanted to see. The unanswered box under her bed feeling less like a rejected gift, and more like a door we'd unlocked without knowing what was on the other side. The night ended without anything else happening. The sunrise felt normal, and she came down for breakfast looking tired but like her usual self, which was somehow the most frightening thing of all. The next day was a blur of quiet panic. I told my husband what I'd heard, the clicking, the footsteps. He listened, his face getting more and more serious, but he still tried to find a normal reason for it. "Maybe it was sleepwalking," he said, stirring his coffee too fast. "Or sleep apnea, that can make weird breathing sounds." I just stared at him. Since when does sleep apnea make someone stand outside our door? He didn't have an answer for that. We agreed, in that tense, silent way couples do when they're scared, that we needed to know more. The baby monitor wasn't enough. It was my idea to get a proper digital voice recorder, one of those small ones you can hide. It felt like a betrayal, like I was spying on my own child, but the fear was stronger than the guilt. I bought one that afternoon, a little black rectangle no bigger than a matchbox. That night, after she went to her room, I crept in. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure it would wake her. She was already asleep, or pretending to be, her back to me. I slid the recorder under her bed, right next to that forgotten cedar box, and got out of there. I didn't sleep at all. I just lay next to my husband, both of us pretending to be asleep, listening to the nothingness of our own room. In the morning, I went in before she woke up. I grabbed the recorder with a shaking hand and took it to the kitchen. My husband stood behind me as I plugged it into my laptop. We fast-forwarded through hours of quiet, the rustle of sheets, the sigh of sleep. And then there it was, at 3:18 a.m., the clicking. It was even clearer on the recorder, more deliberate. It went on for a full minute, a horrible, wet, rhythmic sound. Then it stopped, and a voice, her voice but lower, flatter, began to speak. The words weren't English. They were guttural, full of hard sounds and rolling R's. It was a language, a real one, but one I'd never heard in my life. She spoke for maybe 20 seconds, a short, choppy sentence, and then the recording ended with the sound of her getting out of bed. We played it over and over, sitting at the kitchen table, the morning sun feeling all wrong for what we were hearing. "What is that?" my husband whispered. "Is that Romanian? From the paperwork?" I shook my head. The non-identifying info had said her birth mother was of Eastern European descent, possibly Romanian, but this didn't sound like any Romanian I'd ever heard on a language tape. It sounded old. We were way out of our depth. In a moment of desperate logic, I went online and found the website for the university's linguistics department. There was a general email address for inquiries. What did I have to lose? I attached the audio clip, the cleanest 20 seconds of that strange speaking. In the email, I kept it vague. I said I had a recording of an unknown language from a family history project and was hoping for identification. I didn't mention my daughter or sleepwalking or any of the real horror. I hit send and felt foolish. They'd probably just delete it. 2 days later, my phone rang. A blocked number. I answered, and a man's voice, polite and academic, asked for me. "This is regarding your audio query," he said. He was a professor. He got right to it. "This is fascinating. The dialect is a very specific, archaic form. It comes from a cluster of villages in the Carpathian region. It hasn't been in common use for generations. The grammar structure is unusual, almost liturgical." My mouth was dry. "Liturgical?" I asked. "Like for church?" He paused. "Not quite. More like for rituals. Very old, formal patterns of speech." "Where did your subject hear this?" I lied. I said it was from an old family tape, that we were confused about its origins. Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear him thinking. "I would be very interested in hearing more," he said finally, his voice losing its professional ease, becoming hesitant. "The pronunciation is remarkably precise for a non-native speaker. It's as if they learned it from a primary source." I made up an excuse about the tape being damaged and hung up, my hand trembling. A primary source. The word stuck in my head. He called back an hour later. This time, he didn't bother with pleasantries. "I've listened to it several more times," he said, and his voice was different now, tight with a tension that scared me more than anything. "I must ask you again, and please be truthful. Where did this come from? This isn't a language for asking about the weather. This dialect, from these particular villages, in folklore studies, we have a term for them. Verb shelters. Places where language wasn't just communication. It was a tool. Words were preserved for specific purposes. The phrase she, the phrase on the recording. It translates roughly." I gripped the phone. "Translate it." He took a breath. "It says, the tree remembers the graft. The soil is willing but foreign. Blood calls from the clay." The room swayed. I had to put a hand on the wall to steady myself. "What does that mean?" My voice was a croak. "I think," the professor said slowly, carefully, "it means someone is trying to answer a call. This isn't a language for asking questions. It's a language for summoning answers. I need to see the subject, to hear more. This is very important." I told him no, thanked him, and hung up. I didn't want him to see my daughter. I didn't want anyone to see her like this. I didn't tell my husband about the translation, not the whole thing. I just said the professor confirmed it was an old Romanian dialect, and that it was strange. I couldn't bring myself to say the words about blood and clay. It made it too real. We started watching her more closely, but she was normal during the day, just quiet, tired. The new recorder went under the bed every night. We caught more snippets, never long, always in that same awful voice. We didn't play them for each other anymore. It felt like sharing a poison. Then one Saturday morning, I went into her room to open the curtains. She was still asleep. My eyes went to the wall where we had this cute family tree project, something we'd done together years ago with photos and colorful string. It was a happy thing. My breath caught in my throat. The tree had been changed. In thick, red marker, a new branch had been drawn. It sprouted not from me or my husband, but from her photo. It snaked down the wall, ugly and twisted, more like a root than a branch. It went all the way down to the baseboard, and there, written right on the pale yellow wall paint in the same red marker, was a name, Valsia Utada. It looked like a place. I stood there, frozen, staring at those strange words. The red marker wasn't hers. We didn't have any markers like that in the house. It was a cheap, bright red, the kind that smells strong. I looked around and saw it on her nightstand. The cap was off. I walked over slowly to put the cap back on. That's when I saw it. The tip of the marker wasn't stained with red ink. It was coated with something darker, a flaky, brownish-black substance. I picked it up, my fingers cold. I brought it closer to my face. The smell hit me first, a coppery, metallic tang that was unmistakable. It was the smell of dried blood. I dropped the marker like it was on fire. It clattered on the nightstand. Behind me, the bed creaked. I turned. She was sitting up, blinking sleep from her eyes, looking like my little girl again. "Mom," she said, her voice soft with sleep. "What's wrong?" I followed her gaze to the wall, to the violent red branch and the foreign name. She looked at it, then back at me, her expression one of pure, innocent confusion. "What is that?" she asked. "Did you do that?" I couldn't speak. I just shook my head. She frowned, looking genuinely puzzled and a little upset. "That's weird. It's creepy." She got out of bed and went to look at it closer, as if seeing it for the first time. She reached out a finger like she was going to touch the words, but then pulled back. "We should paint over that," she said, and then she walked past me out of the room, heading to the kitchen for breakfast like it was any other day. I was left alone, staring at the name on the wall, the scent of blood still faint in the air, knowing with a cold certainty that settled deep into my bones that she had no memory of drawing it. Something else had been in control of her hand. The professor's words echoed in my head, blood calls from the clay. The call, it seemed, was being answered, and it was leaving a signpost on my daughter's bedroom wall. I got a wet cloth and scrubbed the name away until it was a pink smear, but the twisted red branch leading down to that spot remained, a permanent stain on our happy family tree, a road map to a place I was now terrified to look up. The chapter of just worrying was over. We were now in something else entirely, and the path forward was painted in a color that was not quite ink. We couldn't just live with a name on the wall and the sound of a language that summoned things. The red branch was a taunt, a challenge. My husband, usually the calm one, was the one who said we had to know. "We find out what Valsia Utada is," he said, his jaw set in a way I hadn't seen before. "If it's a place, we find out what happened there. We need facts." Facts. That word stung. They were what I'd given her in the box she didn't want. Now we were desperate for them. We found an investigator online, a guy based in Bucharest who specialized in genealogical work and difficult cases. His email reply was brisk, professional, and expensive. We didn't care. We wired him a scary amount of money, our vacation fund, and sent him the name. Waiting for his report was its own kind of agony. Life in the house became a tense performance. We acted normal, asking about school, making dinners, but our eyes were always on her, watching for a flicker of something else. She was mostly just tired, drifting through the days, but the nights were still bad. The recorder kept catching those short, awful phrases. We stopped listening to them together. I would delete them after one quick listen, my stomach turning. The investigator's first report came a week later. It was a PDF, dry and factual. Valsia Utada was real. A remote, insular community in the mountains, poor records, not many visitors. But he had dug and found a birth record from the local regional office. A baby girl, born on the exact same day as our daughter, in a clinic 2 towns over from the village. The mother's name was listed. The father's name field was blank. My eyes scanned the scanned document, the typed words, the official stamps. Then I saw it, in the notes section at the bottom, a line of cramped, handwritten Romanian. The investigator had highlighted it and provided a translation. It read, "Child transferred to state custodial care. Mother deceased upon discharge." I read it 5 times. Deceased upon discharge. She died leaving the hospital. My husband stood behind me, his hands on my shoulders. "That's terrible," he whispered. "Poor woman." It was terrible, but it was also an ending. A sad, clean ending. Maybe this was all just a tragic coincidence, a genetic pull towards a mother who died. Maybe our daughter's subconscious was grappling with that loss in a twisted way. For a day, we let ourselves believe that. We felt a grim relief. The mystery had a sad, simple answer. Then the second email came. The subject line was just context. The investigator wrote that he'd paid a visit to an elderly clerk who who used to work in the records office of the neighboring town, someone who remembered the case. The young mother hadn't died in the hospital. She had been released, healthy, and had returned to her family home in Valsia, Utah. That same night, the house had burned to the ground with her in it. The official report listed the cause as a fault with the old wood stove. But the old clerk had whispered something else, something the investigator passed on verbatim. She said the girl was seen walking into the flames. She said the girl was smiling. They called it curatire. The translation was below, a cleansing. I pushed back from the computer. Cleansing. Not an accident. A choice. A woman walking into fire with a smile. My mind couldn't make the picture fit. While we were reeling from that, I started seeing the pattern. My daughter had always been a doodler. On the edges of her notebooks, on her homework, in the fog on the bathroom mirror after a shower. Lately, she'd been drawing this one particular shape, a twisted, looping symbol, like a knot or a weird root. I'd thought it was just an idle design. Now, with a cold clarity, I went through the investigator's emails. He'd included a few photos of the village, old grainy pictures. One was of the weathered stone archway at the village's old church. Carved into the keystone, worn by centuries of weather, was a symbol. I zoomed in. My breath left my body. It was the exact same twisted knot. She was drawing the village sigil. She had never seen these photos. She couldn't have. The connection was no longer a theory. It was a physical fact, leaking out of her subconscious through a ballpoint pen. The performance of normalcy became harder. We decided, against our better judgment, to get professional help. Not for the supernatural, but for her. We told her we were worried about her sleep, her tiredness. We took her to a psychiatrist, a nice woman with a gentle voice. We sat in the waiting room, feeling like imposters. My daughter went in alone. 40 minutes later, the doctor called us in. My daughter sat there, composed, polite. The psychiatrist smiled at us. "She's a lovely, articulate young woman," she said. We had a good talk about the stresses of adolescence, about identity and genealogy. She has a keen interest in her roots, which is very healthy. She's processing some big feelings. I see some melancholia, but no signs of psychosis or dissociation. She suggested maybe some light talk therapy if the sleep issues continued. We left feeling foolish, chastised. Our daughter had charmed her completely. On the drive home, she was quiet. Then she started to hum, low and tuneless, a repetitive, droning melody that didn't sound like any song I knew. It was a sound that made the back of my neck prickle. That night, I was in the kitchen washing dishes, my hands deep in soapy water, trying to scrub away the feeling of the day. She walked in, fully awake, clear-eyed. "Can I have a glass of water?" she asked. Her voice was normal, her own. "Of course, honey," I said, my own voice too bright. I dried my hands, got a glass, filled it from the fridge filter, and handed it to her. She took it, her fingers brushing mine. Then she looked right at me, a direct, unwavering gaze. "Mulțumesc," she said, clear as a bell. The word hung in the air between us. She took a sip, turned, and walked back to her room. I stood at the sink, the water still running, frozen. I knew that word. I'd heard it on language tapes when I was trying to learn a few phrases years ago, in a dumb, hopeful moment. It was Romanian. It meant thank you. She had never heard me say it. We had never spoken a word of Romanian in this house. It wasn't on the paperwork. It was a word from over there, from that place, and she had just used it perfectly, casually to me. That was the moment the last bit of pretend broke. This wasn't her imagination. Something was coming through, and it was getting stronger. It could now use her awake voice, her polite manners, to speak its own language. We were under siege in our own home, and the enemy was using our daughter's face. Later that night, driven by a need to see, to confirm, I did the thing I told myself I would never do. I turned on the baby monitor audio and watched the little green light in the darkness. The house was still. Then, on the small video screen of the monitor we dug out from storage, a grainy, night vision image of her room from an angle high on a shelf, I saw movement. She wasn't asleep. She was sitting up in bed, her face a pale moon in the green glow. She was awake, her eyes open and staring at nothing. Slowly, deliberately, she brought her right hand up. She wasn't holding a pen or a marker. She used her own fingernail. And there, in the ghostly green light, I watched as my daughter began to carefully, methodically, scrape the tip of her fingernail across the skin of her forearm. She wasn't trying to cut, not to draw blood. She was etching. The motion was precise, like a sculptor. Even on the terrible resolution of the old monitor, I could see the shape emerging on her skin. The same twisted, looping symbol, the mark of Valsia Utata, being carved not on paper or a wall, but into her own flesh. She was making it a part of her. The chapter of investigation was over. We had our facts, more than we ever wanted. We knew the mother's name and her terrible end. We knew the symbol. We knew the connection was real and active. But as I watched her mark herself in the eerie green light, a new and more dreadful understanding settled over me. We were no longer just uncovering a past tragedy. We were witnessing the beginning of a ritual, and our daughter was both the priestess and the altar. The question was no longer, what is happening? It was, what is she preparing for? And the only answers we had were written in fire, and in blood, and now on the canvas of her own skin. The sight of her carving that symbol into her own skin broke something in me. The next morning, I marched into her room before she was fully awake. "Let me see your arm," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. She blinked, confused, and held out her forearm. The skin was pink, irritated in a few lines, but there was no broken skin, no blood, no clear mark. It looked like she'd just scratched an itch in her sleep. But I had seen it, on the monitor. The evidence was gone, but the memory of it was burned into my mind. The investigator's next email felt like the final piece of a horrible puzzle. He'd tried to find the mother's grave. He wrote that it wasn't in the tidy village churchyard with the other crosses. After some asking around, a local, paid well and very reluctant, had shown him a spot at the very edge of the forest, just outside the village boundary. The attached photo was gray and bleak. It showed a patch of lumpy, untended ground with a simple, rough stone shoved into the earth. No cross, no dates we could see. Just a name, crudely carved. And at the bottom of the stone, etched deep and clear, was the symbol. The twisted knot. The investigator's note was short, buried on unconsecrated ground. Local guide refused to go closer. Called it Pimantel Sealer Tretzi. A translation followed. The soil of the awake ones. The soil of the awake ones. I stared at the phrase. Awake. Not dead. Not resting. Awake. In the ground. The feeling that settled in my chest was colder than fear. It was a grim understanding. This wasn't about a ghost. This was about something planted. We were drowning in all this information, but our daughter was getting worse in small, terrifying ways. She was paler, moving slower. One afternoon, I was helping her with a math problem at the kitchen table. She was struggling with it, and I leaned in close, my ear near her chest as I pointed to the textbook. For just a second, through the fabric of her shirt, I heard it. Not the steady lube dub of a normal heart. It was a stumble. Thursday thump. Thursday thump. A strong beat, then a long, empty pause, then a weaker, catching up beat. It was wrong. It sounded like a clock missing a tick. I pulled back, my own heart hammering. "Are you feeling okay?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Your heart feels fast." She just shrugged. "I'm tired." That night, the sleep-talking changed. It had always been in that other language. But around 2 a.m., I woke up because I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. She was standing at the foot of our bed. Her eyes were closed, her face smooth and calm in the moonlight from the window. But her voice, when she spoke, was clear, chilling, and in perfect, unaccented English. She did not give me away. The words were flat, factual. She planted me. "You are the soil." I was paralyzed, my hand gripping my husband's arm under the covers. He was awake too. I could feel his muscles locked tight. She took a step closer. Her lips curled upward, a smile that was too wide, too knowing, and completely unlike her. "Now the harvest comes." Then she did something that stopped my breath entirely. She reached out, her hand pale in the dark, and took my limp wrist. Her fingers were cold. She pressed my palm flat against her chest, over her heart. I could feel the thin cotton of her pajamas, the warmth of her skin beneath. And I felt it. Thump. Thump thump. The slow, irregular rhythm I'd heard earlier. It wasn't a fluke. It was a pattern. A broken, deliberate pattern. It wasn't the rhythm of life. It felt like a countdown. A metronome marking off time until something happened. I snatched my hand back as if burned. She tilted her head, the smile fading, and then she just turned and walked out of our room, back to her own. We didn't sleep. We went into full emergency mode. This was a physical symptom. This we could fight. The next morning, we told her we were going to the doctor for a checkup, just to be safe. She didn't argue. We took her to a cardiologist, our hearts in our throats. We described the irregular heartbeat we'd heard and felt. The doctor, a kind man, was thorough. He did an EKG, the sticky pads on her chest. He did an ultrasound, the gel cold on her skin. the wand moving over her ribs. We watched the black and white screen, the image of a heart pulsing. It looked perfect. Strong, steady, the valves opening and closing like they should. The doctor printed out the strips, looked at the screens, and gave us a warm, reassuring smile. "Her heart is excellent," he said. "Strong as an ox. Rhythm is perfectly normal. Sometimes we hear things or feel our own pulse, and it gets confused, especially when we're worried parents." He gave her a clean bill of health. We left the office, the bright sun feeling like an insult. The medical world had given her an all clear, but I had felt that stuttering beat under my hand. My husband had heard it. The machine hadn't caught it because it wasn't a flaw in the muscle. It was something else, something the machines couldn't see. That was the turning point. We stopped trying to explain it to the normal world. We abandoned all pretense. At night, after she went to her room, we would sit at the kitchen table with our laptops, falling down rabbit holes on obscure forums. We translated Romanian folk horror blogs, pages about old mountain customs. We learned words. One word stuck with me, Samantha. It meant a seed, but in some of the older texts, it didn't mean a physical seed. It meant a purpose, a destiny, something planted in one family to be nurtured by another until it was ripe. The pieces clicked together with a sound that felt like a bone snapping. The young mother walking into the fire with a smile. A cleansing. She wasn't just ending her life. She was binding herself to the land, becoming part of that soil of the awake ones. And she had sent her child away, not to save it, but to plant it. In us. We were the fertile, foreign soil. Our love, our care, our safety. All the things we thought were protecting her, they weren't fighting this. They were watering it. They were the necessary fertilizer for the seed to grow. We had spent 16 years lovingly tending a garden, only to realize we were raising a crop we never meant to plant, and the harvest time was coming. The feeling in the house changed. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was a dreadful, ticking patience. She moved through the rooms like a sleepwalker, even during the day. The red marker lines on the wall seemed darker. One night, unable to lie in bed, I went to check on her. She was asleep, breathing evenly. On a whim, driven by a need to find something, anything, I lifted her pillow. Beneath it, my fingers touched something cool and solid. I pulled it out. It was a small figurine, crudely made from gray clay, as if a child had shaped it. It was a human form, but its belly was huge and hollow like a pot. And it was warm. Not body warm, but like a stone that has been sitting in the sun. It held a gentle, unnatural heat. I held it, this ugly little thing, and a wave of panic hit me. Without thinking, I hurried to the bathroom, locked the door, and in a fit of desperation, I smashed the clay figure against the edge of the sink. It broke apart easily. Inside the hollow belly, packed tight, was not more clay. It was dirt. Dark, rich, ordinary dirt. I scooped some into my hand. I brought it close. I didn't need to smell it. I knew this dirt. I knew its texture, its color. It was the soil from our own backyard, from my vegetable garden. She, or the thing inside her, had taken the earth from our home, the very ground we lived on, and had baked it into a ritual object, a tiny effigy, and kept it under her pillow, warming it with her own sleep. I stood in the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom, looking at the dirt in my hand and the broken clay pieces in the sink. The investigation was over. The diagnosis was over. We knew what we were dealing with now. It was a ritual, and it was advanced. The seed was in the fruit. The guardian was in the ground, awake. And the heartbeat we felt wasn't an illness. It was a clock, and it was ticking inside our daughter, counting down to a harvest we did not understand, using the very soil of our home to make its claim. We had all the facts, but they were just a map to a nightmare, and we were standing right in the middle of it, with no idea how to stop the countdown that was now thumping softly in the next room. The broken clay figure changed everything. We couldn't just watch and research anymore. We had to act. But how do you fight a story written in blood and dirt? We decided in a frantic, whispered kitchen conference that if our love was the fertilizer, we had to poison the well. We had to become bad parents. It was our only hope. We called it, in grim jokes that weren't funny, Operation Tainted Soil. The plan was simple: subtly ruin the perfect environment. Break routines. Withhold affection. Introduce discord. It felt like cutting off our own hands. The next day I started. I made breakfast, but forgot she hated oatmeal and made a big bowl of it. She looked at it, then at me, said nothing, and pushed it away. At dinner, instead of her favorite homemade pasta, I ordered a cheap, greasy pizza. My husband played along, talking too loud about how good it was. She sat at the table, not eating, just staring at the pizza as if it were a dead animal. I asked if she was okay. She didn't answer. Then, very slowly, she reached out, placed her hand flat on the pizza, and swept her plate off the table. It hit the floor with a crash, cheese and sauce splattering the cabinets. She stood up. Her face, usually so pale and blank, was now a mask of cold, pure fury. But it wasn't her anger. It was too old, too sharp. She opened her mouth, and the words that came out were in that guttural, archaic tongue, her voice a low rasp that vibrated in my teeth. As she spoke, a terrible thing happened. The healthy spider plant on the windowsill above the sink, a plant I'd had for years, began to wilt. Not slowly. It was like a time-lapse video. The leaves drooped, turning a sickly yellow right before our eyes, as if the life was being sucked out of it by her words. She stopped speaking, gave us one last look of contempt, and walked to her room, stepping over the broken plate. The door didn't slam. It clicked shut, final and quiet. My husband and I were left in the wreckage of the kitchen, the smell of cheap pizza and the sight of a dead plant. Our first attack had failed spectacularly, and the response was a show of power that left us shaking. The next phase was more direct. I took the dirt from the broken figurine, mixed it with a handful of table salt and a splash of vinegar, things I'd read online about purifying ground. And late that night, I snuck out and stirred it into the soil of her favorite potted succulent on her desk. The next morning, she went to her room after breakfast. A minute later, she came out, holding the little terracotta pot. The succulent was dead. Not just dry. It was blackened, brittle, as if it had been flash frozen or burned from the inside. She walked right up to me, held the pot under my nose so I could see the shriveled, dark remains, and smiled. It was a knowing, cruel smile that didn't belong on her face. "You can't salt the earth," she said, her voice sweet and mocking, "when the seed is already in the fruit." She then placed the dead plant carefully on the kitchen counter, like a doctor presenting evidence, and went to watch TV. We were losing. Badly. The investigator's emails became our only lifeline to the outside world of this nightmare. His latest was a translation from an old woman in a neighboring village, someone who remembered the fire. She had whispered a term, Stragirl. It meant guardian, watcher. The old woman said in the old beliefs, some souls didn't move on. They bound themselves to a bloodline, or a piece of land, or a purpose. Their power was tied to clay and bone. The mother hadn't been a victim of the fire. She had used it. She became the Stragirl, a guardian buried in the unconsecrated soil, waiting awake for the seed she planted, her daughter, to grow and be ready for harvest. The email ended with the investigator saying the old woman would speak no more, and that he felt we should consider spiritual avenues. We were past considering. We were drowning. A few days later, trying to find some peace, I was out in the backyard, pulling weeds from my vegetable garden. The soil was my comfort, my normal thing. She came out and stood beside me watching. She pointed to a beautiful rose bush I'd nursed from a cutting. It was full of fat, nearly open buds. "That one is almost ready," she said, her tone conversational. Then she knelt, plunged her hand into the soft dirt at the base of the bush, her fingers digging deep. She pulled out a fat, white grub, wriggling in the sunlight. She held it up, examined it, then calmly closed her fist. There was a soft pop. She opened her hand and let the crushed remains fall back to the dirt. "Pests," she said, wiping her messy hand on the leg of my jeans in a gesture that was both childish and horrifically intimate. I looked at the red smear on my pants, feeling sick. Inside, the invasion was getting physical. The red marker branch on the wall had grown. It wasn't just on the wall anymore. The root-like lines had crawled down from the baseboard and were now on the floorboards of her room, drawn along the cracks in the wood, heading out her door, across the hallway, inching towards our bedroom. It was a visible progress, a stain spreading through our home. The final blow came from my own computer. One night, I woke up sensing something was wrong. I checked the baby monitor screen. Her bed was empty. I crept out and saw a faint blue glow from under my home office door. I peered through the crack. She was sitting in my chair, eyes wide open but glazed, the computer screen lighting her face. Her fingers were on the keyboard. She typed slowly, deliberately, then hit send. She closed the laptop, stood up, and walked back to her room. I rushed to the computer, opened it, logged in. In my sent mail folder was a single email, addressed to me. The subject line was blank. The body contained one sentence: "Prepare the soil. The equinox is the separating hour." I checked the calendar on the wall, the one with family photos. The autumn equinox was 3 weeks away. The separating hour. What did that separate? Her from us? The thing inside her from her own soul? My husband and I held a council of war that night. We were amateurs outmatched. We couldn't fight this on its terms. Our only gambit was disruption. We decided to lie, to plan a massive change to the environment. We told her the next morning that my mother, her grandmother, was very ill, that we might have to travel across the country for a long time, maybe even move. We watched her face, desperate for a reaction, sadness, fear, reluctance to leave her friends. She just listened, nodded slowly, and said, "A transplanting can be a shock to the roots. It must be done carefully." She wasn't upset about leaving. She was giving gardening advice. The equinox loomed. The air in the house felt charged, like before a thunderstorm that never breaks. We were living on a fault line, waiting for the shake. Then, the night before the equinox, the last of the investigators' messages arrived. It was an email with a video attachment, shot on a shaky cell phone. The note was urgent. I had to see for myself. My guide took this. Do not come here. The video was dark, grainy. It showed the forest's edge, the rough headstone just visible. The ground around the grave was a mess. The earth was churned up, torn apart, as if something massive had dug its way out from underneath. The soil was thrown in clumps, roots ripped and exposed. The grave wasn't a resting place anymore. It was an exit. The video jerked wildly as the guide yelled something in Romanian, and then it cut off, ending with the sound of running footsteps and a man sobbing in fear. The guardian wasn't just waiting in the ground anymore. It was loose, and the equinox was the separating hour. I sat there in the dark office. The video ended, the screen black. I had no more plans, no more clever ideas about salting soil. We had run out of time. I got up to go check the locks, a useless human habit. As I passed her room, I saw her door was open a crack. I peered in. She wasn't in bed. She was standing beside it, facing me, but she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the headboard. In her hand, she held my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. She held it point down, and she was using the tip of the blade carefully, slowly, to carve the twisted symbol into the polished wood of our headboard. She wasn't vandalizing it. She was etching a permanent mark into the very place where we slept, claiming it, finishing the path the red roots had drawn on the floor. The harvest wasn't coming from the garden outside. It was coming for us in our own bed, and she was signing the invitation with a knife. The sight of her carving that symbol into our headboard was the end of thinking. It was a declaration of war, etched into the heart of our private space. We had tried to be clever with our tainted soil plan, and it had backfired. We had tried to lie about leaving, and she'd treated it like a gardening tip. Now, with the equinox a dark cloud on the calendar, and the guardian's grave empty in a video, we were out of options. We did the only thing we had left. We tried to fight the supernatural with the practical. We became fortress builders. The next morning, after she left for school looking pale and distant as always, my husband and I moved like a SWAT team. We went to the hardware store and bought heavy-duty slide bolts, the kind you see on barn doors. We bought a new lock for our bedroom door. We bought motion sensor lights for the hallway. It felt ridiculous, like trying to stop a flood with a sandcastle wall, but we had to do something. Installing the bolt on the inside of our bedroom door, the drill whining into the wood, felt like both a defeat and a last stand. We were locking ourselves in and locking something else out. That night we served dinner, a normal meal, no more pizza provocations. She picked at her food. The air was so tense you could snap it. After she went to her room, we closed our door and slid the new bolt home with a solid chunk. The sound was final. We got into bed, leaving the lights on. We didn't talk. We just lay there listening. The house settled into its usual nighttime creaks, but every sound was a threat. The motion sensor light in the hallway outside blinked on once, a bright yellow streak under the door, then off. A cat, we told ourselves. Just the cat. Around 1 a.m., the sound started. Not from her room. From the front of the house. A low, slow thump. Then a long scrape, like something being dragged over rough concrete. Thump. Scrape. Thump. Scrape. It was coming up the porch steps. My husband and I looked at each other, eyes wide in the dim light from our lamps. He got up, moved to the window that overlooked the front porch. He peered through the blinds. "Nothing," he whispered. "There's nothing out there." Thump. Scrape. The sound was right outside the front door now. Then it stopped. A moment later, we heard a new sound. A soft, wet smack. Then another. I joined my husband at the window. peeking through a different slat. The porch light was on, illuminating the empty welcome mat, the rocking chair. But on the smooth, white paint of our front door, something was appearing. A dark, muddy handprint, fingers splayed, pressed against the wood at about chest height. Then another handprint formed a few inches above it, as if an invisible person was feeling their way up the door. Then another lower down. They were appearing one by one, each with that wet, slapping sound, until the door was covered in overlapping, dirty prints. Something was out there, marking its arrival. At that exact moment, a scream tore through the house. It came from her room, but it wasn't a scream of fear. It was a raw, guttural sound of effort, of strain, like someone lifting a tremendous weight. And as she screamed, a searing, twisting pain exploded in my own chest. I gasped, doubling over, clutching at my sternum. It felt like a hand had reached inside me and squeezed my heart in its fist. I looked at my husband. He was hunched over too, his face white with pain. We were feeling it, her heartbeat. That awful, stuttering rhythm wasn't just something we heard anymore. It was happening inside us, a shared, agonizing cramp that beat in time with her distress. The scream stopped. The pain in my chest faded to a dull, throbbing ache, but the connection remained, a ghostly tether of pure hurt. Then we heard her door unlock. It opened. Footsteps came down the hall, stopping right outside our bolted door. Her voice came through the wood, but it was her voice, her real, scared, 16-year-old voice, choked with tears. "Mom? Dad," she whimpered. "Please. It's here. It's at the door. It wants to come in and finish it. You have to let it in." She was sobbing now, small, helpless sounds we hadn't heard in months. "Please. If you don't let it in, it will tear through me to get to you. It hurts. It hurts so much." The raw terror in her voice was the worst weapon yet. It targeted the deepest part of us, the parent part that would do anything to stop their child's pain. My husband met my eyes. His face was a war between terror and instinct. The parent was winning. He took a step towards the door, his hand reaching for the bolt. "No!" I hissed, but it was a weak protest. The logic was crumbling. What were we protecting by locking this door? Ourselves? While she was being torn apart in the hallway as a battlefield. The banging started on the front door again, not loud, but deep, each impact making the whole frame shudder. The muddy handprints on the other side seemed to pulse. Our daughter cried out again, a sharp yelp of pain. That decided it for my husband, his face set in a grimace of resignation. He slid the bolt back. The metal rasped loud in the room. He didn't open our door. He turned and walked out of our bedroom, past our crying daughter, and down the hallway toward the front door. I followed, my legs weak. We were giving up the fortress. We were walking into the open field. He stood before the front door, covered in those foul prints. Our daughter stood in the hallway behind us, hugging herself, shaking. The banging stopped. A perfect, waiting stillness fell over the house. Then, from the other side of the door, a voice. It was an older woman's voice, cracked and dry as old paper, humming that same tuneless, droning melody our daughter had hummed in the car. Then the humming stopped, and the voice spoke a name. It wasn't the name we had given her. It was the name on the original birth certificate, the Romanian name we had never, ever spoken aloud in this house. The name from Valsia Utada. The door didn't open. The knob didn't turn. With a soft click, the latch simply gave way, and the door swung inward all by itself, opening into the dark night. No one was on the porch, but the hallway filled with a smell, a combination of wet forest soil, charred wood, and the sharp, electric tang of ozone after a lightning strike. The air became dense, hard to pull into your lungs. And in the open doorway, visible only as a distortion, a shimmer in the air like heat rising off summer pavement, was a human-shaped blur. It wasn't a person. It was a space where a person wasn't, outlined by a wavering, greasy light. Our daughter let out a choked, desperate sound and took a stumbling step forward towards it. My husband moved to block her, but he was too slow. The shimmering form in the doorway didn't step. It flowed. It poured across the threshold like water over a dam, that smell of fire and earth rolling ahead of it. It reached our daughter. She stood rigid, arms at her sides, as the shimmer enveloped her. The mud from the invisible hands seemed to stain the very air around her, a floating, dirty aura. She threw her head back, her mouth open in a soundless scream, and for 1 second I saw two faces. Hers, twisted in agony, and superimposed over it, flickering like a dying film, the face of a young woman with fierce, dark eyes and a smile of terrible, triumphant joy. The mother, the Strigirl, the guardian was here, and it was claiming its harvest. In that second, my mind went blank of all strategy, all fear. All that was left was a single, stupid mother's instinct. I wasn't holding a weapon. I was holding the only thing I had grabbed as I ran from our room. The original cedar memory box, the one she had rejected. The box of facts. The box of our story. I didn't throw it. I ran forward, right into that shimmering, foul air that felt cold and prickly on my skin. I slammed the box open like the jaws of a trap and thrust it between my daughter and the center of the shimmer. And I shouted, not in a language of summoning, but in the only language I had, the language of my heart, ragged and loud. This is her life. This is our story. You can't have it. I was offering the narrative of us, the school photos, the report cards, the ticket stubs, the love notes we'd written her in lunchboxes as a shield. The harvest was a story of blood and soil. I was fighting it with a story of car rides and bedtime books and chosen, messy human love. The papers inside the box didn't just sit there. They exploded out, caught in a sudden, impossible wind that whipped through the sealed house. Drawings, certificates, pictures swirled in a wild vortex around my daughter and the shimmering form. The guardian's image flickered. For a split second, the woman's triumphant smile faltered. Her dark eyes, full of ancient will, looked down at a photograph spinning in the air. A picture of our daughter at age 6, missing 2 front teeth, holding a blue ribbon at a school fair. The eyes looked confused, off balance. The two stories, the old myth and the modern life, clashed visibly in the air, a storm of paper against a tide of shimmering hate. I didn't try to attack. I just dropped the empty box and wrapped my arms around my daughter's shaking body. I held her tight, pressing her head to my shoulder, the empty cedar box crushed between us. I was holding the story and the child, both at once. My husband did what I could not. He stepped forward, directly into the center of the shimmer. He put his own body between it and us. He stood there, arms spread, his body rigid, his face a mask of pure strain as the freezing, static-filled presence of the thing washed over him. He was the final barrier, the human wall. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the pressure broke. The wind dropped. The papers fluttered to the ground like dead leaves. The shimmering form seemed to condense, to become almost solid for one last moment. The figure of a young woman, her clothes simple, her hair long, her eyes now fixed on my husband with a look that wasn't hate, but something like pity, and then on me, holding her daughter with a flash of pure, frustrated fury. Then, like a candle snuffed by an unseen thumb, she was gone. The front door slammed shut with a bang that shook the walls. The hallway was just a hallway again. The muddy handprints were gone from the door. The smell faded. The only evidence was the mess of paper all over the floor, my husband swaying on his feet, pale as death, and my daughter, limp in my arms, sobbing quietly into my neck. We had done it. We had turned it away. We had used the story of our love as a weapon, and it had worked. For now. The rest of the night was a blur of quiet tears and holding each other on the couch, not talking, just feeling the normal, steady beat of our own hearts, a rhythm we had taken for granted our whole lives. The fight was over. The guardian was gone. We had saved our daughter. As the first gray light of morning touched the windows, a deep, exhausted peace settled over me. It was finished. The peace of that morning was the sweetest lie I've ever told myself. We were so tired, so drained from the fight, that we clung to the quiet like drowning people to a life raft. Our daughter slept until noon, a deep, motionless sleep. My husband moved slowly, stiffly, like he had the flu, but he insisted he was okay, just wiped out. We cleaned up the scattered papers from the hallway, putting them back in the cedar box with a new kind of reverence. That box wasn't just memories anymore. It was a relic, a holy object that had saved us. We ordered takeout. We watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the shimmer or the voice or the handprints. If we didn't name it, maybe it would stay gone. For 3 days, we lived in that fragile bubble. She was quiet, but it was a different quiet. The blank, distant look was gone. She seemed present, just incredibly tired and maybe a little confused, like someone waking from a long, bad dream. She helped with dishes. She laughed at a stupid joke on TV. It was her laugh. My heart, which had been a clenched fist for months, began to slowly, cautiously uncurl. On the 4th morning, I came into the kitchen to make coffee. The sunrise was painting the room in warm, gold light. And there, on the kitchen table, was a new arrangement. All the photos from the memory box, the ones we had just carefully put away, were laid out in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle was a small, neat mound of dark, rich soil. I knew that soil. It was from my garden. and pressed firmly into the top of the mound, like a seal in wax, was the twisted symbol. The knot from Valsia Utada. It was a quiet, deliberate message. The fight was not over. The guardian had been turned away, but the connection was not broken. The seed was still in the fruit. I stared at it, the hopeful feeling curdling in my stomach. I didn't scream. I didn't wake anyone. I just carefully scooped up the dirt, symbol and all, into a plastic bag, threw it in the outside trash, and wiped the table clean. I put the photos back in the box. I said nothing. That was my mistake, thinking it was a leftover, a last whisper. It wasn't. It was a reminder of the terms. This wasn't about a ghost trying to get in. This was about a bond that already existed, a root system that had grown deep through 16 years of our love. And you can't cut roots by slamming a door in a ghost's face. The changes after that were slow, so slow you could almost explain them away. First, it was the cold. Our daughter started complaining she was always cold. We turned up the thermostat. She wore sweaters in July, but her hands were like ice. Then it was her appetite. She'd only eat plain foods, potatoes, white rice, unseasoned meat. Anything with strong flavor or color, she'd push away with a faint look of disgust. "It tastes wrong," she'd say. "It tastes like someone else's food." My husband, he wasn't getting better. He was getting slower. The waxy pallor never left his face. He'd forget words mid-sentence. He'd stand in a room, looking around like he wasn't sure how he got there. The doctor found nothing. Said it was probably stress, maybe a mild post-viral thing. Told him to rest. But he was resting, and he was fading. The worst was the garden. My vegetable garden, my pride and joy began to die. Not from neglect. I was out there every day, but from the ground up. The plants would look healthy one evening, and by morning they'd be wilted, their leaves spotted with black, as if something in the soil itself had turned against them. I replanted. New plants died faster. The soil looked the same, dark and rich, but it was barren. Nothing would grow in it. It was our land, but it was sick. I started having dreams. Not nightmares, exactly. They were calm, quiet dreams. I'd be standing in a forest clearing I'd never seen, the ground soft with moss. A young woman with dark eyes would be there, sitting on a fallen log. She wouldn't speak. She'd just look at me, and in the dream I understood. She wasn't angry anymore. She was waiting. She had all the time in the world. The harvest hadn't been canceled. It had been postponed. The equinox had been a deadline, but the crop wasn't ready. We had disrupted the final act, but the growing season was still underway. One afternoon, I found our daughter in the backyard, standing at the edge of my dead garden. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there, her bare feet on the ruined earth. "What are you feeling?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She didn't look at me. "The roots are deep," she said, her voice flat. "They're all through the house now. Can't you feel them?" I couldn't feel any roots. But that night, lying in bed next to my sleeping, shallow-breathing husband, I placed my palm flat on the floor. The carpet was soft, but underneath, in my mind's eye, I could almost see them, thick, pale, hungry roots spreading under the foundation, drawing something out of our home, out of us, feeding the thing that was still tied to my daughter, waiting in that forest for its time to come again. We had won a battle by throwing our love in its face, but love was part of the soil, and the soil was now permanently tainted. We were living on top of a network belonging to something else. The guardian was patient. It had waited in the ground for 16 years. It could wait a little longer for the resistance to fade, for the protectors to grow weak. My husband was already weakening. I was so tired. And our daughter was a bridge, standing with her feet in two worlds, growing colder every day. The open question was no longer if it would return. The question was what would be left of us when it did. The closure from the big, loud fight was an illusion. The real war was a quiet one, a war of attrition, and it was being fought under our feet and in our blood, and we were all slowly, steadily losing. A year passed in that strange, stretched-out way of a wound that won't quite heal. The big, loud horror was gone. No more midnight voices, no more shimmering forms at the door. But the small, quiet horrors took their place, settling into our lives like a permanent, grim weather. My husband never got his color back. He moved through the house like a ghost himself, forgetful, detached, his energy siphoned away by that one moment standing in the guardian's path. Doctors called it depression, trauma, chronic fatigue. We knew it was a toll paid in something medicine had no name for. Our daughter finished her junior year of high school with decent grades, a quiet student who had no friends. She was polite, present, but the spark was gone. She lived in a world of constant chill, wearing sweaters in August, her laughter a rare, thin sound. She still only ate bland, plain foods. Our home became a careful, neutral space, a hospice for 3 people who were technically alive but not really living. The garden was a tomb. Nothing grew except a stubborn, ugly weed with thick, pale stems that I couldn't kill no matter how hard I tried. It mirrored the feeling in the house, a lifelessness with one persistent, wrong thing pushing through. The memory box sat on the mantel, a museum piece of a war we had technically won, but were still losing day by day. I thought that was it. This was our life now. A long, slow drawing down. Then, on the anniversary of the equinox, the dreams changed. The young woman in the forest clearing was no longer just sitting. She was standing. She held out her hand, not in threat, but in invitation. And behind her, in the dream trees, I saw others. Faint, shimmering outlines of men, women, children. All waiting. All part of that soil. The guardian wasn't alone. She was just the first. The one bound to our specific thread. The dream shook me. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a vision of a completed picture. A whole community of the awake ones. And my daughter was their doorway. The next morning, I found her at the kitchen window, staring at the dead garden. "It's almost time to turn the earth over again," she said, not looking at me. Her voice had that flat, older tone creeping back in. A familiar dread, cold and slick, coiled in my stomach. We were approaching another equinox. The separating hour. We had thrown our story in its face once. We couldn't do the same thing again. The box was empty of power now, just a box. We had no more clever tricks. My husband was a shell. I was so tired my bones ached with it. That night, I did something desperate. I didn't research rituals or salt. I went online, and I searched for the investigator's contact in Romania. The old woman who had called it a stragiral, a guardian. It took digging through old emails, but I found the town name. Using a shaky translation app, I wrote a letter. I didn't explain everything. I just wrote. The guardian was turned away, but the roots are here. The soil is sick. The child is cold. Is there a way to cut the roots without killing the tree? I mailed it to the investigator, asking him to pass it on, not expecting anything. A month later, a reply came, not an email, but a small, battered parcel in the mail. Inside was a letter from the old woman, translated in a shaky hand by what must have been her grandchild. It was short. "You cannot cut the roots of an old tree from the branches. You must go to the taproot. The bond is in the blood and the earth. The blood is here. The earth is there, under your house. They mirror. To save your tree, you must give the guardian a root in its own soil. A trade." Enclosed was a small, rough linen bag. I opened it. It contained 2 things, a handful of dry, dark soil from somewhere else, and a tiny, sharp sliver of brown bone. The instructions were simple and terrifying. "On the night the day balances, plant this earth where your child's blood first touched your land. Place the bone with it. Speak her name, the old name. It is an invitation to anchor here, on a piece of home, instead of through the child. It is a risk. It may call her stronger, but a guardian with 2 anchors is weaker than one with only a child." It was a gamble of terrifying proportions. We were being told to perform a ritual, to voluntarily invite a piece of that presence into our own ground, to give it a foothold in exchange for loosening its grip on our daughter. It felt like making a deal with a tumor, but the alternative was watching my daughter fade into a cold doorway and my husband fade into nothing. The equinox was a week away. I showed my husband the letter, the soil, the bone. He read it, his hands trembling. He looked older than his years. "It's inviting it in," he whispered. "It's the opposite of what we did. We're not inviting it into the house," I said, my voice sounding more sure than I felt. "We're inviting it into the ground. To give it what it wants, a connection to this land, but on our terms. To split its attention." "What if it just takes both?" he asked, the question hanging in the air. I had no answer. We watched our daughter that week. She was growing more distant, the cold in her deepening. The choice was made for us. To do nothing was to surrender. The night of the equinox, we waited until she was asleep. We went into the backyard, to the exact spot where 16 years ago we had brought her home. A September baby. I had held her right here on a blanket, her first time feeling the sun of her new home. It was where her life, our life, had truly started. This was where her blood, her life, her spirit, first touched our land. My husband dug a small, deep hole with a trowel. His movements were slow, painful. I poured in the foreign soil from the linen bag. It looked no different from our own, but it felt wrong. It smelled of that same forest and fire. I placed the sliver of bone on top of it. We held hands, standing over the tiny grave. We didn't know the old name perfectly, just the way the investigator had spelled it phonetically a year ago. Together, our voices soft and shaking, we spoke it into the cool night air. Nothing happened. No wind, no shimmer. We filled the hole, patted the earth flat. We went inside, feeling foolish and more afraid than ever. We checked on our daughter. She was sleeping, her face peaceful. We went to bed, not expecting to sleep. The next morning, she came down for breakfast. She was wearing a t-shirt. No sweater. She paused at the kitchen sink, looking out at the backyard. "You fixed it," she said, almost to herself. "What?" I asked, my heart skipping. "The garden. It doesn't feel so hungry anymore." Later that day, for the first time in a year, she asked for spaghetti with marinara sauce. Red, flavorful sauce. She ate 2 helpings. The color didn't come back to my husband's face all at once, but the fog in his eyes, that terrible detachment, began to lift slowly like a slow sunrise. He remembered to take the trash out without being asked. He told a joke, an old, dumb one, and he smiled at his own punchline. The change in our daughter was the most profound. The cold left her, the flatness in her voice smoothed out. It was like watching a statue warm back into a person. She started texting friends. She played music in her room, pop songs with thumping beats. She was back, but the trade was real. The garden didn't come back to life. That one stubborn, pale weed where we had buried the soil and bone thrived, growing thicker, taller, with a sickly yellow tinge to its stem. And sometimes, at the very edge of my hearing, standing near that spot, I'd catch the faintest hum of that tuneless drone, not coming from the house, but coming up from the ground. The guardian had accepted the invitation. It had an anchor now, a tiny piece of its own world planted in ours. It was here, but its hold on our daughter was weakened. It was no longer using her as its only conduit. The roots were still there, under the house, but they were quieter. The immediate crisis was over. Our family was healing. We had our lives back, but we had also given the thing we feared a permanent place at the edge of our yard. We had stabilized the patient by introducing a controlled amount of the disease. The story ends not with a victory, but with a tense, watchful peace. The tree is saved, but the forest is still out there, and we have just planted a single, strange seed from it in our own soil. We go on. We laugh. We plan for college. We live. But I never walk barefoot in the backyard anymore. And I never, ever look too long at that one thriving, pale weed, wondering what is growing beneath it, and what we might have just welcomed home.